Publisher's Note and Preface to Floyd's Flowers, or Duty and Beauty for Colored Children, being 100 short stories gleaned from the storehouse of human knowledge and experience, simple, amusing, elevating, by Silas X. Floyd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie of Northern Virginia. Publisher's Note. The publishers of this book have spared neither pains nor expense in trying to make it as nearly perfect as a book of this kind can be. The typographical appearance and the illustrations will speak for themselves. We consider ourselves fortunate in having been able to secure the services of the Reverend Dr. Silas X. Floyd as the author of this volume. Mr. Floyd's life work, aside from his literary training, has made him the ideal man to speak to the colored boys and girls of the South. Soon after graduating from Atlanta University in 1891, Mr. Floyd became principal of a public school at Augusta, Georgia, and remained in that city for 5 years consecutively as a teacher. In June 1896, he was called from the schoolroom into the Sunday school work, having been appointed by the International Sunday School Convention as one of its field workers throughout the South. He continued in his work for 3 years, retiring from it to become pastor of Tabernacle Baptist Church, Augusta, Georgia, one of the largest churches in the South. After a year and a half in the pastorate, he returned to the Sunday school work, becoming Sunday school missionary for Georgia and Alabama under appointment of the American Baptist Publication Society. 2 years ago, he re-entered the schoolroom and is now once more principal of a public school at Augusta. His school is one of the largest in the state of Georgia. Mr. Floyd's work, as the record shows, has been conspicuously for and in behalf of the children, and he is known far and wide as a competent writer and speaker on topics concerning young people. He has contributed to Sunday School Times, the International Evangel, the New York Independent, the World's Work, Lippincott's Magazine, and many other journals and periodicals. He is the author of a volume of sermons published by the American Baptist Publication Society and listed in their catalog as among their standard works, and is also the author of The Life of the Leading Colored Baptist Preacher in America, published by the National Baptist Publishing Board. From the beginning of The Voice of the Negro, Mr. Floyd has had charge of the Wayside Department as editor, and his work as a humorist and writer of Negro dialect is known to many through that medium. In 1894, Atlanta University, his alma mater, conferred upon Mr. Floyd the degree of Master of Arts, and in 1902, Morris Brown College conferred upon him the degree of Doctor of Divinity. Preface. Truly, the boys and girls of today ought to be thankful that they are alive. There never was such a golden age for childhood and youth as the present. To say nothing of the rich opportunities for mental and spiritual development, what a multitude of things have been provided for the innocent pleasure, the wholesome recreation of the young people of today, inventions that remind one of the magic of the Arabian Nights, tools of sport so perfect that one cannot imagine how they could be bettered, fascinating games, all unknown in the days gone by, books and papers upon which science, art, and literary skills have lavished modern resources. All these and many other wonderful things have fallen to the lot of the favored boys and girls of today. And now, enterprising publishers of our grand country are going to put the boys and girls of America, and especially the colored boys and girls of America, under obligation to them, because they have decided to add to the list of good books for children and youth already on the market. I use the word good advisedly, for from the day that I was engaged to write this book, I have had in mind constantly the thought of making it such a book as would tell for good. It is an old saying that evil communications corrupt good manners, but evil reading does more than this, for evil reading corrupts good morals. I have endeavored to put into this book of stories for children only such things as might be freely admitted into the best homes of the land, and I have written with the hope that many young minds may be elevated by means of these stories, and many hearts filled with high and holy aspirations. Our nation has a right to expect that our boys and girls shall turn out to be good men and good women, and this book is meant to help in this process. Silas X. Floyd. End of preface and publisher's note. Chapter number 1 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. A Spelling Lesson. The boys and girls of public school number 10 were glad to have a new girl whose name was Bertha Dent entering their spelling class. The little girl's mother told the teacher that the child could probably keep up with the first grade in spelling because she could spell such words as dog and hog and cat and rat and bat. It was not a great while before the teacher called the spelling class. She asked Bertha, the new girl, to stand with the class. "You may spell dog, Mary," said the teacher to one of the girls, "and tell us what kind of noise little dogs make." "D-O-G, dog," said Mary, "and our little dog says bow wow wow." "That's very well done," said the teacher. "Now, Annie, you may spell cat, and tell us what kind of noise little kittens make." "C-A-T, cat," replied Annie, "and the little kitties sometimes say meow meow, and when the little doggies come around, they bristle up and hiss at the doggies." "That's very well," responded the teacher. "Sadie, you may spell bird, and tell us what the little birds do." "B-I-R-D, bird," said Sadie. "We have a pretty mockingbird that sings for us all the time. Most birds sing, but Mama says there are some birds which are good to keep bugs and worms off the vegetables and flowers." "That is correct," the teacher made answer. "Now, Bertha Dent, you may spell love for us, and tell us what love does." "Oh," said the new pupil, "I know very well how to spell love." And then Bertha ran to the teacher, threw her arms around the teacher's neck, and gave her a sweet little kiss. "That is the way Mama told me to spell love," said Bertha quietly, while the teacher and all the members of the spelling class smiled. "That is a very pretty way to spell love," said the teacher. "But don't you know any other way to spell love?" "Why, yes," answered Bertha, looking around. "I spell love this way, too." Then she brushed a fleck of dust from the teacher's sleeve, picked up some papers that were scattered on the platform, and arranged them on the desk. She also pulled a tiny bit of thread off the teacher's skirt. "I spell love," said Bertha, "by working for Mama and Papa and little brother, and trying to make everybody happy." The teacher drew the little girl close to her side, threw one arm around the child's neck, and said, "That is the very best way to spell love. But can't you spell love the way the book spells it?" "Oh, yes," said Bertha. "L-O-V-E, love." The teacher hugged Bertha, called her a dear little girl, and then dismissed the class. End of chapter 1. Chapter number 2 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Truth About Luck. This is a world of order and system. There is nothing haphazard about it. The sun rises and sets according to a regular and unchanging law. The tides come in and the tides go out, not by accident or chance, but in accordance with well-defined laws. Winter and summer, sunshine and rain, follow each other in well-ordered succession. What is true in the natural world is also true in a moral and business world. A boy reaps that which he sows and gains the prizes for which he is willing to pay the price in labor and self-denial. A divine law controls success and defeat in this life, and no stratagem or trick can take the place of hard work. Some years ago, I happened to find myself near the terminal of the Great East River Bridge in New York City. Two little boys were standing near one of the large iron posts, crying their afternoon papers. I tarried near them because I was waiting for a particular car. One little fellow said to the other, "How many papers have you sold today, Tommy?" "Nearly 150, was Tommy's quick reply. "Honor bright?" "Yes, honor bright." "Whoopee! But ain't you in big luck, Tommy?" "Luck!" exclaimed Tommy, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "There ain't no luck about it. I've just been everlastingly at it since 4 o'clock this morning. That's all." And that is the all of real success. Those who achieve success are everlastingly at what they are trying to do. Tommy was right in declining to have his hard work and honest work cheapened by calling the result of it luck. "You are the luckiest chap I ever saw," I once heard a little boy about 16 years say to another boy of about the same age. "Why do you say that?" asked the other. "Because you have had your salary raised twice in the same year." "Well," was the reply, "you may call it luck, but I don't. I have always done my work the very best I knew how. I have never once in the whole year been a single minute late in getting to the office, nor have I ever left a single minute before it was time for me to leave. When I have worked overtime, I have not made any fuss about it. My boss said when he raised my salary last week that he had taken these things into account. So I don't see where the luck comes in." "All the same," said the first boy, "some bosses wouldn't have raised your salary. Then I would have the satisfaction of knowing that I had done my duty." Boys, I tell you that's right. 9 out of 10 employers know that it is to their advantage to show appreciation of faithful work, and they show it. When this appreciation comes, luck has had nothing to do with it. The thing that passes for luck is in nearly all cases the just reward of honest endeavor. Do not, therefore, start out in life with the expectation that some lucky turn will bring you sudden honor or wealth or position without any effort on your part. Substitute that fine old word work for that deceitful word luck, and base your hopes of future success and usefulness upon the honorable labor that it is a God-given privilege for every well and strong and right-minded boy to give his heart and hands to performing. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An evening at home. Boys and girls between the ages of 11 and 17 ought to spend their evenings at home as much as possible. In these busy, bustling 20th century days, there are many families, so much the worse for them, that scarcely know what it is to spend an evening at home together. Not only the younger people, but the older people are on the go. The evenings are crowded with calls and invitations which come from far and near. It is nothing to go 5 or even 10 miles to an evening concert or social gathering. The trolley is so near, so cheap, and so universal. But I tell you, boys and girls, no matter what the pleasure or amusement afforded, no matter what the instruction or culture received, there are no social or similar opportunities good enough to displace the home circle. The sooner young people realize this, the happier they will be. Boys and girls ought to plan for some evenings at home. Let other things have a share, but do not give up all the time to other things. Once a week, the young people ought to arrange for an evening at home. Decline everything else for that evening, the same as you would for any other engagement. Gather the family together. Make a special place for Grandma and Grandpa. Sing merry songs, play innocent and amusing games. Take time to tell the home folks about some of the things that you do and that you've seen in the world. Get acquainted with the home folks. Be delighted in their delight. By special appointment, spend 1 or 2 cheerful hours with the folks at home each week. The young folks themselves should take the lead in this matter. A home is not merely a place with four walls where people meet to eat and drink and sleep securely beneath a roof. Nay, boys and girls, a house is reared to be a home, the center where a family may gather into one, to be a serene retreat where the tenderest affections may find rest, where love may have a dwelling place, and the amenities of life gain ample scope, where parents and children may press one another's heart to heart, where sorrows and joys may be freely shared in sacred confidence. In a word, where the great work of training human beings for the duties of the present life and the perfection of another may be begun and carried on. There is one special reason for making much of the evenings at home that young people are not likely to think of. Inevitably, the family circle will be broken up very soon, perhaps not by death, but most certainly by change. When Fred goes to college, that is the beginning of new ties and new associations, and the home privileges can never be quite so complete to him again. The years of the complete unity of the home are very few indeed. While these years are passing, young people especially should make the most of them. My dear boys and girls, get the benefit of these years. Get their joys. Store up memories of home life, for they will be, in future years, the most beautiful pictures of the heart. However, some may sneer at it. The memory of home and mother is a great power for righteousness. It has saved many a person to God and native land and race. Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. End of chapter 3. Chapter number 4 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 4. The Making of a Man. Mr. Stamps, seated near the table, was glancing over the afternoon paper. Mrs. Stamps, in an easy chair, was doing some fancy work. Little Bobby, 6 years old, more or less, was playing with his toys on the floor. All at once the precocious little boy stopped short in the middle of his sport and, looking up at his mother, asked, "Mama, who made the world?" "God," replied Mrs. Stamps sweetly. "Who made the sea?" continued Bobby. Mrs. Stamps answered, "God." "Well," said Bobby, "did God make everything?" "Yes, my son, the Lord made everything." "And did he make everybody?" "Yes, the Lord made everybody." Bobby was silent for a moment. Presently he looked anxiously at his father and then, turning to his mother, asked, "Mama, did God make Papa too?" "Yes, God made Papa also." After a lengthy pause, Bobby asked, "Mama, do you think that I could make a man if I was to try really hard?" "You had better run out to play now, Bobby," said Mrs. Stamps, somewhat nonplussed by her son's curiosity. Bobby left the room almost immediately. He went straight to the beach in front of the house and labored long and earnestly in piling up some wet sand. Pretty soon he was joined in this work by 2 other little boys. For some time the 3 little fellows worked vigorously in piling up the mud. Mrs. Stamps called her husband to the window so that he might see what the boys were doing. "Wife," said Mr. Stamps, "I believe those little Satans are trying to make a man." Toward sunset, Bobby ran into the house and exclaimed with delight, "Mama, we've got our man almost finished. We didn't have but 1 marble, and we used that for one of his eyes. I came in to ask you to give me a marble so that we might put it in his other eye." "It's too late to bother now, Bobby," said Mrs. Stamps. "Wait until tomorrow morning. Then I will give you a marble and let you finish your man." The next morning, bright and early, Bobby went out to look for his man. Lo and behold, the sea had washed the man away during the night. But Bobby, of course, did not suspect that. He thought that the man had gone away of his own accord. So the little fellow spent the entire morning looking for his man. He looked under the house. He looked in the stable. He went up to the garret. He walked up and down the beach. He went into the woods looking for his man, but his man was nowhere to be found. 2 or 3 weeks later, an African Methodist Episcopal conference assembled in Bobby's town. Among the ministers present, there happened to be a short, chubby, tan-colored brother with only one eye. When Bobby spied him, he examined the man curiously and cautiously from head to foot. The examination ended, Bobby concluded that this was his man. At once the little fellow left his mother and went over and took a seat beside the man. Bobby's mother was somewhat embarrassed. The man was evidently pleased, although, to be sure, he himself was not quite certain why he should be an object of special interest to the little boy. The man went to the secretary's table to have his name enrolled. Bobby went with him. He went into the vestibule to get a drink of water, and Bobby followed him there. But all the while the man was still in doubt as to the cause of the little boy's apparent affection. By this time, thoroughly exasperated, Bobby's mother decided to go home. She approached the pew in a very ladylike manner and said, "Bobby dear, come, we must be going home now." "All right, Mama," said Bobby in a dead earnest. "But will you please let me take my man home with me, won't you? I just found him today, and I've been looking for him for over 2 weeks." Then, for the first time, it suddenly dawned upon Mrs. Stamps what was the matter with Bobby. In spite of herself, she laughed heartily at the boy's perversity. Finding that his mother hesitated to reply, Bobby turned to the man and said, "Come on, we're going home now. Why did you leave before I finished you?" End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 5. False Pride. Once upon a time, the head clerk in a carpet store requested one of his junior clerks to go to a patron's home to measure a room and suggested that he take along a 5-yard sample. The junior clerk objected to carting such a big bundle, as he said, all over town, and asked that one of the boys be sent with it. The proprietor of the establishment, who happened to overhear the remark, privately told the head clerk to inform the proud young fellow that a boy would be sent on after him with the roll. Shortly after the young man reached the house, the proprietor of the establishment covered him with confusion by appearing at the house in person with the roll of carpet under his arm. Handing the bundle to the bewildered young man, the proprietor remarked, "Here is the carpet, young man. I hope I have not kept you waiting for it. If you have any other orders, I'll take them away now." A young woman of my acquaintance refused to carry home a yeast cake, though it was needed at once for the family baking, and she was bound directly homeward. She said that she wasn't a delivery wagon, and so the yeast cake had to be sent to her home. A great many foolish young people are so absorbingly regardful of their trim appearance on the street that they will never, under any circumstances, carry a basket or bundle, however much inconvenience they may cause to others by refusing to do so. Now, it is not proper pride or self-respect which prompts people to act as the young folks acted whom I've just referred to. It is silliness which prompts them to act so. Any honest work is honorable that is honorably done, and you will notice that young people of good social position and strength of character are above such pettiness. Only inferior people act that way. Superior people do not act so because they are well aware that they cannot be compromised by doing straightforwardly, without fuss or apology, whatever needs to be done. Yet I admit that it seems to be human nature that whatever is distasteful or supposedly menial should be done by somebody else. When young people, or old people for that matter, are tempted to be foolish in such things, they should remember the lesson of humility that Christ taught his disciples when in that warm oriental country where only sandals are worn. He performed the necessary service of washing the disciples' feet. for us to be above our business, for us to think ourselves too good or too dainty to soil our hands with honest toil, for us to feel that it is a lowering of our dignity to carry a bundle through the street, is to prove by our conduct that we are not up to the level of our business, that we are possessed of a great amount of false pride, and in a higher sense, it shows that we have a foolish and wicked distaste of true service. There is nothing low, nothing degrading, nothing disgraceful in honest labor, in honest work of any kind, whether it be to boil an egg properly, to sweep a floor well, to carry a bundle or package through the streets, or bring a pail of water. In fact, if somebody were to say that chores done or undone are the making or the unmaking of boys and girls, it would be a homely way of putting an important truth. Bringing up coal or bringing in wood, weeding the garden bed, running errands, washing dishes, sewing seams, dusting furniture, doing any odd jobs where there is need, cheerfully, faithfully. These lead to the highway of greater opportunities and are the usual avenues to the only manhood and womanhood that is worth having. My young friends, the castle of your noblest dream is built out of what lies nearest at hand. It is the uncommonly good use of common things, the everyday opportunities that makes honored lives and helps us to help others along the sun road. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. End of chapter 5. Chapter number 6 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in public domain. Thanksgiving at Piney Grove. The people of the Piney Grove settlement, both white and black, had been free for nearly a generation. The whites had been freed from the curse of being slaveholders, and the blacks had been freed from the curse of being held in bondage. But never in the history of this little town, in the very heart of the so-called Black Belt of Georgia, had the people known anything about the proper observance of Thanksgiving Day until 1890 blank. And in that year, the revolution was brought about by a young colored woman named Grace Wilkins. Grace Wilkins was the only daughter of Solomon and Amanda Wilkins. Solomon and his wife were farmers, plain, simple, ordinary country folk. Amanda was literally her husband's helpmeet. She went along with him every morning to the field, and in season chopped as much wood, picked as much cotton, hoed as much corn, pulled as much fodder, and plowed as much as her husband did. Up to her 14th year, Grace had been reared on a farm and had learned to do all the things that any farmer's child has to do, such as milking cows, feeding hogs and chickens, hoeing cotton and corn, picking cotton, pulling fodder, and the like. In her 14th year, acting upon the advice of an uneducated colored preacher, her parents sent Grace away from home to attend one of the great normal and industrial institutes for the training of the black boys and girls of the South. At first, her mother and father were filled with forebodings. It was the first time that they had ever allowed their daughter to be away from them, and they missed her so much and longed for her so constantly that they thought that they had made a mistake in sending her off to boarding school. Ignorant and superstitious neighbors, though they knew as little about such matters as did Solomon and Amanda, were loud in saying that Saul and Mandy would live to regret the step they had taken in sending Grace away from home. The only rays of sunshine that came in to brighten these periods of mental unrest and gloom on the part of Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins were found in the letters which they received regularly from their daughter. Grace invariably informed her parents whenever she wrote that she was well and doing well. Thus, reassured from time to time, Solomon and Amanda managed somehow to undergo the terrible strain of having their daughter absent from them for 8 months. But meantime, they were firmly of the opinion that once they got their hands on her again, they would never allow Grace to return to school. With glad and thankful hearts, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins joyously embraced their daughter when she came home at the close of her first year in school. With keen and genuine interest, they listened to her wonderful accounts of the great school and of the great man at the head of it. Grace dressed differently and talked differently, and her mother said, speaking one day in confidence to her husband shortly after Grace's return, "Dat gal sure got a new walk on her." Grace Wilkins brought back a toothbrush with her from school. That was something which she had never had before. She used that toothbrush every morning and every night. That was something that she had never done before. She was now careful to keep her hair and well combed every day. That was something that she had been accustomed to do on Sundays only or on special occasions. She washed her face 2 or 3 times a day now, as her mother and father noticed. Before she went to school, she had been in the habit of giving her face, as the old people say, a lick and a promise, early each morning. Besides, Grace kept the house cleaner than she had kept it before. She brought home with her a brand new Bible, which she read regularly at home and always carried it to church and Sunday school. She also had a song book called Jubilee Songs and Plantation Melodies, and it gladdened the hearts of the good old folks at home to hear their daughter sing from a book some of the very songs that they had sung all their lifetime and which were so dear to them. All these things and others made a deep and abiding impression upon Solomon and his wife, and finding that withal their daughter was just as loving and kind as she had been before, and that she was just as industrious and faithful as formerly, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins were not long in deciding that their daughter should go back to school another year, and that they would work hard and stint themselves in order that they might keep her there until she had finished the normal course. So back to school Grace Wilkins went, that year and the next year and the next. It was the proudest day in Solomon's and Amanda's lives when they sat in the magnificent chapel of the school and heard their daughter read her graduation essay on the gospel of service. Glad tears welled up in their eyes when they heard the principal call their daughter's name, and then saw Grace step up to receive her certificate of graduation. Coming back to Piney Grove to live, Miss Gracie, everybody called her after graduation, established a little school which she called the Piney Grove Academy. It was the first public school for colored children ever opened within the corporate limits of the little village. Before that, the schools were district schools or county schools, which were taught about in different places for only 3 or 4 months in the year, mainly during the summer. Miss Gracie began her school the first day of October. By special arrangement, she used the first 3 months for the public term allowed by the state and supplemented that with a 5-month term for which the pupils were required to pay 50 cents each per month. The plan worked well, the parents joining in heartily in the movement, and the Piney Grove Academy soon became the model school for the surrounding counties. Among other things, Miss Gracie had learned at school what was the import of our National Thanksgiving Day. At the opening of the second year of the Piney Grove Academy, she decided that she would inaugurate an annual Thanksgiving service. Accordingly, on the opening day of the second year, Miss Gracie informed the pupils of her plan. She would begin the very next day to prepare a suitable program for the exercises. Afterwards, Miss Gracie secured the cooperation of the village pastor, the same man who had been instrumental in having her parents send her away to school. Through him, she was permitted to talk to the people at the church 2 or 3 times about the proposed celebration. She was careful to tell them that the Thanksgiving festival was meant specially to be a home festival in addition to being a time for the people to come together in their accustomed places of worship to thank God for the blessings of the year. She urged them, therefore, as far as they were able, without going to unnecessary expense, to have family dinners and bring together at one time and in one place as many members of the family as possible. She explained to them how this might be done successfully and economically, and with pleasure and profit to all concerned. She also urged them to be planning beforehand so that nothing might prevent their attending church Thanksgiving Day morning. She was going to hold the exercises in the church because her little school was not large enough to furnish an assembly hall for the people who would be likely to be present. On Thanksgiving Day, nearly everybody in town went to the exercises. Many white people attended, including the county school commissioner and the school trustees. It was the first Thanksgiving service that any of them had ever witnessed. The program was made up, for the most part, of choice selections from Negro authors, composers, orators, and so forth. A selection from Frederick Douglass on patriotism was declaimed. One from Booker T. Washington, Atlanta Exposition speech was also delivered. Paul Laurence Dunbar's poem entitled Signs of the Times, a Thanksgiving poem, was read by one of the pupils, and also The Party, another of Dunbar's pieces, was rendered. The Negro National Hymn, words by James W. Johnson and music by his brother Rosamond Johnson, was sung by a chorus of 50 voices. At the opening of the service, the President's Thanksgiving proclamation was read and appropriate remarks were made by Mrs. Wilkins. The closing remarks were made by the Reverend John Jones, the village pastor. The remarks of Mr. Jones were in the congratulatory mood. He was naturally proud of Miss Gracie's achievements because he had had something to do with putting her on the road to an education. He spoke of the teacher as the leaven that was leavening the whole lump, and the applause which followed the statement showed plainly the high esteem in which the teacher was held by all the people. Everyone enjoyed the service. None of the villagers had ever seen anything like it before. After singing America, all of them went away happy, many of them in obedience to Miss Gracie's previous counsel, going home to eat for the first time, well knowing what they were doing, a Thanksgiving dinner. At the home of Miss Wilkins, there was an excellent spread of possum, potatoes, rice, chicken, pickles, macaroni, bread, a precious Thanksgiving turkey, and the inevitable mincemeat pie. Besides Miss Gracie, there sat at the table that day her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Solomon Wilkins, John and Joseph Wilkins, brothers of Solomon, who had come from a distance, Mary Andrews, a sister of Mrs. Wilkins, who also came from a distance, Grandma Wilkins, Grandma and Grandpa Andrews, the Reverend John Jones and his wife, his daughter, and his only son, Jasper Jones. Jasper had gone to school at T. Blank 1 year after Gracie went, and of course was 1 year later in finishing the course there. On this Thanksgiving Day, nevertheless, he had been out of school long enough to have successfully established himself in the business of poultry raising and dairying. Just before the dinner party was dismissed, the Reverend Mr. Jones arose and said, "There is another little ceremony y'all is invited to witness before you go out to see the baseball game. I am authorized by these credentials which I hold in my hands to unite in the holy bonds of matrimony, Miss Grace Wilkins and Mr. Jasper Jones. If there is no objection, these two persons will please stand up and I'll tie the knot." Of course there were no objections. The knot was tied, and when the villagers learned of the occurrence, not long afterwards, they had additional reasons for believing that they were right when they voted that Piney Grove had never seen the like of such a Thanksgiving Day, and that Miss Gracie Wilkins was one of the best women in all the world. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Loud Girl. I do not know of a more sorrowful spectacle than that of a girl who is loud in her dress, loud in her manners, and loud in her speech. It is a great mistake for a girl to suppose that this loudness will be mistaken by her friends and acquaintances for smartness. The desire to be regarded as bright and witty has led many a girl into folly of being loud in her manners. She often cherishes the illusion that the attention such manners attract is combined with admiration, when the truth is that those who witness her strange conduct are simply wondering how it is possible for her to throw to the winds that charm of all girlhood, modesty. One afternoon, not long ago, I saw a group of girls of the loud type. They came into the streetcar in which I was sitting. They all wore boys' hats. One wore a vivid red jacket with brass buttons, and another had on a brass belt. A third one had on a most conspicuous plaid skirt. This third one had a box of bonbons, and when the three were seated, she opened the box and offered it to her companions, saying as she did so in a voice loud enough and shrill enough to be heard in every part of the car, "It's my treat. Have some, chums." Upon this invitation, one of the girls dived down into the box like a hungry bear and held up a piece of the candy in triumph, and then dashed into her mouth with a great guffaw. "Oh, Mamie," said one of the girls, "if you ain't just horrid to go and take very piece I wanted." Mamie laughed, and taking the candy from her mouth, offered it to the other girl, saying as she did, "Well, here it is, Lulu." Lulu struck the candy from Mamie's hand, and it flew across the aisle into the lap of a lady sitting opposite the girls. This set all three of the girls into giggling and tittering, and they seemed in danger of convulsions when the owner of the box of the candy let it fall, and a part of the candy rolled out on the floor. The conductor came forward and picked up the box and candy and handed them to the owner. She giggled out her thanks, and Lulu said, "Why didn't you give him a gumdrop for his trouble?" This seemed to impress the other girls as a most brilliant witticism, and they fell to tittering violently over it. Presently a gentleman came in and stumbled slightly over the feet of one of the girls thrust out in the aisle. "I beg your pardon," said the gentleman as he lifted his hat, whereupon the three girls grinned and giggled and giggled and grinned immoderately, and one of them said, "Roxy, you had better ride out on the platform where there is more room for your feet." Roxy then struck Lulu for making this speech. Lulu pretended to be much offended and flung herself over to the other side of the car, where she made a grimace at the other girls. The conduct of these girls during the half hour that they were on the car was such as caused every father and mother who saw them to regard them with pity. The loud girl, my dear readers, is always an object of pity. She should be a sorry object for her own contemplation. An old writer has said, "You little know what you have done when you have first broken the bounds of modesty. You have set open the door of your fancy to the devil, so that he can represent the same sinful pleasure to you anew." Now, the loud girl may be entirely innocent of any actual wrongdoing, but she is regarded with dislike, distrust, and even disdain by the better class of people. She acquires a reputation for rudeness and coarseness, and the people of refinement will not associate with her. Her character suffers, no matter how innocent she may be of any intention of doing wrong. Delicacy, modesty, is the certain sign of sweetness, purity, and gentleness of character, just as indelicacy is the certain sign of a lack of these beautiful traits. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Rowdy Boy. You can tell him whenever you see him. There are certain marks or appearances which he carries about him and which are never absent. For one thing, you will find him with a cigarette stuck in his mouth, and a cigarette is one of the deadliest poisons in the world for a boy or man. He wears his hat on one side or cocked back on his head. Frequently, he stuffs both hands in his trouser pockets. He doesn't attend school regularly. Sometimes he starts for school and ends at the bathing pond or the baseball park. He is late at Sunday school, if he goes at all, and he stands around on the outside at church while the service is going on inside. He steals rides on trains and on trolley cars and on passing vehicles of all descriptions. He is saucy and impudent to older people and is always ready and willing to quarrel or fight with his mates. He's what the boys call a bully. The loud girl and the rowdy boy are two things of which we have seen enough in this world. They are things. They are hardly worth the dignity of being called human beings. I saw one of these rowdy boys in his own home not a great while ago. His mother said to him, "Johnny, you must always take off your hat whenever you come into the house." "Good gracious alive," he said, "I can't do anything right. What is the use of grabbing off your hat every time you come into your own house?" His mother looked sad, but said nothing. Presently she discovered that her little boy had brought some mud into the house on his shoes. In her sweetest tone, she said, "Johnny, you must go to the door and wipe your feet now. See how you are tracking up the floor there?" "Well," said the rowdy boy with a snarl, "can't the old floor be scoured? You must think this old house is gold." Now, I'm a preacher, boys, and being a preacher, of course, I am what is called a man of peace. But I tell you, that was one time I came pretty near wishing that I wasn't a preacher, so that I might have given that boy what he deserved. I was sorry for the time being that he wasn't my son. No manly little boy will ever talk to his mother in any such way. I suppose that boy thought it made him appear to be a very important personage, but he was very much mistaken. Don't be rowdy, boys. Don't be rough. Don't be rude. You were made for better things. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Honesty. Early in the morning, two little boys came to the marketplace. They arranged their little stands and spread out their wares and sat down to wait for customers. One sold watermelons and fruit, and the other sold fish and oysters. The hours passed on, and both were doing well. By and by, Sammy had only one melon left on his stand, and a gentleman came along and said, "What a fine, large melon. I think I will buy that one. What do you ask for it, my boy?" "This is my last melon, sir, and though it looks fair, there is an unsound spot on the other side," said the boy, turning the melon over. "So there it is," said the man. "I don't believe I'll take it. But," he added, looking straight at the boy, "is it very good business for you to point out the defects of your goods to customers?" "Perhaps not, sir," said the boy with becoming modesty, "but it is better than being dishonest." "You are right, my boy. Always speak the truth, and you will find favor with God and man. I shall not forget your little stand in the future." Then, turning to the other boy's stand, the man asked, "Are those fresh oysters?" "Yes, sir," said Freddie. "These are fresh this morning, just arrived." The gentleman brought them and went away. "Sammy," said Freddie, "you never will learn any sense. What did you want to show that man that spot on the melon for? He never would have looked at it until he got home. I've got an eye to business myself. You see how I got rid of those stale oysters? Sold them just for the same price as fresh oysters." "Freddie," said the other boy, "I wouldn't tell a lie or act one either for twice the money we both earned today. Besides, I have gained a customer and you have lost one." And it turned out just as Sammy said. The next day the gentleman bought a large supply of fruit from Sammy, but he never spent another penny at Freddie's stand. It continued that way through all the summer. At the close of the season, he took Sammy into his store and, after a while, gave him a share in the business. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Uncle Ned and the Insurance Solicitor. Turner Tanksley, a representative of the Workmen's Industrial Aid Insurance Company, called upon Edmund Grant, an elderly colored man, with a view to getting him to insure his life. "Good morning, Uncle Ned," said Mr. Tanksley. "Morning, boss," said the old man, raising his hat and making a low curtsy. "Uncle Ned, do you carry any insurance?" inquired the solicitor. "Does I carry what?" asked Uncle Ned in great surprise. "Do you carry any insurance? Is your life insured?" asked the solicitor by way of explanation. "Bless God, yes, yes," replied the colored man. Long ago. Then the solicitor asked, "In what company?" Uncle Ned answered, "I'm a Baptist, sir. I'm a Baptist, a deep water Baptist." Mr. Tanksley realized that the old man had not understood the question, but anyhow he asked, "How long has it been since you joined?" "I joined," replied Uncle Ned, "the same year that the stars fell, I reckon. You know how long that's been." "That's a long while," commented the insurance man. "Quite a long while. Does your company pay any dividends?" "Boss," said Uncle Ned with a broad grin, "that question is plumb out of my reach. What you trying to get at?" "Why, Uncle Ned," said Mr. Tanksley, "a dividend is interest paid on your money, and if you have been paying your money into one company for more than 30 years, surely you ought to have been receiving your dividends long before now, especially if it's an old line company." "Well," said Uncle Ned, "it sure is the old line company, it sure is. The Lord started himself way back on Calvary's tree. But I ain't never heard tell no of insurance or no dividends nor nothing of that sort. And you ain't hear me saying nothing talking about paying in no money for 30 years. You know you ain't. Salvation's free, white man. Salvation's free. You know that's as well as I does." The way Uncle Ned laughed when he had delivered himself of this remarkable speech would have done your soul good. "Oh, I see," said Mr. Tanksley with much condescension. "I see that I've misunderstood you. You're talking about your soul's salvation." "That's what I is," chimed in Uncle Ned. "That's what I is." "I came," resumed the solicitor, "to talk to you about insuring your body in case of an accident, sickness, or death." "Accidents is for us all," said Uncle Ned with a faraway expression on his face. "Accidents is for us all, and I ain't getting no round to death." "That's true," responded the patient solicitor. "That's true. Insurance companies can't prevent sickness and accidents and death any more than you can, Uncle Ned. But insurance companies can help and do help you to bear your burdens in the time of troubles." "That's just what my legend does," said the old man with supreme satisfaction. "That's just what my legend does." "But we do it in a different way," persisted the solicitor. "Well, how does y'all do?" asked Uncle Ned. Then the solicitor went over the details of the Workmen's Industrial Aid Insurance Company with his accustomed rapidity, telling about the initiation fees, monthly premiums, accident benefits, sick benefits, etc., etc., laying much stress especially upon the endowment fund that would be paid upon the death of the insured. When he had finished the elaborate narrative, Uncle Ned, who had given the most earnest attention to the speaker, inquired, "Boss, who you say the money goes to when I dies?" "To your wife," answered the solicitor, "or your children, or anybody you name." "Well, boss," said the old man, Let me ask you one question. Don't you think that I'd have helped the other fella more than hit it with me? What other fellow? Asked Mr. Tanksley. My old woman's second husband, replied Ned. You know that's as good as ours does, that if I was to die and leave my old woman $200 or $300, that'd be some Cullen gentleman done changed the name for old Ned Cole in the ground. Uncle Ned's originality made it very hard for Turner Tanksley to suppress a smile. Without giving the solicitor a chance to speak, Uncle Ned continued, And there's another way to look at it. Women's is mighty curious. Yes, sir. Women's is mighty curious. If I was to go into this thing you's telling me about, I'd as a let Dinah know it. White man, you don't know. No, sir, you don't know. If that woman knowed that she'd get all that money when I's died, she would sure put a spotted in my dumpling. She sure would. And the first thing I know, I'd wake up some morning and I find myself dead. And then all on account of this thing that you's called showings. No, sir, I don't want nothing to do with it. The Baptist church is good and nothing for me. When the solicitor turned the corner, he heard Uncle Ned sing some kind of religious song with the following refrain. I'm Baptist bred and Baptist born, and when I die, that's Baptist gone. End of chapter 10. Chapter number 11 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Strenuous Life. They were having a rough and tumble time of it, and Pansy was getting some pretty hard blows. She took them all good-naturedly, nevertheless, and tried to give as good as she received, much to the delight of her little boy friends. A lady who was standing near, afraid for the little girl, chided the boys and said, You shouldn't handle Pansy so roughly, you might hurt her. And then Pansy looked up in sweet surprise and said with amusing seriousness, No, they won't hurt me. I don't break easy. It was a thoroughly childlike expression, but it had more wisdom in it than Pansy knew. She spoke out of a little girl's experience with dolls, some of which, as she learned, broke very easily. Pansy knew how delightful it was to have a doll that didn't break so easily. Though she was not a homely girl by any means, and though she was not a wicked little girl, yet she wanted it understood that she was not like a piece of china. That was why the other children liked her so much, because she knew how to rough it without crying or complaining at every turn. Pansy was not a crybaby. There is all the time, my dear boys and girls, a great demand everywhere all through life for people who don't break easily. People who know how to take hard knocks without going all to pieces. The game of life is sometimes rough, even among those who mean to play fair. It is very trying when we have to deal with people who break easily and are always getting hurt and spoiling the game with their tears and complaints. It is so much better when we have to deal with people who, like little Pansy, do not break easily. Some of them will laugh off the hardest words without wincing at all. You can jostle them as you will, but they don't fall down every time you shove them, and they don't cry every time they are pushed aside. You can't but like them. They take life so heartily and so sensibly. You don't have to hold yourself in with them all the time. You can let yourself out freely without being on pins as to the result. Young people of this class make good playmates or good work fellows, as the case may be. So, boys and girls, you must learn to rough it a little. Don't be a china doll, going to smash at every hard knock. If you get hard blows, take them cheerily and as easily as you can. Even if some blows come when you least expect it and knocks you off your feet for a minute, don't let it floor you long. Everybody likes the fellow who can get up when he is knocked down and blink the tears away and pitch in again. Learning to get yourself accustomed to a little hard treatment will be good for you. Hard words and hard fortune often make us if we don't let them break us. Stand up to your work or play courageously, and when you hear the words that hurt, when you are hit hard with the blunders or misdeeds of others, when life goes roughly with you, keep right on in a happy, companionable, courageous, helpful spirit, and let the world know that you don't break easily. End of chapter 11. Chapter number 12 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A humbug. A boy or girl who is pleasant and agreeable everywhere except at home is a humbug. I know one boy who is a good deal of a humbug, although you would never think so if you were to see him in any place outside of his home. He's good-looking, neat and tidy, and carries himself like a little man. I don't know of a boy who can tip his hat more gracefully to a lady, or who can say, "I beg your pardon," or "Excuse me, please," more pleasantly than he can. But for all that, he is a humbug. I visited his home the other day. I heard his mother speak to him. "Alexander," she said. "Well, what do you want?" he asked in a voice which plainly indicated his displeasure. "I want you to do something for me." "Oh, you always want me to do something just when I want to be doing something else," said Alexander, and this time he was whining. In departing on his errand, Alexander accidentally ran against his little sister in the hall. I expected to hear him say, "I beg your pardon," in this pleasant way that I knew he could say it, but he snapped out instead, "Oh, get out the way, can't you?" When he returned from the post office, Alexander's mother was out in the yard trimming the flowers. While Alexander was reporting to her, she happened to drop her scissors. I expected to see her polite and dutiful son pick them up, as he was close by when the scissors fell, but the boy paid no attention to the scissors. When his mother said, "Please pick my scissors up for me, Alexander," he said, "What did you drop them for?" I spent the best part of one whole day at Alexander's home, and never once during all that day did I hear him speak politely to his mother or sisters, nor did he observe the ordinary rules of courtesy and good behavior in their presence. He was continually grumbling and complaining and finding fault. So I think I have a right to say that this boy is a good deal of a humbug. Any boy is a humbug who is polite and gracious to others, and in every way discourteous and disagreeable at home. Don't you think so too? End of chapter 12. Chapter number 13 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A candidate for baptism. At the close of the regular prayer meeting service, the pastor of the new Mount Zion Colored Baptist Church, according to custom, stepped to the front of the platform and inquired, "Is there anybody present tonight who would like to join this church? If so, please stand up." Whereupon a little girl, apparently 14 or 15 years old, stood. The parson said, "Take your old seat. There's one the church was set together after dismissing, and hear from this little lamb." The benediction having been pronounced, all the sinners were asked to leave the room. Only church members are allowed to remain for these after meetings. When the room was cleared of all the goats, a pompous-looking individual, perhaps a deacon of the church, arose and said, "Brother Pastor, the house is in order and ready for business." The pastor then asked the little girl, who was seeking admission, to come forward. She gave her name to a one-eyed man seated at a table in front, who, after a laborious effort, passed it up on a piece of paper to the preacher. The preacher, readjusting his brass-rimmed spectacles, looked at the piece of paper for a long while, and then raised his head and said, "Brothers and sisters, this is little Queen Victoria Davis, who comes to tell us what the Lord has done for her soul." Then, turning to the girl, he said, "My daughter, we want you to tell what first started you to praying, and how you found the Lord, and so on and so forth. Speak loud so all can hear you." The little girl began as follows. "Well, brothers and sisters, what first started me to praying was that I knowed that I have a soul to save, and if I didn't get religion, hell would sure be my home." "True, true," exclaimed a number of men and women in chorus. "And then," continued Queen Victoria, "I wanted to start to serving the Lord while I was young. I wanted to give him my best days." "Amen," said one old brother. "Well," asked the pastor, "how did you feel while you were seeking the Lord?" The girl hesitated a moment, evidently in doubt as to the exact purport of the question. Finally, she said, "I felt like I wanted to be saved." This answer was not exactly suiting the parson. He put the question in a different way. Said he, "Did you feel light or did you feel heavy while you was a-praying?" "I felt both," said the little girl in an unaffected innocence. Funereal groans of pity swept through the congregation. The preacher tried again. This time he asked, "Did you feel light most, or did you feel heavy the most?" When Queen Victoria responded, "I felt heavy the most," a wave of approval greeted the remark. "When did that heavy load leave you?" "Last Friday night," said Queen Victoria. "Last Friday night, I kept on a-praying, and I didn't feel no better until I made my mind that I was a-going to find the Lord or die a-trying. And last Friday night, the Spirit met me and spoke peace to my soul. I heard a little voice, but I saw no man, and the little voice said to me, 'Go in peace and sin no more. Your sins is forgiven and your soul is set free.'" At this, everybody shouted assent. "Glory! Hallelujah!" exclaimed an elderly sister. "Now, my daughter, how did you feel after that?" "I felt light as a feather," said the child. There was another shout of approval, Queen Victoria having hit upon a regulation answer. "If you was to die now, where would you go?" inquired the examiner. "To heaven," was the reply. "If you'd had died in your sins, where would you have went?" "I would have went to hell," said the girl. "Would God have been just in sending you to hell?" "No, sir," exclaimed the applicant. Many of the hearers laughed. The preacher raised his hand and said, "Don't laugh, don't laugh. The child is young yet, and she's got to learn." Then, by a series of leading questions, mainly concerning parental government, the old pastor brought the child around to the point where she saw, or where she was willing to say that she saw, that it was just for God to send people to hell. "Do you want to join this church?" continued the questioner. "Yes, sir," said the applicant. "This is a Baptist church, you know," explained the pastor. "We baptize here by putting people deep down under the water. Ain't you scared of cold water in the wintertime?" "Water can't get too cold for me," said the little girl. "I got the grace of God in my heart." The people fairly whooped at this, as in their superstition they supposed, supreme manifestation of faith. The pastor then turned to the congregation and said, "Is there any other questions?" An old brother near the stove arose and said, "Brother Pastor, I ain't heard the child say where she was at or when the change took place." Queen Victoria responded, "I was at the Bridge Street Church last Friday night." The old brother nodded, as if completely satisfied with the answer. Then he asked, "Well, how long is you willing to trust this hope?" "Till I dies," said the applicant. Down sat the questioner. "Any more questions?" asked the pastor. A sister stood. "Honey," she said, "is you got any parents living?" "Yes'm," was the reply. My ma and my pa is both living, and they's both out in the old field of sin. Lord have mercy, exclaimed several of the hearers. The sister who asked the question sat bathed in tears. A brother in the rear arose and said, I has a question that I wants to ask. I wants to know, daughter, if you was converted at the Bridge Street Church, how come you wants to join this church? The Spirit sent me to this church, exultingly exclaimed the girl. Glory to God, said the pastor. Bless the Lamb, exclaimed someone else. Honor, 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 hallooed many others, and there was a general shout. The examination ended. Two sisters came forward and took Queen Victoria into the anteroom. When the applicant had been carried out, a brother arose, the same pompous individual who had originally announced that the house in order and ready for business, clearing his throat. He said, Brother Pastor, I sure believe this is the work of grace. There was a loud chorus of amen. And I motions, continued the speaker, if I can get a second, that she be accepted as a candidate for baptism, and on baptism come a full member of this church. Second the motion, exclaimed several at one time and the same time. The motion was put and carried. Queen Victoria was brought in once more. The pastor informed her of her unanimous vote of the church and instructed her to be ready for baptism the following Sunday night. Then the meeting adjourned, the members singing as they dispersed. Old sheep, you know the road. Old sheep, you know the road. Old sheep, you know the road. Young lambs must learn the way. End of chapter 13. Chapter number 14 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Going with the crowd. All the girls went, Mother. I didn't like to be the only one left out. Besides, when I said I wouldn't go, they all laughed at me and said that I was a coward. It was Wednesday morning before school time, and Anna was dreading to go back to school, dreading to meet her teacher. The day before, a circus had been in town. At recess, while the children were on the playground, they heard the noise of the band, and one of the girls said, Let's go and see the parade. All right, said Anna. I'll go and ask the teacher if we may. No, don't ask her. She might say no. We can get back before the bell rings, and she'll never know that we left the grounds. Anna and one or two other girls held back. They all knew that it was against the rules to go off the playground at recess without permission. Oh, come on, insisted one of the girls. You're afraid. Come on, don't be such a coward. All the rest are going. And so Anna went. When the girls saw the parade pass one point, they wanted to see it once more, and away they went through the cross street to get to another corner ahead of the procession. School was forgotten, and when they did remember, recess time was long past and it was too late to go back. The next morning, as Anna stood in the kitchen talking it over with her mother, her little heart was very heavy. She knew she had done wrong. She dreaded to go to school, and she was very unhappy. Perhaps, said her mother, if you had been brave about not going, the other girls would have stayed on the school grounds too. Or, if you had asked the teacher, I think she would have let you all go. But whether she did or not, it is never safe to do a thing just because all the rest do it. Going with the crowd is not a good plan unless you're sure that the crowd is going in the right direction. The only wise thing for you to do is to be sure you're right and then stick to it and never mind what the crowd does. I didn't mean to do wrong, said Anna as the tears started in her eyes. I know that, my dear, said her mother, but you were more afraid of being teased than you were of doing wrong. I hope you will remember from this day forward that the brave girl is not the girl who dares to do wrong, But the brave girl is the one who does what she knows to be right in spite of the taunts and jeers of her playmates. "What shall I tell my teacher?" asked Anna in a low voice as she dropped her head. "Oh," said her mother, kissing her, "you go right straight to your teacher and tell her that you have done wrong and that you are sorry for it, and ask her to let you say so to the whole school. Be sure to beg her pardon and promise not to do so again." Little Anna did as her mother told her. That afternoon, when she came back from school, she ran into her mother's arms and said, "Mother, I'm so happy. Teacher forgave me, and I mean to be good." And the smile on Anna's face spoke plainly of a happy heart. End of chapter 14. Chapter number 15 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary and her dolls. Was there ever a time when the first doll was born? Was there ever a time when little boys and girls, especially little girls, did not love dolls and did not have something of that nature to play with? It would appear that dolls, or playthings somewhat like unto dolls, are as old as babies themselves. That is to say, boys and girls, that ever since there have been little children in the world, there have been little things for them to play with. And I never saw a sane person in my life who regrets that it is so. It is not only amusing, it is inspiring to see the little children make merry with their dolls and their toy animals and their little express wagons and their wooden guns or their toy steam engines and their little whistles or their balloons and their brownies and their jumping jacks and their hobby horses and 101 other things. Mary had put away her dolls for the night and was cleaning the dollhouse when Papa came in. "How many doll babies have you now, Mary?" he asked. "I have 5 dolls now, Papa," said Mary, "but only one is a baby. That is little Flossie. Robbie and Nell are 3 years old now. Maddie is 2 and Joshua is 1 year old. Flossie is now the only little baby." The Reverend Dr. Smithson smiled. "Well," he said after a time, 5 dolls make a big family, I think." "I don't," said Mary quickly. "Rolla Mays has 13 girls and 2 boys in her doll family, and I haven't but 5 in all." "I shouldn't think," said Dr. Smithson, "that Rolla would know what to do with so many." "Why, Papa, of course she does." "Mary," said Dr. Smithson, looking thoughtfully at his little daughter, "I have a little girl in my Sunday school class who hasn't a single doll. I thought you might like to give her one of yours. You could spare one, couldn't you?" "Oh, Papa, I couldn't. Not a one," exclaimed Mary. "Not one when this poor little girl hasn't any?" "Oh, Papa, I love my dolls so. How can I give them away?" "You'd have 4 left. Wouldn't that be enough?" Mary thought a long while before speaking. She looked distressed. "Papa," she said at last, "Mrs. Grant was over here the other day, and she said that she wished you and Mama would give me to her because she didn't have any little girls of her own. You've got 5 children yourself, Papa, but would you give any of them away just because you would have 4 left?" Dr. Smithson took his little daughter in his arms and kissed her. "No, dear," he said, "Papa wouldn't give any one of his children away. You may keep all of your dollies, and we'll think of some other way to help poor little Hattie." The next morning, Mary said, "Papa, I have thought it all out for Hattie. You know, I've been saving up a little money to buy me a little iron bank, but I can wait for that. I've saved up 50 cents. Don't you think that will be enough to buy a nice little dolly for Hattie and let me keep my babies?" Dr. Smithson knew that Mary had long been planning for the bank, so he asked, "Are you quite sure that you want to spend your money in this way?" "Yes, Papa, I'm very sure," said Mary with a smile, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Dr. Smithson and Mary bought Hattie a pretty doll. Hattie was overjoyed when she saw it. Mary went back home, glad that her papa had understood how she loved her dolls, and glad to find that not one of her beloved children was missing. End of chapter 15. Chapter number 16 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jaky Tolberts' Playmates. "Well, Johnny, where are you going this morning?" asked Mrs. Jones as her little boy started toward the gate. "I'm going over to Jaky's, Mama. You know I must go over to Jaky's every day." "What do you find at Jaky's to make you so anxious to go over there every day, almost before you're out of bed good?" "Oh, Mama, Jaky has the nicest playmates over to his house you most ever saw." "Who else goes over to Jaky's besides you?" asked Mrs. Jones. "Jaky don't have no regular visitors but me," said Johnny proudly. "Me and Jaky is the whole thing." "Well, you're saying a good deal for yourself when you say that Jaky has the nicest playmates in the world. Don't you think so?" "I didn't mean me," explained Johnny. "Jaky's playmates ain't folks at all. Jaky's playmates is animals, just animals. But I do believe that they have got as much sense as some folks I know." "What kind of animals?" asked Mrs. Jones, becoming interested. Then Johnny went on to explain. He said, "Jaky's got chickens and dogs and cats and birds. He's got names for all of them, and they all know their names, and they just run to Jaky when he calls them. The chickens and birds, too, will just walk right up and eat out of Jaky's hand. And his trained dogs and cats are just the funniest thing I ever saw. His little dog, Trip, can carry a gun and obey the commands. Carry arms, present arms, parade rest, just like a little soldier. One time at a fair he saw trained dogs and horses, elephants, and even lions. Then he decided that he would train some animals himself. And Mama, he has done well. Why, he's got a cat that can spell some words. Jaky printed some letters of the alphabet on separate cards, and he's got a cat that will pick out the right ones every time. One of his little dogs can play the fiddle. It may seem strange, but he certainly can do it. He can hold the fiddle and draw the bow across it just the right way, and he can play a little tune. Jaky calls it a dog tune, and I think he ought to know. You just ought to see Jaky's chickens. He got 6 of them. He calls them, and they all come a-running. Then he holds out his arm, and he calls them by name, and they will jump up on his little arm, one after the other, and will sit there until Jaky tells them to jump down. And Jaky is so kind to his 2 birds that they won't fly away when he lets them out of their cages for a little while. He can take them up in his arms and pat them gently, and then he puts them down, and they will lie still right by Jaky until Jaky calls them by name and tells them to go into the house. That is, into their cages. By the way, Mama, I forgot to tell you, Jaky's getting up an animal show, and he says that I'm going to be his manager. He's going to print the cards today. He's going to call his circus Jaky Tolberts' Great Animal Show, the greatest show on earth, and he's going to make me the manager of his circus. Won't that be fine? You'll come and see it, won't you? We're going to charge only 1 cent for you to come in. Oh, it's going to be great, and I don't want you to miss it." "To be sure, I'll come," said Mrs. Jones. "Tell Jaky I'm glad to hear about how much he loves the dumb animals. Every manly boy ought to love and protect them." "I tell you," said Johnny as he hurried out the gate, "Jaky will fight anybody who halloos at one of his pets or mistreats one in the least. He's just as kind to them as he can be. Don't you forget the show. It'll come off next week." End of chapter 16. Chapter number 17 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Valentine Party. It was 1 week from St. Valentine's Day, and the Berry children had already provided a number of the tokens, comic and otherwise, which they meant to send to their friends. Jack produced a grotesque and awfully exaggerated caricature of a withered, stoop-shouldered old woman with some cruel lines of doggerel printed beneath it. "I'm going to send this to old Mrs. Gray," said Jack as he exhibited the comic picture. Nearly all the children laughed and said that the picture and the words beneath it would just suit the old woman. Mrs. Gray was an old, poverty-stricken widow woman, and many of the children of the little village took delight in playing tricks on her on Halloween and Valentine nights. In this way, the children, especially the boys, had made her life so miserable that the old woman often said that she hated even the sight of a boy. In the midst of the merriment over the proposed venture of Jack Berry, it was Lily Berry who spoke up, saying, "Jack, I tell you what I think. I think we ought to give Mrs. Gray a genuine surprise next week. She has had so many ups and downs in this life. I really believe that we can give her a little pleasure if we give her a true surprise. Of course, all the boys and girls will be invited to join in, but it's not going to be like a regular party, but something like the surprise parties or donation parties that we sometimes give the preacher. We'll just put the things on the doorstep and run, the way we do with Valentine's, you know. What do you say to that, Jack? And what do the rest of you think?" Very quickly the Berry children agreed with what Lily had said, and immediately they set about planning for the Valentine party. The night of February 14th was clear, cold, and moonless. Across the fields in the darkness, a throng of merry young children with a wagon or two, little goat wagons, piled high with baskets and bundles and wood, slipped silently toward the little house where old Mrs. Gray sat shivering over her scanty fire. A sudden knock at the door aroused Mrs. Gray from her musing. She hobbled painfully to the door. Opening it, she saw by the light of the tallow candle a basket full of rosy apples and another of potatoes. Nothing else was in sight. A second knock followed almost as soon as the door had closed on the two baskets, which were hurriedly drawn inside. This time a can of kerosene oil held a lonely vigil on the doorstep. "I haven't had a drop in my lamp for 2 weeks," Jack heard the old lady say as she peered out eagerly into the darkness before closing the door. As she was busy filling her lamp, she was interrupted by a third knock, which resulted in a basket filled with groceries in parcels in all shapes and sizes. Great tears stood in Mrs. Gray's eyes, and a great lump arose in her throat. At last knock number 4 revealed the real St. Valentine, a group of laughing boys and girls, every one whom carried an armful either of pine or oak wood for the stove. "Where shall we put it?" asked Jack Berry, as eager now to help as he had been the week before to tease. Mrs. Gray was rubbing her eyes and wondering if she could possibly be awake and in her right mind. "Wish you many happy returns of Valentine's Day," said Lily Berry, as she slipped into the withered hand a small purse containing the Valentine money of the boys and girls. And before the bewildered woman could say more than a fervent "God bless you," her guests had melted away into the darkness, and she was left to weep tears of thankfulness among her new possessions. End of chapter 17. Chapter number 18 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. No money down. Boys and girls, I suppose you're quite familiar with what is known as buying things on the installment plan. You have seen people in your own neighborhood, perhaps in your own homes, buying things that way. Chairs, tables, bedsteads, rugs, pictures, things for the kitchen and things to wear, and many other things are bought that way. Most people think they are getting a great bargain when they're able to buy things by paying a small amount in cash as the first payment, say 50 cents or $1, and then pay the balance in small weekly or monthly payments. And especially do some of our mothers and fathers think they are getting a great bargain if they're able to buy things they want for no money down and so much a week. In such matters, my dear boys and girls, your parents are making a terrible mistake and are setting you a wrong example. They lose sight of the fact when they fall into the habit of buying anything and everything on the installment plan or on the no money down plan, that a day of reckoning is sure to come, that the time comes when they must pay for everything that they have been led into buying. Thoughtful people, wise people prefer to pay money down when they buy anything. And this habit of paying as they go helps them in at least two ways. First, it saves money in their pockets, and secondly, it keeps them from running into debt. Children, these men who come to your homes with great packs on their backs always charge you double for whatever they may sell you on the no money down plan, no matter what it is. That is why they're willing to make the term so easy, as they say. In the end, they profit by their schemes, and nobody else does profit by their schemes except these peddlers. You ought to avoid them as you would a wild beast. You do not know now, boys and girls, what a terrible thing debt is. I honestly hope that you never know, and if you will take the advice of older and wiser persons, I am sure you will always be free from the bondage of debt. Not long ago, I saw two women standing at the window of one of these no money down or hand-me-down stores. One said to the other, "I just believe I'll get me a new cloak this winter. My cloak didn't cost but $3, and it is so old and shabby that I'm ashamed to wear it in the street. Look at that beauty over there in the corner, only $10 and no money down." "Yes," said her companion, "but I guess the money will have to come down sometime." "Oh, of course, but I won't have to pay it all at once. I could probably get it for 50 cents a week." "Well, why don't you just save the 50 cents a week until you have enough to pay cash down for the cloak? And in that way, you would save, I'm sure, $3 or $4, because you can buy that same cloak for $6 or $7 in cash." "Oh," said the woman, "I'd never save it as I would if I had the cloak and knew that I just had to pay for it." "But Delia, the cloak would not really be yours until you had paid for it, and I would feel kind of cheap wearing a cloak that didn't belong to me. If I were you, I would stick to the old cloak until I could pay the money down for a new one. That's what I would do." And that is exactly what anybody should do who wants a new cloak. It is what people should do, no matter what they want. I know a boy 15 or 16 years old who had the courage and the manliness and the honesty to wear a very shabby old overcoat all of last winter rather than buy one on the no money down plan. It is his plan always to pay as he goes and be debtor to no one. I heard the other day of a young fellow who goes 2 or 3 blocks out of his way to avoid passing certain stores because he owes the proprietors of those stores money that he cannot pay. That boy I know is miserable night and day. Mr. Longfellow, in his The Village Blacksmith, tells us that the honest old blacksmith could look the whole world in the face because he did not owe anybody anything. He was out of debt. And boys and girls, if you are level-headed, you will fight shy of the no money down plan. By choosing the money down plan, you will save your self-respect and your good name. End of chapter 18. Chapter number 19 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tommy's baby brother. For several months, Deacon Tadpole's little son, Tommy, had made constant and repeated reference to the fact that he had no little baby brother or little sister to play with. One day, when he was feeling unusually sad over his misfortune, he said to his father, "Papa, I ain't got no little baby brother to play with. You might at least buy me a pony." "Papa can't buy a pony, son," said the deacon. "A pony costs too much. I thought you wanted a little brother or sister." "I do," said Tommy, "but if I can't get what I want, I'm willing to take what I can get." "But you would rather have a little brother than a pony, wouldn't you?" asked Mr. Tadpole. Tommy thought a while and then said he thought he would rather have a little baby brother than to have a pony. "You see," he said, "it costs so much to keep a pony, and we would have to buy a stable for him, wouldn't we, Papa?" "Yes," answered his father, "and we haven't got any room in the backyard for a stable." "And we'd have to buy hay, too," said the child. "Yes," said his father. "Well, I'd rather have the little brother." So the matter was left in abeyance until a month ago, when little Tommy was told one morning that a little brother had come to him. He was delighted. He danced around in the hall and made such a racket on the stairs that the nurse threatened to have him sent away. When he was permitted to see the baby, Tommy went into ecstasies. He asked 1,000 questions about the little one and was very anxious to know why God had taken so long to send him down from heaven. He wanted to kiss the baby and cried because they wouldn't let him hold it in his arms. But Tommy's enthusiasm for the new baby began to wear off in about a week's time. It was always, shh, 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 you'll wake the baby, or Tommy, you must be more quiet, or you can't come in this room now. In fact, the little baby brother seemed to be interfering with little Tommy's fun to such an extent that he decided to go to his father and see if some new arrangement could not be made. Tommy found his father in the library. He ran to Deacon Tadpole and climbed upon his knee and said, "Papa, I don't believe I want my little brother anymore. I can't have any fun with him. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's trade him for a pony." "Oh, we couldn't do that," said the deacon. Tommy was silent for a time. Then he said, "Well, I don't suppose we could find anybody that would want to trade a pony for him, but don't you think you could trade him for a goat?" End of chapter 19. Chapter number 20 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Keeping school. Every boy and girl in America ought to go to school. The public school is one of the best institutions connected with the life of our nation. But did you ever hear of a little girl who went to school to herself? I have, and I want to tell you about it. We will call her Tootsie. There was no schoolhouse and no teachers. Nothing. Only just little Tootsie. Not even her dolls. Just simply Tootsie sitting all alone on the couch near the window. That was all there was to this little school so far as anybody could see. But Tootsie said she had a large school with some 60 pupils. Sometimes she would say that her scholars had been naughty and that they would have to stay in at recess. And then again she would say that they had been promoted to a higher grade. She often talked to her pupils as if they were real live people, telling them how they should stand and how they should sit, and giving them permission to be excused, and so on. So you can see it seemed in Tootsie's mind very much more like a real school than it could to us. Every morning when Tootsie's sister would start for school, Tootsie would watch her until she was out of sight, and then she would go and sit down on the couch. Not having a true school book, she would take her Christmas storybooks. At first, she would only look at the pictures and try to think what the story about them must be. Then she would ask Mama or Grandma or whoever happened to be nearest what the words of the picture story were. She would then say the words of the story to herself and look at the pictures. Next day, she would read over the words of the same story as far as she could remember them. And when she came to a word that she did not know, she would jump and go and ask someone what it was. When she had learned a story herself, she would then talk to her 60 imaginary scholars about it, showing them the pictures and explaining the story to them just as though the children were all there before her in her little schoolroom. In this way, Tootsie went through one after another of her storybooks, picking out the stories that had pleasing pictures. But the nice thing of it all was that Tootsie was really learning to read, and she did get so that she could read real well, for she knew just what she was reading about, and often when she would find a story that was funny, she would laugh right out even if she was at school, and then she would find Mama or Grandma and read the funny part to them. Maybe one reason why Tootsie learned so fast was because her school was just like play to her and not like work. Of course, it's easier to play than it is to work, but could you think of any better thing to play than to play keeping school? Why not try it? It helped Tootsie wonderfully, and I believe it would help many other boys and girls. What do you think about it? End of chapter 20. Chapter number 21 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The School of the Street. Little Joe, 10 years old, had followed his business as a newsboy and bootblack in Smutville for 3 or 4 years, and, of course, turned out to be a first-class little citizen of the street. He could curse and swear and drink and smoke just the same as any old hardened sinner. One day, after Joe had finished one of his daily fights with some other small boy, a kind-hearted gentleman stepped up to him and said, "My little man, do you go to school?" "Nope," said Joe. "Do you go to Sunday school?" "Nope." "Well," said the gentleman, "what do you expect to do when you're grown?" "I ain't going to wait till I'm grown. I'm going to be a jockey. That's what I'm going to be." "How would you like to be a bank cashier or president of a great bank? Wouldn't you like that better?" "Yep," said the boy, "but a poor boy can't get no job like that. Now you know he couldn't." "Oh, yes, he could if he were to prepare himself for it. But a poor boy and no other boy will ever be a great businessman if he's going to live forever in the street, cursing and swearing and fighting, and it may be stealing and having no higher ambition than to be a jockey." "Are you a parson?" asked the little boy, becoming interested. "No, but I am interested in little boys. I am the secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association, and we have a boys department. I want you to join it. I have found out about your habits and your surroundings. I was told of the death of your mother and father, and I made up in my mind to come and ask you to come over to the Young Men's Christian Association and live with us. You may continue to sell your papers in black boots, but you see, living with us, you can go to school at night, and someday you will have a good education, and you might be a bank cashier." Little Joe took this good man's advice and went to live in the YMCA building. He did not turn out to be a bank cashier or president, but what was better, Joe turned out to be the general secretary of one of the largest YMCAs among the colored people of this country, and in that way has been instrumental in saving a great many other boys from the gutter. But Joe would never have amounted to anything if he had not been taken away from the wicked influences of the street and placed on the road to higher things. The worst school in this world that any boy can go to is the school of the street. The school of the street turns out the most impure, the most dishonest, and the most illiterate boys. And those boys and girls who ever rise to be anything or anybody in the world are the ones who leave the influences of the street in due time, as little Joe did. The street offers most of its work and most of its attractions at night, as many boys can tell. The life of the street leads to no career that's worth following. The good careers are made by those whom the street has not had a chance to spoil, or by those who are taken out of the streets before they become hopeless cases. There is no greater error than the common notion that it is a good thing to let boys run the streets and become hard and tough and have his wit sharpened and make a little man of himself, as some foolish people say. A boy learns more downright mischief in one night in the streets than he can unlearn in the home in 6 months. And so, what will the teachings of the home, the public school, and the Sunday school amount to if we're going to give our boys in their young and tender years the freedom of the streets? If now and then a street boy, that is to say, a boy hardened in the ways of the street, does get a good place, in most cases he will lose it and fall back to the old free life of the gutter. The boys who succeed are the boys who get away from, or who are taken away from, the influences of the street and who are surrounded by better and more wholesome influences. Those who remain under the influences of the street become, in the course of time, members of the great army of beggars, tramps, and criminals. It is a great pity that there should be so many stories going around which tell about newsboys and messenger boys and so on, rising to be bank clerks and telegraph operators and so forth. On the whole, these stories are misleading, and for the reason that they seem to give the impression to many innocent boys and to many thoughtless parents that the surest way to give a boy a good start in life is to send him out into the streets to rough it and fight his way to the front over beer bottles, games of chance, the racetrack, and the pool room, to the accompaniment of vulgar jokes, profane swearing, and evil associates. I repeat, the school of the street is the worst school in the world, and the sooner boys get out of it, the better it will be for them. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fox Hunt. Uncle Hambright used to pride himself upon his ability to invent amusing games for the children. Sometimes he found it hard to think of anything new, but the demands of the children were so insistent and his desire to please them always was so intense that it often happened that Uncle Hambright could almost make a way out of no way. Dinner time was fast approaching. All the morning the half-dozen little children who were spending the day with Uncle Hambright at the Sunday school picnic had been playing every conceivable sort of game and had been enjoying every imaginable kind of story told in Uncle Ham's inimitable way. But still the children were not satisfied. Just one more story, or just one more game, or give us your best game now for the last before dinner, the children clamored one after another. Very well, said Uncle Ham. You all wait until I come back, and then we'll play fox hunting. Uncle Ham went and told his sister and her husband, the parents of the little children, to take the dinner baskets far into the woods to the place which they had already agreed upon as the spot where the dinner table should be spread. Coming back to the children, Uncle Ham said, Now we are ready. Come close and listen while I explain. With anxious hearts and eager faces and clapping their glad hands, the children gathered around Uncle Ham. Now, he said, I have a piece of chalk here in my hand. I'm going to make something like this wherever I go along. While he was speaking, he made a round ring on the fence close by. He put marks for the ears and feet and a mark for the tail. Then he continued, This is the fox. I'm going to make foxes along the path that I take into the woods. Sometimes these foxes may be on fences, sometimes on trees, sometimes on rocks, or anywhere I wish to place them. Whenever you find a fox, you will know that you are on the right road, and you must be sure each time to follow in the direction that the head of the fox points. Then you won't lose your way. You must give me a little start because I must be out of sight before you all begin the hunt. At the end of the hunt, if you follow carefully, you will find a large present awaiting for each one of you. You may help yourself to whatever you like, and then we shall all come back together, because you know I will be at the end myself waiting for you when you come. It seems that the 10-minute start that the children had agreed to give Uncle Hambright would never come to an end. So eager were they to begin the hunt. By and by the time came, and they were off. The first few foxes had been drawn on the boardwalk, so the hunters had easy sailing for a little while. Pretty soon, however, one of the girls discovered a fox on a tree, and the head of the fox pointed right into the woods. At first the children halted. The eldest girl said finally, after studying a few minutes, Let's go in. Uncle Ham wouldn't take us where anything could hurt us. And besides, he said he would be waiting at the end. Thus reassured, all of them plunged into the woods. Once in the woods, the little foxes, drawn on trees and stumps, carried them right along by the side of the babbling brook for a long distance. Sometimes they would find one fox, and then they would find it very hard to locate the next one. It was great fun for them to scurry about in the woods, examining trees, stumps, rocks, and everything, hunting for the foxes. Finally, one of the little girls found a fox on a fence. The head of the fox pointed upwards. The little child said, This little fox seems to be pointing to heaven. I'm sure we can't go up there. "Oh no," said the oldest girl, again coming to the rescue. "I think that little fox leads over the fence, that's all." So over the fence they jumped and continued the chase. The course proved to be zigzag now for a few minutes, and the children found the foxes more and more difficult to locate. They felt safe again when the foxes were found on stones or rocks leading up the side of a hill. The woods began to thin out, and the children were no longer timid. Up the hill they went with a merry laugh and a shout. Once on top of the hill, they lost their course again. After a time, they found a fox, though, and that fox pointed straight down the hill. The children bravely followed. At the foot of the hill, they suddenly came upon an open space, and close by there was a great big fox marked upon a piece of black pasteboard, and standing right over a bubbling spring of water. "Uncle Hambright must have meant for us to stop here," said one. "Maybe he meant for us to stop and get some water," said another. One or two of the fox hunters stopped and drank some water. Then the oldest one said, "Come on now, let's look for another fox. I guess we are most through now." About 20 yards away from the spring, the children came to another open space that was well shaded. What was their delight and surprise to find there stretched out before them on a large white tablecloth, laid on the bare ground, a sumptuous picnic dinner. And in the middle of the table there was a true stuffed fox with a large red apple in his mouth. For a few moments the children stood around the table in bewilderment. But they were not to be kept in suspense a great while. Pretty soon Uncle Hambright and Mama and Papa came out of the woods nearby, and such a laugh as went around the picnic dinner was never heard before or since. At the close of the meal, the children all voted that that was the best game that Uncle Ham had played during the day. End of chapter 22. Chapter number 23 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A bold venture. "Mr. Slocum, good morning, sir. I came around to ask you to lend me $5. Mr. Slocum, manager of the Harlem Steamboat Company, looked up from his desk in surprise when he heard this abrupt announcement. "What's that?" he asked curtly. "Lend me $5, said the little boy who had first addressed him. "Who are you?" demanded Mr. Slocum. "I'm nobody," said the boy. "Nobody, but I want you to lend me $5. Mr. Slocum, who was generally said to be a hard man to deal with, was surprised at the boy's presumption, yet nevertheless he was secretly pleased at the boy's frank and open manner. "Do you know what borrowing money means?" asked Mr. Slocum, rising and looking down upon the diminutive figure standing before him. The boy was barefooted, held his hat in his hand, and his hair was nicely combed. Mr. Slocum continued, "Don't you know when a person borrows money he is supposed to pay it back?" "Oh, yes," said the boy, "I know that. You lend me the money, and I'll pay it back all right. I only want it for 3 months. I'll pay it back." There was something about the boy's face and general deportment that won Mr. Slocum's favor. He ran his hand into his pocket, pulled out a $5 bill, and handed it to the boy. "Thank you, sir," said the boy as he turned to go. "Thank you, sir. I'll pay it back." 3 months later, the same little boy entered Mr. Slocum's office. "Here's your $5, Mr. Slocum," said the little boy. "I'm much obliged to you, sir." "Who are you?" asked Mr. Slocum as he reached out and took the money. "I'm nobody," said the boy. "Well, why do you bring me this money?" "Because I owe it to you," explained the little fellow. The boy told Mr. Slocum of the loan made 3 months before, and made Mr. Slocum recall the transaction. Mr. Slocum asked him to have a seat. "Well, what did you do with that money?" asked Mr. Slocum. "Well," said the boy, "I was hard up when I called on you. Me and my ma had been selling papers for a living up to that time, but somehow we had got behind with our expenses. House rent was due, and we didn't have nothing to eat. I had to find a friend somewhere. So, after trying 2 or 3 places where I was known and failing to get any help, I decided to drop in here and see you. You know the result. Well, I paid my rent for a week, rented a little stand for my ma to sell papers on the corner while I continued to hustle in the street. That $5 you lent me gave me good luck, and I've been doing right up ever since. Me and my ma are living in a better place now. We got a plenty to eat, and we've got a plenty to find customers. I told you when I came here before that I was nobody then, but I'm somebody now, Mr. Slocum. Anyhow, I feel so, and I want to thank you for the help you gave me." The boy's story pleased Mr. Slocum very much. It is needless to say that he took an interest in that boy and continued to befriend him. This happened many years ago. Today, Tommy Tolliver, that was the boy's name, is the assistant general manager of the Harlem Steamboat Company and a very well-to-do man. Mr. Slocum says that there is nobody in the world like him. Tommy's mother died some years ago, but she lived long enough to see her little boy taken out of the streets, put to school, and started on his career of usefulness. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Hero in Black. I read some years ago, boys and girls, a story in McClure's magazine, which I think should be of interest to every boy and girl in the world. The story was taken from the records of the Royal Humane Society of Great Britain. It told about an obscure Negro seaman whose brave deed was discovered and honored by two of the great nations of the earth. One tropical night, the steamer Dolphin rested almost motionless off the Cayman Rocks in Nicaragua. Crew and passengers, some 20 in all, were asleep about the deck, for it was too hot to go below. Then came such a squall as comes only in those southern seas. The sails, all set, furnished ample leverage. Within 10 seconds, the Dolphin was bottom up, her passengers and crew struggling in the water. Wilson McField, a Negro and a subject of Great Britain, was the first to come to the surface. All his 27 years of life he had known these waters, and he swam like a fish. He soon succeeded in climbing upon the bottom of the vessel. Then he shouted to the others, and one by one pulled up 5 of the crew. Fortunately, the squall was soon over, although the sea was high. After they had drifted 2 hours, the men heard strange sounds like pounding within the vessel. Some thought they heard voices. The more superstitious were afraid. The night dragged on, and by daylight the sounds had grown fainter. The crew concluded that men were imprisoned within the boat, but none could devise a way to save them. Then the Negro proposed to dive under and into the ship. They assured him he would never get out again, but carrying between his teeth one end of a rope that had been dragged from the vessel, McField dived, passed under the gunwale, and rose in the hatch. It was pitch dark, and the interior of the vessel was full of floating cargo, but he kept on steadily. Finally concluding that he had reached the cabin, he rose, and in an instant his head was above water. Yet so foul was the air and so narrow the space between the water and the ship's bottom that he could hardly breathe. He could see no one, but he heard the knocking again and called out. Then came voices, faint but familiar. Swimming in the direction of the sound, he found 2 men braced against the cabin sides and holding their heads above water. One was a young rubber cutter named Malitz, the other a native Spanish Nicaraguan called Ovando. Both were panic-stricken, and McField was obliged to threaten them with instant death if they did not obey him. He fastened the rope around Malitz and gave the signal to pull. McField dived into the water along with his man. In his fright, Malitz entangled himself in the hatchway, and precious time was lost in freeing him. When they reached the surface, Malitz was unconscious, and McField more dead than alive. They pulled Malitz aboard, but McField would not follow. As soon as the rope was freed, he took it in his teeth and went under, found the hatch, and entered the cabin. Ovando was almost uncontrollable with fear and exhaustion, but McField finally secured him with a rope and gave the signal to pull up. This time the trip was made without accident, and both men were drawn aboard. All the men were saved. The United States government awarded McField a medal and a sum of money in gold, and the Royal Humane Society of Great Britain gave him a medal of silver. End of chapter 24. Chapter number 25 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Road to Success. The world is constantly looking for the man who knows the most, and it pays little regard to those who are proficient in the usual degree in the same things. One must excel, or, in other words, know more than his associates in order to succeed notably. The world will bid high for you if you know more than other men. So that boys and girls who are preparing themselves for the duties of life should not aim simply at being as good as somebody else, but they should aim at being the best that it is possible to be in any chosen line of life or business. I have noticed in my short lifetime that there is a great tendency on the part of young people to cut short their education. Being able to shine in the intellectual and social worlds with the small attainments made in some college or normal school or industrial school, the average young Negro man is content to stop with a diploma or certificate from one or another of these institutions. They will never realize what injury they have done themselves by doing so until it is too late. On the other hand, there is another large class of young people that stop short even before they have finished the course in even any one of the normal or industrial schools. They must go out to work. They know enough to make a living. What's the use of so much education anyhow? This is the way some of them talk. This is what some of them believe. Boys and girls, no man or woman with such low ideals will ever reach the topmost round of the ladder of fame. Such boys and girls will always play a second-rate part in the great drama of life. The boys and girls who are going to the front, the boys and girls who are going to have the leading parts, are the boys and girls who are willing to take time to prepare themselves. And preparation means hard work. And not only hard work, but hard and long continued work. A person can learn a good deal in 1 year. A person can learn a good deal in 2 years. But nobody can learn enough in 1 or 2 years, or in 3 or 4 years, to make it at all likely that he will ever be sought by the great world. Aside from the rudimentary training, it ought to take at least 10 years to make a good doctor, or a good lawyer, or a good electrician, or a good preacher. 4 of these years ought to be spent in college, and 4 in the professional school. And the other 2 ought to be spent in picking up a practical or working knowledge of the calling, whatever it may be. The young doctor obtains this practical knowledge in hospitals and in practice among the poor. The electrician obtains it by entering some large electrical industry or manufactory in which a thoroughly practical knowledge of mechanical engineering and electricity can be secured. It is true that some men have become distinguished in these callings without this long preparation of which I have spoken. Yet it is also true that they would have been better off. They would have been more likely to have become eminent if they had taken the longer course. College is a little world which everyone, other things being equal, ought to enter and pass through before launching in the great world. End of chapter 25. Chapter number 26 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Samuel C. Armstrong. Boys and girls, I wonder how many of you have heard of Samuel C. Armstrong, General Armstrong, the founder of Hampton Institute in Virginia. General Armstrong was one of the best men who ever lived, and he was the friend of all mankind. His special services were rendered in behalf of Indians and Negroes, the weaker races. You ought to go to Hampton Institute sometimes and see that place, and go over to the little cemetery in one corner of the grounds and stand uncovered by the side of General Armstrong's grave. He died in 1892. You ought to get the story of his life and read it. It will bear to you the thrilling message, for to read that book is to enter the presence of a man of magnificent courage and indomitable faith. A general at 26, with a brilliant war record behind him, the quality of his courage had been already proved, but the future was to test it far more severely. The responsibility for the experiment at Hampton was a terrible one, presenting problems which no nation had been called upon to solve before. He had to face isolation, ignorance, indifference, misrepresentation. At the best, after he had conquered prejudice and won friends for the work, he had to spend half his lifetime begging for money, for he had to raise by personal efforts from $50,000 to $80,000 annually for the current expenses. Yet in all that time and under all his burdens, no one ever saw him discouraged. He used to explain his position by a story which he called his rule of conduct. Once there was an old colored man who could not be dissuaded from working at an empty possum hole. Ain't no possum in that hole. Dey's just got to be, 'cause dey's nothing in the house for supper. Or, as he used to tell his children, once there was a woodchuck. Now, woodchucks can't climb trees. Well, this woodchuck was chased by a dog and came to a tree. He knew that if he could get up this tree, the dog could not catch him. Now, woodchucks can't climb trees, but this one had to, so he did. He had to, so he did, was the motto of General Armstrong's life. Doing what can't be done is the glory of living, he once said. For most people, said one of General Armstrong's friends, an obstacle is something in the way to stop one from going on. But for General Armstrong, it merely meant something to climb over, and if he could not climb all the way over, he would get up as high as possible and then crow. When you come to read the story of General Armstrong's life, you will find that there is no finer picture in it than that of an evening when he spoke at a little suburban church far down a side street. It was a bitter winter night with a driving storm of sleet, and when it was time for the meeting to begin, the audience consisted of a score or so of humble people who evidently enough had no means to contribute, and a dozen restless boys kicking their heels in the front pew. Then, in the midst of the bleakness and emptiness, rose the worn, gaunt soldier, as bravely and as gladly as if a multitude were hanging upon his words. His deep-sunk eyes looked out beyond the bleakness of the scene into the world of his ideals, and the cold little place was aglow with the fire that was in him. Dangers, hardships, obstacles, upon these he had tried his soul's stuff all his life, but here was another and a more difficult test. Triumphant in faith and unflinching in duty, he could meet even defeat in the spirit of victory. End of chapter 26. Chapter number 27 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How to be handsome. Do you want to be handsome? I'll tell you how. First, look well to your health. Eat regularly and simply, and take proper rest in order to be healthy. Do not crowd the stomach. The stomach can no more work all the time, night and day, than a horse. It must have regular rest. The body must have proper rest also. Do not keep late hours. Go to bed early. If you must have work which must be done, it is a good deal better to rise early in the morning and do it than it is to sit up late at night and work. Secondly, good teeth are essential to good looks. Brush the teeth regularly with a soft brush morning and night, especially at night. Be sure to go to bed at night with clean teeth. Thirdly, look well to the ventilation of your bedrooms. No one can have a clear skin who breathes bad air. Fresh air is a preventative of a multitude of diseases. Bad air is the cause of a great many premature deaths. Fourthly, cleanliness of the entire body is of vast importance. Someone has said that cleanliness is next to godliness, and someone else has added, and soap is a means of grace. Handsome people not only eat regularly and simply, they not only sleep regularly and look well to proper ventilation, but handsome people will take regular baths. Fifthly, more than all else, in order to look well, you must wake up the mind and soul. When the mind is awake, the dull, sleepy look passes away from the eyes. Keep thinking pleasant and noble thoughts. Do not read trashy novels or books. Read books which have something good in them. Talk with people who know something. Be often in the company of those who know more than you do. Hear lectures and sermons and profit by them. If we listen and understand and heed, the mind and soul are awakened. So much the better if the spiritual nature is aroused. Sometimes a plain face is really glorified with the love of God and of man which shines through it. Lastly, keep a strong and vigorous body by taking plenty of wholesome outdoor exercise and do all the good you can. Why not begin to grow handsome today? End of chapter 27. Chapter number 28 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Patience. Patience is one of the marks of high character. It might well be called the habit of closing the mind against disagreeable and annoying conditions. To acquire this habit so effectually as to hide even from oneself any sense of suffering or offense from contact with such conditions is what the truly cultivated aim at. Life, it is true, is full of trying things, but to let the mind dwell upon them only serves to increase their offense to the feelings or the senses. There are people, of course, who are incapable of self-concentration, and whose imagination, if left free to get about, seems always to fix upon and exaggerate every element of disturbance. They live in what is called an elementary stage of moral discipline and are perpetually fretting about things they cannot help. They are never able to shut down the will against any unpleasantness. They permit merely accidental conditions to exercise a kind of tyrannical sway over them, which, if their minds were once bent to the practice of putting up with things, would cease to present any annoyance whatever. It is difficult, no doubt, to acquire this habit, but this is what patience means in its highest sense. It is spiritual endurance, and its chief power consists not so much in adding to the number of our joys as in lessening the number of our sufferings. It is therefore a mark of power over one's self and a means of power over others. With patience, the outward success or failure of a man is a small thing compared with that success which he has achieved within himself. And that kind of success, the success which enables a man to laugh at failure and rise superior to discouragements and difficulties, that kind of success is a means of help and inspiration to all those about him. If we consider the works of nature, we shall see that nature's most beneficent operations are the results of patience. Anything which grows must have time, and the best things in the world are generally those things which demand the longest time for their growth and development. The rank and short-lived weed reaches its full development in the shortest possible time, but the oak, which is to stand for centuries, demands the sunshine and the storm of years before its strength is fully developed. Now, boys and girls, one of the hardest demands which nature makes upon people, especially upon young people full of strength and energy and ambition, is to wait for the results of growth. No man becomes instantly strong morally. He must grow into strength. However great his ambition and his zeal may be, no man becomes a scholar in a year. It takes time and lots of it. No man reaches at a single bound the full development of his whole nature. He grows into strength. A good soldier cannot be made without war, nor can a skillful seaman be made on land. So, in the race of life, we must fight hard for all we get and be patient. Whatever else may be true or may not be true, only patient and continued efforts, not hasty efforts, lead to success. Before me lies a block of wood. It is full of knots. It seems to me I can never split it, but I bravely make the attempt. The first blow makes little impression. The axe springs back with a bound. Again and again I strike. Then a tiny crack appears. A few more licks and the block yields. I have succeeded. Can you tell me which blow did the work? Was it not the first blow and the last and all between? You have tried something and failed. Try again. If you fail, try once more. And on and on. Keep trying until you win the victory. End of chapter 28. Chapter number 29 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Biter Bit. In the broad light of day, a would-be highwayman sprang from the bushes that skirted the big road, and with a pistol pointed at Eli's head, commanded the wayfarer to hold up his hands. Without hesitation, Eli obeyed, grabbing his hat from his head while his hands were making the ascent. Then he stood, trembling, as if in great fear, and said, "Lordy, boss, what is that you got?" The highwayman replied, "It's a bulldog." "Can he bark, boss?" asked poor Eli. "Certainly," was the answer. "Boss, I'll give you $1 just to hear that dog bark once," said humble Eli. Bang went the gun, and the ball went crashing through the woods. Eli pulled out a silver dollar and handed it over to the would-be robber. "Do it again, boss," said Eli. A second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth time the dog barked, and each time Eli paid $1 for the fun. When the revolver had been emptied, the old Negro asked pitifully, "Boss, can't he bark no more?" On being assured that the dog could bark no more, Eli said, "Well, boss, ain't you got another dog?" The robber said he was sorry, but he did not have another. Then Uncle Eli said, as he ran his hand into his hip pocket, "Boss, I got one of them dogs myself, and I expect I'll let you hear mine bark some. Drop your dog, boss, and drop it quick," he commanded, as he pointed his gun at the would-be robber's head. Down went the other man's gun. "Now drop them dollars right alongside of that gun. Be quick," said Eli. Down went the dollars. "Now you get, and don't you look back. Step lively, and if you just to look back, you sure will hear something important." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Alphabet of Success. Attend carefully to details. Be prompt in all things. Consider well, then decide positively. Dare to do right. Fear to do wrong. Endure trials patiently. Fight life's battles bravely. Go not into the society of the vicious. Hold integrity sacred. Injure not another's reputation. Join hands only with the virtuous. Keep your mind free from evil thoughts. Lie not for any consideration. Make few special acquaintances. Never try to appear what you are not. Observe good manners. Pay your debts promptly. Question not the veracity of a friend. Respect the counsel of your parents. Sacrifice money rather than principle. Touch not, taste not, handle not intoxicating drinks. Use your leisure for improvement. Venture not upon the threshold of wrong. Watch carefully over your passions. Extend to everyone a kindly greeting. Young people should read Floyd's Flowers for Colored Children. Zealously labor for the right, and success is certain. End of chapter 30. Chapter number 31 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Easter Monday in Washington. The approach of Easter arouses delightful expectations in the hearts of the little children in the great city of Washington, the nation's capital. On Easter Monday, there is an event which places the day among the greatest holidays of the year. The United States government is drawn into the observance of the day because it furnishes the country's greatest bands to play the music, and the government pays the bills. The President of the United States, whoever he may happen to be when the day rolls around, wins the gratitude of the children, for he lets them play in his backyard. The President's backyard is called the White Lot. It covers many acres and stretches from the back porch of the White House way out to the Great White Washington Monument, which towers for more than 500 feet in the air and a half-mile away. The lawn of the White Lot are always green and inviting, and are covered with the prettiest flowers and trees that you ever saw. The ground is not low and level except in spots. There are many little hills which serve to make a beautiful place. Really, the President's backyard is a great big park. Bright and early Easter Monday morning, happy little groups of children may be seen proudly marching toward the White House. Their mothers and nurses or some grown-up sisters are with them. All the trolley cars are filled with them, coming from every section of the city. Their little tongues are very busy chattering about the pleasures that are in store for them. Some, whose memories stretch back over a long, long expanse of time, are relating some glowing incident of the year before, for those who are yet unacquainted with the joys that are to come. The little ones listen with open mouths and wide open eyes and hurry along all the faster. I have been in Washington on 2 occasions at these great celebrations, once while the sturdy Grover Cleveland was president, and once while the great and good William McKinley occupied the White House. In all my experience, I have never seen anything that has made me feel prouder of my country than these feast days for the children. For in the President's backyard, all the children meet on a common level, children of all races and of all classes. Neither their father's position nor their mother's social standing concerns them. 2 little strangers will meet and play and romp together as if they had been companions all their days. All the little children carry with them the little baskets, and in the baskets are the prettiest Easter eggs that can be made. Some are painted and striped and spotted with bright colors. Others are covered with silver and gilt paper. When the merrymakers get to the great big gates, where the policemen always stand, they march right through because they know the policemen won't stop them this time. The little fellows hold their heads high and feel very important, and the policemen smile as they pass by. The children keep coming and coming until by and by the lot is almost filled, all the way from the White House to the tall white monument, with laughing children and with eggs. It would seem that there were no children left anywhere in Washington. The children are allowed to run on the grass just as much as they please for this one day. If you go near one of the little hills or long banks, you may hear one small girl say to another, "My egg will roll further than your egg." And the other small girl will answer, "No, mine will roll further." And then they will start their eggs rolling down the hills and racing after them to see whose egg goes the farthest. Many of the boys throw their eggs along the ground like 9-pin balls and see whose will go the farthest. When they get tired of this, they stand on a little distance apart and roll their eggs against each other's to see whose will break. There's another way that they try to break each other's eggs. One holds an egg in his hand so that the top is uncovered, and another takes his egg and taps it gently against the first one. He keeps hitting a little harder and harder until one of them breaks, and the one whose egg doesn't break is the winner. Most of the eggs are boiled hard first so that the children are not very sorry after all if their eggs do break, because they can eat them, and their mothers or nurses will give them crackers and salt to go with them. In such a crowd where the children are allowed to run where they please, there are sure to be some little ones who will wander away from their guardians. All the little lost children, as fast as the officers can find them, are taken to a small house in the center of the lot, and the mothers know just where to look for them. Often there are 20 or 30 little tots, all tired out, waiting to be claimed by their guardian. On the highest mound of all there is a band, the United States Marine Band, and they play some of their nicest music on this day. So when the little ones get weary from running after their eggs, they can go and watch the man pound the big bass drum and listen to the music. Sometimes, while the music is playing, the president will come out of the back porch high over all and watch the festivities. A mighty shout from old and young alike always greets the appearance of the president. No wonder this is one of the big days for the little folks. By and by, all the eggs are broken or eaten, and then it's time for the tired and happy little fairies to go home. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter number 32, Keeping One's Engagements. What would happen if everybody should begin tomorrow to keep all his promises and fulfill all his engagements? I think it would make a new world at once. There is great need that the attention of young people should be called to the importance of keeping engagements. Much of the confusion and annoyance and trouble of this world would be done away with if people would learn to keep their promises. The oft-repeated excuse, "I forgot," is not reasonable. If the memory is in the habit of playing tricks with you, then you ought to make notes of your engagements. Write them down in some way so that you will not forget them. Arnold Rugby said, "Thoughtlessness is a crime," and he was right. The great Ruskin has also uttered strong words in condemnation of thoughtlessness in youth. He said, "But what excuse can you find for willfulness of thought at the very time when every crisis of future fortune hangs on your decisions? A youth, thoughtless. When the career of all his days depends on the opportunity of a moment, a youth, thoughtless. When his every act is a foundation stone of future conduct, and every imagination a fountain of life or death. Be thoughtless in any after years rather than now, though. Indeed, there is only one place where a man may be nobly thoughtless, his deathbed. No thinking should ever be left to be done there. And then, boys and girls should remember that promptness should always accompany the fulfilling of an engagement. Otherwise, the engagement is not really kept. A person's time is a valuable possession which should be respected by all. Who has not been exasperated by someone with apparent indifference to keeping an engagement, a half or 3/4 an hour late? And often a whole train of troubles will follow in the wake of tardiness. The punctual boy or girl in this life is the one who advances most rapidly. The punctual boy or girl will make a punctual man or woman. A promise breaker, or one who is late in keeping his appointments, cannot, in the true sense of the term, be considered a first-class person. End of chapter 32. Chapter number 33 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Midnight Mishap. Uncle Ned returned from his possum hunt about midnight, bringing with him a fine fat possum. He built a glowing fire, dressed the possum, pared and split the sweet potatoes. And pretty soon he had the possum and taters in the oven. While the meal was cooking, Uncle Ned amused himself with his favorite old banjo. When the possum had been baked brown and crisp, he took it out of the oven and set it on the hearth to give it time to cool. Mentally congratulating himself upon the glorious repast he thought he'd soon enjoy, he sat silently for a while in the old armchair. But presently he was snugly wrapped in the arms of tired nature's sweet restorer, balmy sleep. It happened that two young fellows who were pretty well acquainted with Uncle Ned's habits had been stealthily watching about the house, waiting this particular chance. As soon as they were convinced that the old man was safe in the arms of Morpheus, they crept into the house and hurriedly helped themselves to Uncle Ned's supper, including even the coffee and bread. When they finished their hasty meal, by way of attempting to cover up their tracks, they smeared Uncle Ned's hands and mouth with the possum gravy, and then beat a retreat. After a time, Uncle Ned aroused from his peaceful slumber. It is needless to say that he had dreamed about his supper. At once he dived down to inspect the viands, when, lo and behold, the hearth was empty. Uncle Ned steadied himself and studied a while. "Well," he said finally, "I must have ate that possum. I must have ate that possum in my sleep." He looked at his hands. They were greasy. He smelt his hands. As he did so, he said, "Dat smells like possum grease. I sure must have ate that possum." He discovered grease on his lips. Out went his tongue. "That tastes like possum grease," he said. He got up. He looked about the house. There was no sign of intruders. He rubbed his stomach. He resumed his seat, and giving up all for lost, he said, "Well, if I did eat that possum, it sets lighter on my appetite than any possum I ever ate before." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frederick Douglass. In 1893, the World's Columbian Exposition, or World's Fair, was held in Chicago in commemoration of the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America. A Negro man, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, attended that exposition and delivered an address on Negro Day. Speaking of this great man's visit to the Advance, one of the Chicago's great religious papers said, "It was fine to see at the Congress on Africa the tall form and magnificent head of the grand old man Frederick Douglass, now 75 years of age, perfectly erect, kindly, majestic, the ancient fires of inspiration welling up through all his being yet, affable to all, finding it still to be as natural to be eloquent as to speak at all, sympathetic to the core with the people of his own race, yet nonetheless loyal to the common interests of all the people of his country, neither blind to the obstacles in their path and the cruel social injustice and meanness to which they are often exposed, nor, on the other hand, unmindful of the friends they have in the South as also in the North, or above all, to the overshining care and purpose of God himself, with the far-off divine intent that so clearly takes in the future of both the American and African continents. Few Americans have had a more conspicuously providential mission than Frederick Douglass, and hardly anything in this remarkable Congress was more eloquent or more convincing than his personal presence. Frederick Douglass was born a slave, and his life as a slave was one of peculiar hardship. Of it he himself says in his autobiography, "I suffered little from any punishment I received, except from hunger and cold. I could get enough neither of food or clothing, but suffered more from cold than hunger. In the heat of the summer or the cold of the winter alike, I was kept almost in a state of nudity, no shoes, jackets, trousers, or stockings. Nothing but a coarse tow linen shirt reaching to the knee. That I wore night and day. In the daytime I could protect myself by keeping on the sunny side of the house, and in the bad weather the corner of the kitchen chimney. The great difficulty was to keep warm at night. I had no bed. The pigs in the pen had leaves, and the horses in the stable had straw, but the children had nothing. In a very cold weather I sometimes got down in the bag which corn was carried to the mill and got into that. My feet have been so cracked by frost that the pen with which I am writing might have been laid in the gashes." With regard to his food, he said that he often disputed with the dogs over the crumbs that fell from his master's table. Now this man, born so lowly and surrounded by such circumstances, turned out to be in the course of time, by hard work and self-application, one of the most influential American citizens, and one of the greatest orators that this country has ever known. Among other high offices of trust and responsibility, he was once Marshal of the District of Columbia, Recorder of Deeds of the District of Columbia, and United States Minister to Haiti. He died February 20th, 1895, at his home in Anacostia, D.C., at the age of 77 years. A monument to his memory has been erected in Rochester, New York, where he once lived. What Frederick Douglass made of himself is possible for any American boy with grit. Every boy and girl in America should read the life of this preeminent Negro and strive to emulate his virtues. His memory is worthy to be honored to the last day of time. End of chapter 34. Chapter number 35 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our dumb animals. Domestic animals like horses, cats and dogs, seem to be as almost dependent upon kind treatment and affection as human beings. Horses and dogs especially are the most keenly intelligent of our dumb friends, and are alike sensitive to cruelty in any form. They are influenced to an equal degree by kind and affectionate treatment. If there is any form of cruelty that is more reprehensible than another, it is abuse of a faithful horse who has given his whole life to the service of the owner. When a horse is pulling a heavy load with all his might, doing the best he can to move under it, to strike him, spur him, or swear at him is simply barbarous. To kick a dog around, to tie tin cans to his tail, or strike him with sticks just for the fun of hearing him yelp or seeing him run is equally barbarous. No high-minded man, no high-minded boy or girl would do such a thing. We should never forget how helpless, in a large sense, dumb animals are, and how absolutely dependent upon the humanity and kindness of their owners. They are really the slaves of man, having no language by which to express their feelings or needs. The poet Cowper said, "I would not enter on my list of friends, though graced with polished manners and fine sense, yet wanting sensibility, the man who needlessly sets foot upon a worm." Every boy and girl should be willing to pledge himself to be kind to all harmless living creatures, and every boy and girl should strive to protect such creatures from cruel usage on the part of others. It is noble, boys and girls, for us to speak for those that cannot speak for themselves, and it is noble also for us to protect those that cannot protect themselves. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Plucky Boy. The boy marched straight up to the counter. "Well, my little man," said the merchant, "what can I do for you?" "If you please," said the boy, "I came in to see if you wouldn't let me work for you." The boy was not yet 10 years old, and he was small for his age, but there was something in his speech or manner that held the man's attention. "Do some work for me, eh?" said the man. "What kind of work can you do? You can hardly look over the counter." "Oh, yes, I can," said the little fellow as he stood on tiptoe and peeped over the counter. Out of sheer curiosity, the merchant came from behind the counter so as to get a good look at the boy. "Oh," he said, "I see you've got copper taps on your shoes. I suppose your mother couldn't keep you in shoes if they didn't have taps on them." "She can't keep me in shoes anyway, sir," and the little boy's voice hesitated. "How old are you?" asked the merchant. "I'm older than I look. Folks say that I'm small for my age." "Well, what is your age?" "I'm going on 10, said Davy, with a look of great importance. "You see," he continued, "my mother hasn't anybody but me, and this morning I saw her crying because she could not find 5 cents in her pocketbook, and she thinks she must have lost it, and it was the last cents that she had in the world, and I have not any breakfast, sir." The voice again hesitated, and the tears came into the little boy's eyes. "Oh, don't cry, my little man. I guess I can help you to a breakfast. Here, take this quarter." He pulled a quarter from his vest pocket and handed it to the boy. The boy shook his head. "Mother wouldn't let me beg," was his simple answer. "Humph," said the merchant. "Where's your father?" "We never heard of him, sir, after he went away. He was lost in the steamer City of New York." "That's too bad, but you're a plucky little fellow anyhow. Let me see." And he looked straight down into the boy's eyes, and the boy looked straight up at him. Turning to the head man after a while, the merchant said, "Palmer, is cash boy number 5 still sick?" "Dead, sir. Died last night," was the reply. "I'm sorry, but here's a boy you might use. Put him down in number 5's place. We'll try him for a while anyhow. What's your name, my little man?" he asked, turning again to the boy. "Davy Thomas." "Well, Davy, we'll give you $3 a week to start with. You come tomorrow morning and I'll tell you what to do. Here's $1 of your wages in advance. I'll take it out of your first week's pay. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I understand, and I thank you, too. I'll be back in the morning." Davy shot out of the store and lost no time in getting home. The old creaky steps in the old ramshackle house fairly sang with delight as the weight of the little boy hurried up them. "I've got it, mother," exclaimed Davy. "I'm a cash boy. The man's going to give me $3 a week, and he says I've got to pluck too. And here's $1 to get some breakfast with. And don't you cry anymore, for I'm going to be the man of this house now." At first the mother was dumbfounded. Then she looked confused. And then she looked, well, it passes my power to tell you how she did look as she took Davy in her arms and hugged him and kissed him, the tears streaming down her cheeks. But they were tears of joy and thankfulness. End of chapter 36. Chapter number 37 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A heart-to-heart talk. Henry, I asked you to remain after school a few minutes because I wanted you to help me rearrange the desks and furniture. But I had another reason for asking you to remain, and I think it is more important than the one I've just stated. The desks had all been arranged according to the teacher's notion, and Henry Holt had gathered up his books to go home. It was then that his teacher, Miss Ada Johnson, addressed him. "Won't you sit down here a minute, David?" she continued. "I wish to speak to you a minute or two." David quietly took a seat. He was one of the largest boys in school and had been given an unusual amount of trouble during the day. In fact, he had been a source of annoyance ever since the new teacher had taken charge. "David," the teacher went on, "I wonder if you realize how hard you have made it for me in school today. Is there any reason why we cannot be friends and work together? And I wish to be friends to you if you will let me. You could help me so much, and you could help your schoolmates so much if you only would. I want to ask you if you think your conduct has been manly today. Has it been kind?" David said nothing, but hung his head. "I heard before I came here that you were an unruly boy. People say that you would neither study nor work, and some people say that you are a very mean boy. Some of these things may be true, David, I'm sorry to say, but I want to tell you that you are the only hope of a widowed mother, and I want to say so also, that I think you are breaking her heart." The teacher's voice faltered at the last words. "I know that your father," the low voice went on, "was a brave and noble man. And when I hear people say it's a good thing that Henry Oliver died before he knew what his son was coming to, I think what a pity it is that they cannot say, how sad it is that Henry Oliver died before he could know what a fine, manly fellow his son would be, and what a stay and comfort to his mother." The boy's head dropped to the desk in front of him, and he began to sob. The teacher went over to him and said gently, "You can be all this. It's in your power to be all that your father would have you, all that your mother would have you. Will you not turn over a new leaf now, not only in your behavior and work in school, but in your whole life as well?" David raised his head. "I'm with you. I'll do it, teacher," he replied, a new resolve shining in his face. All that day he did some of the most serious thinking of his life, and he kept his promise. The years have been many since then. The little teacher has long since passed to her rest, but David Oliver is a living monument to the power of a few searching words, the potency of a little personal interest and kindliness manifested at a critical time. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Ghost Story. Uncle Mose, an old-time colored man, once said in the company of a few people who were talking about ghosts that he wasn't afraid of any ghost that ever walked the earth. "No, sir, not me," he said. "I's got my first time to be scared of anything that's dead." Whereupon Noah Johnson told Uncle Mose that he would bet him a load of watermelons that he couldn't spend one night in the widow Smith's house. Now, the widow Smith's house was said to be haunted, or in other words, it was filled with ghosts. "This named the night," said Uncle Moses. "I'll stay there and no haints won't bother me. No, sir, no haints won't bother with me, and your watermelons is this good as gone already." The details were arranged. Judges were appointed, and Uncle Moses was to stay in the haunted house that very night. He got him some pine knots to keep a good blaze in the old-fashioned fireplace, carried along an extra plug of tobacco, secured a large dry goods box to be used for a chair, and then he set out for the house. He made a blaze and seated himself on the pine box. For a time he sung a number of old plantation songs for his own amusement, as well as to keep him company. About midnight, feeling somewhat drowsy, Uncle Mose got up, took a light, and went on a tour of inspection. He examined every room in the house. His search revealed nothing unusual. He wound up his search, chuckling to himself. I sure was making this load of watermelons easy. Noah Johnston didn't know who he fooling with. I'm man myself. I ain't afraid of nothing. I ain't. Down he sat on the box, and pretty soon he was dozing. It was not very long before he suddenly awoke. He was at once seized with strange and sudden fear. He was too frightened to move. Although he did not look around, he was conscious that there was another presence in the room. His hair stood on ends. He felt a cold chill run up and down his back. By that time, he knew that the object in the room, whatever it was moving towards him. Still, he did not move because he could not. The ghost, for that was what all the people said it was, stood over Uncle Mose for a little while and then quietly sat down on the box beside him. Uncle Mose looked straight into the fireplace, but his heart was beating like a runaway horse. The silence in the room at that moment was like unto the silence of death. Everything was still and solemn. Uncle Mose could almost hear his own heart beating. The ghost finally broke silence by saying with a loud sigh, "Ha ha! There don't seem to be but two of us here tonight." It was then that Uncle Mose looked around for the first time, and as he did, so he exclaimed, "Yes, and if this that won't be but one." And with that, he jumped through the window, taking part of the sash with him. The judges had been waiting in the open air near the house so as to watch the proceedings. They called to the fleeing Uncle Mose as he passed them in order to stop him. They said that they were all there and would protect him. But Uncle Mose, he kept on running and hallooed back, "I'll see you later." He ran at the top of his speed for more than a mile, for he was well nigh scared to death. By and by, from sheer exhaustion, he was compelled to stop for a little rest. He was wet with perspiration from head to foot, and his clothes were as limp as a wet dish rag. But the poor old man had no sooner seated himself on a stone by the roadside than up jumps the ghost and sits down beside him once more. "Ha!" said the ghost. "You seem to have made pretty good time tonight." "Yes," said Uncle Mose, "but what I has done ain't nothing to what I's going to do." And he jumped up and lit out once more. He had not gone far on his second trip before an old rabbit ran out of the bushes and took out down the road ahead of him. Uncle Mose hallooed at the rabbit and said, "Get out of the way, rabbit, and let somebody run where it can run." On and on the poor old man, almost scared to death, ran and ran. Perhaps he would have been running until now, but for a very unfortunate accident. About 5 miles from the Widow Smith's house, he came in contact with the limb of a weeping willow tree that hung across the road. The poor old fellow, already tired out, was knocked speechless and senseless. Toward the break of day, the judges, who had followed him, found him lying on the ground, doubled up near the tree. Dim consciousness was slowly returning when they picked him up. They rubbed him and walked him around for a little while, and soon he was able to move himself. The first thing Uncle Mose said was, "Tell Noah not to mind about them watermelons. I stayed in that house just as long as I could keep my conscience quiet. My old mammy always told me that it was a sin and shame to bet it, and now I believes it." And to this day, boys and girls, if you want to see a really madman, you just ask Uncle Mose if he ever saw a ghost. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Good cheer. Everybody loves the cheerful boy or girl, the cheerful man or woman, and everybody ought to love such people. I wish all the boys and girls in America would organize one grand sunshine society whose chief object should be the promotion of good feelings, good cheer, peace, and happiness among all the people everywhere. But first, a boy or girl, man or woman, must have sunshine in their own souls before they can communicate sunshine to others. And boys and girls, it would greatly assist us in securing sunshine in our souls if we looked at our mercies with both eyes, as I might say, and at our troubles and trials with only one eye. What we enjoy in the world is always a good deal more than that which we do not enjoy. But we do not magnify our blessings sufficiently. We do not make as much of them as we ought. We do not rejoice because of them as we ought. We ought to keep daily record of God's goodness and kindness and patience and love. The Lord's mercies are new every morning and fresh every evening, but we do not realize that they are so because we do not stop and count them up. We do not think about them. If we stop to weigh the matter, I think we shall find more in our lives to be happy about than to be sorry about. Our good fortunes always outweigh our misfortunes, and we should find it so that we only acquired the habit of remembering God's goodness to us, as well as the disappointments and sorrows and afflictions which are for us all. Then we should study contentment. We should study to be content. We must cultivate the habit of being satisfied with what we have at present, and we should not worry about those things which we do not possess. Worry because of things they did not possess has made countless thousands mourn. Let us enjoy what we have. Let us make the most of what we have, and let us not worry about things which we do not possess. No matter how miserable our own lot may be, there is always someone whose lot is more miserable still. Worry kills more people than work. In fact, worry unfits a man for work. The man who has learned the philosophy of being content in whatsoever state he is the man who is and will be happy. One of the things in this world that pays 100-fold is contentment, and there is nothing that casts so much blight and mildew upon life's fairest flowers as discontent. Again, it would help us to keep cheerful if we kept steadily engaged in some work of usefulness. Let us go about doing good. Let us go about seeking opportunities of doing good. Doing good makes the heart healthy, and the heart health makes sunshine, happiness, and good cheer. A little thought will convince you, boys and girls, that your own happiness in this world depends very largely on the way other people bear themselves toward you. The looks and tones at your breakfast table, the conduct of your playmates, the faithful or unreliable people that you deal with, what people say to you on the street, the letters you get, the friends or foes you meet. These things make up very much of the pleasure or misery of your day. Turn the thought around and remember that just so much you are adding to the pleasure or misery of other people's days. And this is the half of the matter that you can control. Whether any particular day shall bring you more happiness or suffering is largely beyond your power to determine. Whether each day of your life shall give happiness or suffering to others rests with yourself. And that is where the test of character comes. We must be continually sacrificing our wills to the wills of others, bearing without notice sights and sounds that annoy us, setting about this or that task when we would rather be doing something else, persevering in it often when we are very tired of it, keeping company for duty's sake when it would be a great joy to us to be by ourselves. And then there are all the trifling and outward accidents of life, bodily pain and weakness. It may be long continued, losing what we value, missing what we desire, deceit, ingratitude, and treachery where we least expect them, folly, rashness, and willfulness in ourselves. All these little worries which we meet each day may lie as stumbling blocks across our way, or we may make them, if we choose, stepping stones of grace. I want all the little boys and girls who read this book to be joy makers, to be burden bearers, and to be among those who will assist in filling the whole world with good cheer. It is our duty to cheer and comfort others. It is our duty to make the world not only better, but happier. Happier because better, for our having lived in it. To all the other Beatitudes might as well be added this one. Blessed are the cheerful people, for they shall inherit the earth. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Floyd's Flowers. by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Life, a Battle. Boys and girls, I want to repeat to you now some words which were delivered long ago by the Honorable Schuyler Colfax, a man who was once the Vice President of the United States. These words are wholesome and should be read and considered by parents and school teachers and by children themselves all over our land. Above all things, teach children what their life is. It is not breathing, moving, playing, sleeping, simply. Life is a battle. All thoughtful people see it so. A battle between good and evil from childhood. Good influences drawing us up toward the divine. Bad influences drawing us down toward the brute. Midway we stand between the divine and the brute. How to cultivate the good side of nature is the greatest lesson of life to teach. Teach children that they lead these two lives, the life without and the life within, and that the inside must be pure in the sight of God as well as outside in the sight of men. There are 5 means of learning. These are observation, reading, conservation, memory, reflection. Educators sometimes, in their anxiety to secure a wide range of studies, do not sufficiently impress upon their scholars the value of memory. Now, our memory is one of the most valuable gifts God has bestowed upon us, and one of the most mysterious. Take a tumbler and pour water into it. By and by you can pour no more. It is full. It is not so with the mind. You cannot fill it full of knowledge in a whole lifetime. Pour in all you please, and it still thirsts for more. Remember this. Knowledge is not what you learn, but what you remember. It is not what you eat, but what you digest that makes you grow. It is not the money you handle, but that you keep that makes you rich. It is not what you study, but what you remember and reflect upon that makes you learned. One more suggestion. Above all things else, strive to fit the children in your charge to be useful men and women. Men and women you may be proud of in afterlife. While they are young, teach them that far above physical courage, which will lead them to face the cannon's mouth, above wealth, which would give them farms and houses and bank stocks and gold, is moral courage. That courage by which they will stand fearlessly, frankly, firmly for the right. Every man or woman who dares to stand for the right when evil has its legions is the true moral victor in this life and in the land beyond the stars. These brave and true words were spoken by Mr. Colfax long years ago. They were true then, and they're no less true now. Every boy in America should treasure them in his heart. Every girl in America should commit them to memory and make them the rule of her life. Mothers and fathers, school teachers and preachers, and all who have the care of the young in any way would do well to study these wise counsels and reflect upon them and strive to impress upon those for whom they are laboring. If you would win the victory in the battle of life, my young friends, you must watch the little things. It is said that there is a barn upon Allegheny Mountain so built that the rain which falls upon it separates in such a manner that which falls upon one side of the roof runs into a little stream that flows into the Susquehanna and thence unto Chesapeake Bay and on into the Atlantic. That which falls upon the other side is carried into the Allegheny River, thence unto the Ohio and onward to the Gulf of Mexico. The point where the waters divide is very small, but how different the course of these waters. So it is with people, young or old. A very little thing changes the channel of their lives. Much will depend on the kinds of tempers you have, boys and girls. If you are sour and cross and crabbed, no one will love you. If you are kind and cheerful, you will have friends wherever you go. Much will depend on the way in which you improve your school days, upon the kind of companions you have, and upon the kind of habits you form. If you would win a great victory in fighting the battle of life, you must look well to the little things. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ruled by primitive methods. I learned that the colored male citizens of Lawrence County, Georgia, had organized a unique good government club and being anxious to learn something of it, I called on the secretary. The secretary explained the club to me as follows. Our society is a voluntary organization and has for its object the betterment of the race. It doesn't cost anything to join, and any male citizen upward of 21 years old may become a member by taking an oath to be governed by our Constitution and bylaws. There are no monthly dues. Now and then we make up a purse to help the needy brother. Our plan is to inquire into the mode of living of our members and correct, if possible, any faults. If any member fails or refuses to correct a fault complained of, he is then tried by a sort of court-martial. The man under charge is allowed to have counsel from among the members of the organization. If he is found guilty, the punishment is usually a flogging given in the presence of other members. We whip a man for a number of things: getting drunk, wife-beating, vagrancy, selling his vote, failure to provide for his family, failure to make an honest effort to pay his debts, using profane language, and so on. It was reported to the society that one man's wife was badly in need of a washpot. The man was cited to show cause why he had not provided his wife with the article. When he failed to buy one before the trial came off, and when he tried, failed to show how his wife could get along without one and still be put to no great inconvenience, conviction followed. He was whipped and ordered to get a pot within 30 days. In riding past the home of another man, it was seen by one of our members that the front gate had fallen down. From appearances, he had made no effort to put it up. At the trial, it was proved that the gate had been down for several weeks and that his wife had tried many times to get him to take more pride in the care of his home. Conviction followed, and the husband will remember a long time the flogging that he got that night. We had a man before us once charged with kissing a girl on the street. The girl did not appear against him. We could not get her to do so, and the man stoutly denied the charge. He told our judge that he had never kissed a woman in his life. The judge asked him if he wasn't married. "No, sir," he said, "my wife's dead, and I'm the daddy of 9 children, and I ain't never kissed a woman in my life." In the midst of much laughter, the judge asked, "Did you never kiss your wife?" Without a moment's hesitation, the man said, "No, sir, no, sir." Then the judge said, "Jim, you are the biggest liar in town, and I sentence you to be given 49 lashes. But I'll suspend the sentence if you'll agree to leave town within the next 5 hours. "Judge," said Jim, "I don't want no 5 hours. I'll be going in 5 minutes. The strangest case I remember was the case of a man charged with beating his wife. His wife was a hard-working washerwoman. She had complained to us 3 or 4 times, but always repenting before the trial, and would not appear against her husband. When she did come to our meeting, she said, "Now, Judge, I's going to tell you everything." And she told how her husband would get drunk and come home and curse and beat her unmercifully. She gave a graphic account of the last whipping she had received. The judge said, "I sentence this man to be given 101 lashes, the maximum of the law." "There now," exclaimed the woman, "there now, I's done fixed you at last. I done told you about beating me like I was a dog." Turning to the judge, she said, "Judge, I'll take the whipping for him if you let me. I expect he'll be good after this." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hunting an easy place. A nicely dressed young man, 15 or 16 years old, who had just finished his course in the high school, stepped onto the office of the president of Smutville Short Line Railroad. "Well," said the president, looking up from a mass of correspondence, "what can I do for you, sir?" "I have just finished my course in the high school," the young man began nervously, "and I thought that I might be able to secure a desirable position with your company. I came in to talk with you about it." The president asked the young man to have a seat. "So," said the president, "you want a desirable place, eh?" "I do, sir," said the young man, his heart beating high with hope. A place, continued the president, that would pay you something like $100 a month? Something like that, said the young man eagerly. I guess you would like it very well, too, if I could arrange it so that you could report for work at 9 o'clock in the morning and get off every afternoon at 3 or 4 o'clock. In other words, you want something easy. I can see by looking at you that you are not accustomed to hard work and that you could not fill a place that required you to report at 6 o'clock every morning and work until 6 every afternoon. Do I size you up correctly? I think so, sir, was the reply. In plain English, then, you're looking for a soft place with the short line. I am, sir. Well, sir, said the president, smiling for the first time, I regret to inform you that there is only one such place on our railroad. I occupy that place myself, and I am not thinking of resigning. The young man's face flushed. The president continued, I hope you will not think that it's going beyond what is right and proper for me to say, but I must tell you, young man, that you have started out in life with the wrong notion. No brave and strong young man is going about looking for an easy place. The brave and the true man asks only for work, and the men who are occupying what you call the easy places in life today are the men who have climbed onto them by hard work. You are very much mistaken if you think that they have stepped into them from high school. In fact, and you'll find it out soon enough for yourself, there are really no soft or easy places in this world, and the man who goes about seeking such places stamps himself at once as a failure. Nobody will ever employ such a boy, and such a boy would be no good if he were employed. Let me, as a friend, advise you, young man, that in the next place you go to apply for a job, you ask for a chance to begin at the bottom. If it happens to be a railroad, ask to be given a chance to do anything, firing an engine, or cleaning cars, or laboring in the roundhouse. Be willing to begin low down in the business, and if you're made out to the right stuff, you will fight your way to the front. I started in with the short line as a day laborer myself, and if I had not done so, I would not be at its head today. You advertise your own folly when you go and ask a sensible businessman to put you at the start at the head of something. You must begin at the bottom and work up to the top. That is the rule everywhere, and you will not, I'm sure, prove an exception to it. Let us hope, boys and girls, that this young man left the president's office a wiser young man. Be sure not to follow his example. Don't go around hunting for easy places. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Burt Bankston's Bequest. Burt Bankston was a noted Kentucky gambler. Those who knew him best said that he had some redeeming traits. He never drank whiskey, he used tobacco in no form, and he seldom indulged in profanity. Moreover, he frequently went to church. But he never made it any excuses for his gambling. He rather defended it, saying that gambling was not a sport or pastime with him, but a business. He said he gambled for the same reason that a man kept a store or practiced law, for a living. His wife declared that he was peaceable and quiet at home. The only fault she found with him, according to her own testimony, was that he kept late hours and often spent the whole night away from home, and she begged him many times to quit the gambling table. Her appeal always fell on deaf ears. Burt, I'm going to quit. I've got enough. This is my last night at this kind of thing. The speaker was Bill Mobley, one of Burt's chums. All right, Bill, said Burt. I guess I'll follow you in a few days. I'm getting old now. The next morning, Bill Mobley was found dead upon the streets of Lecompton. Whether he had taken his own life or been sandbagged on his way home was never found out. From that day forward, no man ever saw Burt Bankston in a gambling house. He opened a grocery store. That failed. He started a laundry. That fell through. He tried a peanut stand. He peddled flowers about the street. Compared with his former high living, his existence was miserable. His wife died after a few years. Friends said that she died of remorse or a broken heart or something of that kind. She could not bear to live on after her husband's downfall. That is, his downfall in the eye of the world. Soon after she died, Burt was stricken with a dreadful sickness. He came near dying. By and by, he was restored to health, but he was broken and bent with old age. Friends pitied him and secured him a place as watchman at a celebrated orphan's home. At last, one day, Burt Bankston died. Everybody believed him to be a pauper. When his will was probated, it was found that he left an estate worth nearly $500,000. This sum Burt designated to be divided into 3 parts. One part to be devoted to the common school education of the masses, another part to the work of the YMCA, and the third to the orphan asylum. Among other things, in the body of the will, Burt Bankston said, "For 20 years I was a gambler. The past 20 years I've spent repenting. I advise all young men to let gambling alone, and I hope that those who may be benefited by my bequest may be willing to follow the advice of one who has passed through the fire." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Big Black Burglar. One cold winter night, about midnight, my good wife called me saying, Dan, get up, get up." "What's the matter?" I asked with much alarm. "Somebody's in the dining room. I heard them rattling the dishes just a minute ago." "I don't hear anything, wife," I said slowly. "There's somebody in there, sure. I heard them myself. Do get up, Dan, before they take everything we've got." "I haven't got a gun or any kind of weapon," I said, still fighting for time. "Well, get up and make a noise. Walk around heavy. That'll frighten them and make them leave." I got up quietly, turned up the lamp, and looked about me with a sigh. "Be quick," said my wife. "In a minute," said I. I tipped around to the wall on the side of the bed and took down an old iron sword which had done duty in the Mexican War, which we had preserved as an heirloom. "Hurry, hurry, Dan," said my wife. "All right," I said with meekness. I took the sword in one hand and the lamp in the other, and moved gently toward the door, which opened from our bedroom into the dining room. Pausing at the door, I said, "Hello? Hello in there." The response came from my wife in bed. "Open the door, Dan, open the door." Humbly, I placed the lamp on the floor close by the door, caught a tight grip on my old war piece, and then quickly shoved the door wide open. I intended, of course, after getting my bearings, to pick up the lamp and enter the dining room on a tour of inspection. But I assure you, there was no time for any such careful procedure. As soon as the door was open and the light went streaming into the dining room, something fell to the floor with a terrible thud, and quicker than it takes to tell it a great big black something that looked to me like a buffalo or elephant came bounding toward me. It was all so sudden that it surprised me, and I fell back trembling. Over went the lamp. It broke. Out came the oil. It took fire, and pretty soon the lambrequin close by took fire also. Down I snatched it and threw it into the grate. I reached for the first thing handy and tried to smother the fire on the floor. In doing so, I stepped on a piece of glass and cut my foot. I burnt my hands terribly, and to beat it all, my nightshirt caught on fire. I ran to the bed and sat down in order to quench the blaze. This shows that I still had some presence of mind left, although, as a matter of fact, this new extinguishing process scorched my legs awfully. When all was quiet again, I lit another lamp in order to take an inventory. My bedroom was a sight to behold. I found that in the struggle, my old army sword had been plunged amidship into the handsome mirror of our dresser, and had also made havoc of a reproduction of Miller's Angelus. I discovered also that I had used my brand new $50 overcoat to extinguish the fire, and that many of the handsome photos of our friends that stood on the mantel had been ruined. Altogether, that one night's experience cost me in the neighborhood of $100, not to mention my own personal injuries. It was a terrible night, I tell you, and far off in the corner I saw, crouching in abject fear, the cause of all my troubles, the burly Black Burglar. And what do you think it was? It was nothing in the world but an old black tomcat who had been a member of our family for many years. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pin money made with the needle. Surely all young girls ought to know how to sew, and not only sew, but all girls, I think, ought to love the purely feminine occupation of sewing. Since I'm sure that many of the little girls who will read this book know how to sew, I'm going to tell you about some little sewing that my wife did. In 1903, the Ladies' Home Journal of Philadelphia offered a prize of $50 for the best way to make pin money at home. You know, girls, that pin money means pocket change or spending money. Many hundreds of women all over the world sent in suggestions to the Ladies' Home Journal, each one hoping, I'm sure, that her suggestion would win the first prize. The following letter sent to my wife will tell you just how her suggestion was received. The Ladies' Home Journal, Philadelphia, February 5th, 1903. Dear Madam, it gives me much pleasure to tell you that among the hundreds of letters received in response to the offer made in our January magazine in connection with the editor's Want Box, Mr. Bach has chosen your offering as the one entitled to the first prize of $50. He congratulates you upon your success and thanks you for your interest you have shown. Our treasurer will send you a check within a week. Very truly yours, William V. Alexander, Managing Editor. Mrs. Ella Floyd. The check came all right, girls, and my wife thought, as she said to me, that in winning the prize she had found a new way to make pin money, that is, by telling others how to make pin money at home. 200 of the little articles were afterwards published from time to time in the Ladies' Home Journal. The first article of the series appeared in the magazine for January 1904, and my wife's little story, which won first money, was at the head of the list. I'm going to give here the whole of the little article as published in the Ladies' Home Journal. Of course, I'm proud that she won the prize, and I hope other young ladies by and by may be happy winners in such contests. And here's the article. When one's pin money is all gone but 25 cents, the question comes as to the way to replenish it. One day when I found that I had only that amount, I invested it as follows. 1 yard of lawn, 10 cents. 1 yard of lace, 10 cents. 1 spool of cotton, 5 cents. Total, 25 cents. The same day I made 3 baby caps as daintily as I could with these materials. The next day I sold them for 25 cents each, and then I had 75 cents. Then I bought 1 yard of lawn, 15 cents. 2.5 yards of lace, 25 cents. 2 yards of ribbon, 25 cents. 2 tiny buckles, 5 cents. 1 spool of cotton, 5 cents. Total, 75 cents. With these materials, I made 2 baby caps, somewhat larger than the first ones, and trimmed more prettily. I found no trouble in selling them for $1.50. Straightway, I invested the sum in lawn, lace, ribbon, etc., and as I had done so well with the caps, I thought I would try my hand on little bonnets. I made 2. A friend offered me $5 for them before they were finished. I accepted her offer, and from that day to this, I have never been troubled about pin money. In 4 weeks' time, I made and sold 20 caps and 11 bonnets. The material for the caps cost me $2.50, 12.5 cents for each. I sold them for 25 cents each. The material for the bonnets cost me $8.25, or 75 cents each. I sold them for $2.50 each. So I netted $21.75 for my work. The time I devoted to this enterprise was that which ordinarily I would have used in calling or in running up bills for my husband to pay. Since the first 4 weeks of which I have spoken in detail, I have made more expensive caps and bonnets for babies from 6 months to about 3 years old. The last one I made was of silk, beautifully trimmed, tucked, and hemstitched. I sold it for $6, making a clear profit of $3. My husband says I'll soon be in position to organize a trust. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Self-help. If there is one idea for which more than any other public school system should stand, it is the idea of self-help. Self-help is the best kind of help in the world, and one cannot learn this lesson too early in life. Even little children, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 years old, should be taught to work. Any little child is just as capable of doing the little things in work as he is in play. Why should not the little girl be taught to trim and wash the dress of her doll? Why should not the little children be taught to sweep up the dirt that they have scattered in play? Why should they not be taught to remove the dishes from the table, brush up the crumbs, set back the chairs, pick up chips, put the kindling wood in its place, bring the potatoes in from the garden, help to pick over the berries, and so forth? We might argue this question from now until doomsday, and nobody, I think, would be able to give any good reason why children should not be taught to do the little things. Little children who are accustomed to having everything done for them by others are very soon beset with the rust of laziness and the canker of pride. Whereas, on the other hand, if children are taught to help themselves as soon as and as much as they are able, it will tend to improve their faculties and will, at the same time, have a good influence upon their dispositions. Childhood and youth are periods of life which materially influence all of its following periods. And whether the earlier years of one's life be passed in idleness and indolence or in well-directed industry is a point on which greatly depends the worth or the worthlessness of human character. Where is the man who guides his affairs with discretion, or the woman that looketh well to the ways of her household, and yet was not in some measure imbued with industrious and provident habits in early life? On the other hand, who that has been treated until the age of 15 or 20 like a helpless infant, and had every want supplied without being put to the necessity of their mental or bodily exertion, was ever good for anything afterwards? The tendency of the age is by far too much in the direction of keeping our young boys solely for the purpose of loafing about the streets, or standing around the soda fountains on Sunday, and our young girls for parties, social entertainments, picnics, excursions, and the like, so that by the time our boys and girls reach manhood and womanhood, they despise honest labor and are afraid to engage in real hard work. A young woman may know how to read and write, may understand grammar, history, and geography, may sing sweetly and play the piano well, but whatever else she may know or may not know, if she does not know how to bake a whole cake of bread, make her little brother or sister a pair of pants or a plain dress, she is only half educated. In fact, every young woman should not only know how to perform every duty connected with a household, but every young woman should take some part in the household work. No girl need tell me that she really loves her mother if she's willing to leave her mother to the work of washing the dishes, sweeping and scouring the floors, caring for the little children, doing the Monday washings, the household cleaning, and the like, while she devotes herself to pleasure, novel reading, social calling, butterfly parties, or playing ragtime music, or singing ragtime songs. The home and the public school are the two greatest agencies which are jointly engaged, or which should be jointly engaged, in teaching children to help themselves. If children are taught as boys and girls to think for themselves, speak for themselves, and act for themselves, when they are old, they will not forget the precious lesson, and will be less likely to become burdens on the community. The highest ambition of every American man and woman should be to be of some useful service to the world. And the first step will be taken toward this noble end when we have thoroughly learned the value and importance of the lesson of self-help. First, learn to help yourself, and then you'll be able to see more clearly how to help others. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henry Ward Beecher's testimony. First impressions are always most lasting. We may not recognize or understand it at the time, but the boys and girls, the very young people whom God has committed to our care in the home or the Sunday school or the public school, gather in their early days, in the formative years and impressionable period of their lives, the inspirations and impulses which shall guide them in after years, either on the road to good or on the road to ruin. I happen to have high testimony on this point. It is a testimony of the grandest preacher who ever stood in an American pulpit. I mean Henry Ward Beecher. The following testimony is taken from a sermon of his, preached in Plymouth Church, Brooklyn, on Sunday, January 18, 1874. The subject of the sermon was soul power. Among other things, Mr. Beecher said, "In reading the life of Goethe, written by himself, you will notice how he remarks the various stages of his self-culture and says, 'At this point I met such a man, and he was of great use to me in such and such respects.' Goethe educators were living men, active and powerful, around about him. I can look back upon my own early life and see how one and another took me, and how one prepared me for another. I can see how the largest natures did not always get access to me. It was late in life before my father influenced me very much. I think it was a humble woman who was in our family that first gained any considerable control over me. I feel the effects of her influence to this day. I next came under the influence of a very humble serving man. He opened up new directions to me and gave me new impulses. He was a colored man, and I am not ashamed to say that my whole life, my whole career respecting the colored race in the conflict which was so long carried on in this country, was largely influenced by the effect produced in my own mind when I was between 8 and 10 years of age, by a poor old colored man named Charles Smith, who worked on my father's farm. He did not set out to influence me. He did not know that he did it. I did not know it until a great while afterwards, but he gave me new impulses and impulses which were in the right direction, for he was a godly and hymn-singing man who made wine fresh every night from the cluster. He used to lie upon his humble bed. I slept in the same room with him and read his testament, unconscious apparently that I was in the room, and he would laugh and talk about what he read and chuckle over it with that peculiarly unctuous throat tone which belongs to his race. I never had heard the Bible really read before, but there, in my presence, he read it and talked about it, to himself and God. He turned the New Testament into living forms right before me. It was a revelation and an impulse to me. What noble testimony is this? And from what a noble source. All of us have what is called influence, and consciously or unconsciously, we are all influencing others, especially the young. It is a matter worth our deepest and most prayerful thought. If Charles Smith, a poor old colored man, if Charles Smith, the very humble serving man, if Charles Smith, the godly and hymn-singing man, was used of God to give impulses, and impulses which were in the right direction, to a little boy who was afterwards to become the greatest preacher that America has ever known, may not some of us be likewise used of God for the glory of our common master, even Christ, and for the good of our fellow men? I tell you, friends, we may. And when we think of the great friend of humanity, Henry Ward Beecher, let us not forget to think of Charles Smith, who had so much to do, according to Beecher's own testimony, with giving this great man a right start. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rounding up a chicken thief. I was not the chief actor in the story which I shall now tell. I played only a minor part. My father-in-law was leading man. Soon after I married, I accepted a very cordial invitation to take up my residence with my wife's parents. Our bedrooms happened to be on the same floor, so that it was very easy for us to hear in one room any unusual noise made in the other. My mother-in-law was a great hand at the poultry business. She had a large number of the choicest breeds, and she found great pleasure in looking after them. Now, the old folks' bedroom was at the rear. Our room was in front. Late one night, I heard a voice calling, "Thomas! Thomas!" It sounded sad and far away. At first I thought it might have been a ghost. I raised myself up and listened. Pretty soon I heard the voice again calling in strangely sepulchral tones, "Thomas! Thomas!" And then I could not be mistaken. It was my mother calling the old man. Father drawled out sleepily, "What is it?" "There's somebody out there at my hen house, just as sure as you're born. Don't you hear the chickens calling for help?" There was a short silence. After a while, I heard the old lady say impetuously, "Thomas, why don't you get up and go and see after them chickens?" There was another pause. By and by, Mother spoke again. "Thomas, you don't need on your top shirt. Go on, just as you are. My chickens are in danger. If I were a man, I wouldn't have stopped to put on my pants even. You're a coward, that's what you are." Next, I heard the old man speak. I do not know whether he was looking out the window or not, but I heard his say, "Hi there, look out. I'm coming out there. Look out, I'm going to blow your daylights out." If the old man meant this remark to impress his wife with his bravery, the effect was certainly lost on the woman, because I heard her say louder than ever, "Get out of the way, you coward baby, you. I'll go myself. Where's my slippers?" In less than a minute, I heard the old lady's voice at the back door and at the head of the steps which ran down into the yard. She said, "Bring the lamp, Thomas, bring the lamp." Curiosity pulled me and my wife out of bed. I stepped quietly into the hall and stood well in the dark, not desiring to be in any way conspicuous in the investigations which were proceeding. My wife was by my side, trembling, anxious. Her angelic mother had already descended the steps, and neither of us knew what fate might befall her there. Wife whispered that we had better go to the rescue. We started for the door where Father stood with the lamp. On the way, I stumbled against a little table and knocked off a pitcher of ice water, which fell to the floor with a terrific crash. It sounded louder than usual, not only on account of the stillness of the night, but also on account of the fact that our nerves were already keyed up to a very high tension by the exciting events then taking place. At the sound in the hall, Father turned quickly and looked behind. The light flashed in our faces. He must have thought we were ghosts or burglars. Immediately, the lamp fell out of the old man's hands, and he went sailing down the back stairs, hallooing at the top of his voice, "They're in the house, wife! They're in the house!" When wife and I reached the door, Father was already, as I afterwards learned, safely buried behind the chicken house, and Mother was lodged under the steps. "Father," I called out, "Father!" There was no response. "It's me and Nanny, Mother," I said. Still, we heard nothing. I went back to our room and got our lamp. My wife was following me foot to foot. Returning, I descended the steps and stood on the last one. Wife remained at the head of the steps, anxious, waiting, and ready to fly back into the house at the first outcry. "Father," I called again. "Father, Mother, there's nobody in the house but me and Nanny." "I made that noise myself, Father. Where are you?" Simultaneously, the old folks emerged from their hiding places. The old lady said, "Thomas, you're the biggest coward in all the world. I'll never speak to you again." Father addressed me, ignoring his wife's complaint. Said he, "Son, it's a mighty lucky thing for you and Nanny that I didn't have my gun." End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shields Green, the Martyr. Near the southeast corner of the cemetery in Oberlin, Ohio, there stands an unpretentious monument of clouded marble, about 8 feet in height, bearing the following inscriptions. S. Green died at Charleston, Virginia, December 2nd, 1859. Aged 23 years. J. A. Copeland died at Charleston, Virginia, December 2nd, 1859, aged 25 years. L. S. Leary died at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, October 20th, 1859, aged 24 years. These colored citizens of Oberlin, the heroic associates of the immortal John Brown, gave their lives for the slave. Et nunc servitude etiam mortua est las Deo. In 1876, Frederick Douglass, who was once an associate and intimate friend of John Brown, lectured at Oberlin College. Among other things, Mr. Douglass said that Shields Green, who had once been a student of Oberlin College, was residing in the Douglass family shortly before the raid on Harper's Ferry. At the call of Brown, Greene went with Douglass to an appointed spot near the borders of Virginia. There, John Brown confided to them the details of his plans, including the capture of Harper's Ferry. Mr. Douglass objected to the plans as unwise and hazardous, and finding entreaty unavailing, he withdrew from the enterprise. Shields Greene, nevertheless, followed his old commander. When John Brown was finally surrounded, Greene and one other companion were in the mountains on some errand. When they returned, they saw at a glance that the rescue of Brown was impossible. Greene's companion counseled flight and did himself escape, but Shields Greene, the former Oberlin student, replied that he preferred to go down and die with the old man, meaning John Brown. And he did. There is scarcely a more touching incident than this in all our national history. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aiming at something. It is true, boys and girls, that it is what you hit, not what you aim at, that counts. But nevertheless, it is a very important thing to take the right aim. The man who aims deliberately at the center of the target stands a better chance, 100 to 1, than the man who shoots without taking aim. So in life, that boy or girl who has a purpose, who is aiming at something, will be more successful than those boys and girls who have no plans and who aim at nothing. It is not sufficient in the moral world to aim at something, but every boy and girl should aim at the best thing. The best and highest things in this world are the unseen things, the eternal things, the things that will last forever. Money is a good thing, but there is something higher than money. A high position in the business or professional or political world is a good thing, but there is something higher and better than office and position. Character is the grandest, the highest, and the best thing in this world. We include in this one little word, character, a world of things. Honor, uprightness, speaking the truth, dealing fairly with people, being willing to help the lowly and unfortunate, paying your debts promptly. These things and many other things like them are included in the one word character. And these are the things that are worthwhile in this world. These are the things that every boy and girl should aim at. It may not be possible for every boy and girl to become a millionaire. It may not be possible for every boy and girl to fill high offices in this world or succeed in large business enterprises. But one thing is certain, every boy can be a good and true boy. Every girl can be a noble and beautiful girl. Beautiful as to conduct, as to words and deeds, I mean. Good boys are the fathers of good men. Pure girls are the mothers of pure women. For what, after all, is a boy? And what is a girl? What is a man? What is a woman? I will tell you, a boy is a little man, that's all. And a man is a grown-up boy. A girl is a little woman, that's all, and a woman is a grown-up girl. It is important then that boys and girls should aim at the right things, the good, the true and noble things early in life. What boys and girls aim at, in 9 cases out of 10, they will reach as men and women. And to help you in taking the proper aim early in life, I'm going to give you something to aim at. Let every boy and girl make this little model his rule of life. Know something, know it well. Do something, do it well, and be somebody. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Black Sheep of the Reynolds family. Will Reynolds was the black sheep of the Reynolds family. He knew it and felt it because he had been frequently slighted and treated with contempt by his relatives. The only person who never lost faith in him was his mother. She always felt that there was something good in her wayward son, and often said it would show itself someday. But Will's mother died in the early stages of his backslidings. Will's father married the second time, and the boy, finding it impossible to get along with his stepmother, left home. He went from bad to worse, being arrested on the charge of drunkenness and vagrancy. He sent to his two brothers, who were prosperous brokers in D Street, asking them to pay his fine. Word came back that they would not interfere in his behalf. His brothers sent word that he had brought the trouble upon himself, and he must get out of it the best way he could. Will was sent to the workhouse for 6 months, and nobody's hand was raised to help him. While he was serving his time, his only sister, a young woman not yet grown, died. He knew nothing of it until about a month after it occurred, and then he read the account in an old newspaper which he had borrowed from a fellow prisoner. The news of his sister's death deeply affected him. His sentence was shortened by 1 month on account of his good behavior. The first thing he did on coming to the city was to visit the family lot in Myrtle Hill Cemetery. He carried with him some wild flowers and green leaves, being too poor to purchase a floral offering from the dealers in such things. With uncovered head, he knelt and placed these tokens of respect on the graves of his mother and sister. This done, he stood in silence for a moment, and then wept like a little child. While riveted to the spot, he made a solemn vow that he would quit the old life and make a man of himself. "It's in me," he said to himself, "and I'm going to prove it." Slowly he turned away from the sacred place. He went directly to the offices of his brothers. He had been furnished with a new suit of clothes according to custom upon leaving prison, and so made quite a decent appearance. He found his oldest brother, John B. Reynolds, seated at a desk in the front office. He entered at once and said, "Well, John, I suppose sister's dead. How dare you to speak of Annie as your sister, you jailbird, you miserable convict? Get out of here this minute. Leave this room at once and never set foot in it again." There was fire in the man's eyes as he spoke. Will attempted to speak, but was not permitted. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he left the room. He had gone to tell of his new determination and ask for another chance, and this was the reception which he met. On his way down the steps, he came face to face with his other brother, Thomas Reynolds. Thomas tried to pass without speaking, but Will intercepted him. "Tom," he said, "I'm your brother still. I'm not asking help now. I only came to tell you that I'm going to do better. I thought you would be glad to hear it." "I want to hear nothing from you," said Thomas. "You've disgraced us forever, and you can go your way. We don't want anything to do with you. We don't want to see you again." Will went forth into the streets weeping. 30 years have come and gone since Will was driven away from the offices of his brothers. What changes have these years worked? Soon after leaving prison, Will was a constant visitor at the Railroad Men's Branch of the YMCA. Through the secretary of the association, he soon secured a place as a day laborer in the machine shops of the Big Bend Railroad. After securing regular employment, he went to live in the YMCA building. At the close of his first year's service with the railroad, he was promoted from a common laborer and made an apprentice. After 4 or 5 years, he had learned the trade and was receiving the daily wages of a machinist. After 12 years with the company, he was made the master machinist. At the end of 15 years' service, he was made superintendent of construction. 5 years later, he was made a division superintendent. At the expiration of more than 25 years of faithful service, Will Reynolds was able to write after his name general manager of the Big Bend Railroad. He had also been married for several years and was the father of 5 children. Will's father and brother lost sight of him for nearly 12 years, or until the paper announced his appointment as master machinist of the Big Bend Railroad. They suddenly awoke to find at their conclusions that he had probably long since died a drunkard's death, or had gone off as a tramp and been killed, or was again serving a sentence in prison somewhere, were wrong. The same week that Will was made superintendent of construction of the Big Bend Railroad, the newspapers spread all over the country the news that Colonel Oliver P. Reynolds had committed suicide. According to their way, the newspapers gave all the sickening details of the tragedy together with the whole family history. They said that Colonel Reynolds had been driven to suicide by his wife. They said that she was much younger than he and that she was extravagant, that she was a leader in gay society. They told how, on her account, Colonel Reynolds had driven his son away from home 15 years before. They declared that the old man's wife had been a hell to him and that his wife had brought him almost to the verge of bankruptcy, and in order to escape facing open disgrace, he had murdered himself. When Will heard of his father's death, he hastened at once to the city, but was denied admission to the family residence and had to attend the funeral in the little church around the corner, not as a member of the family, but merely as an outsider. We are not concerned in this story with the fate of Will's stepmother, but as to Will's brothers. Well, the crash came 8 or 10 years after the death of Colonel Reynolds, or a short while before Will became the general manager of the Big Bend Railroad. John B. Reynolds and Thomas Reynolds, members of the firm of John B. Reynolds and Brothers, had been arrested and placed in the Tombs, charged with misappropriating $175,000 of trust funds. Again, the family history was rehearsed in the newspapers. The papers did not fail to recall the suicide of Colonel Reynolds, nor did they fail to tell how these two brothers had earlier in life turned their backs on a younger brother. Will read the papers and, saying to his wife, "Well, Mary, perhaps they'll be glad to see me this trip," he went immediately to offer his services to his brothers. He had prophesied correctly. John and Thomas were very glad to see him. They had no friends among those high in financial circles because they had for many years conducted their business in such a way that businessmen had no confidence in them. They had no credit and could get nobody to go on their bonds. Will took in the situation at a glance. He had been thoughtful enough to bring along with him the leading attorney of the Big Bend Railroad, and he put matters straightway into his hands. Bail was arranged, the brothers were released, and the lawyer then turned his attention to the prosecutors. It was discovered that almost half of the amount stolen was the property of Simon B. Nesmith, president of the Big Bend Railroad. When Will Reynolds and the lawyer found that their own superior officer had been so heavily hit by John B. Reynolds and Brothers, they came near fainting. Fortunately, Nesmith, when he heard the whole story, agreed not to prosecute, and not only said that he would be satisfied with any settlement that the railroad's attorney might arrange, but also volunteered to see the others concerned and use his influence in having them do likewise. In a short time matters were adjusted, and John Reynolds and Thomas Reynolds were saved from prison, but they lost all their earthly possessions, and their brother, the black sheep of the family, had to secure for them the sum of $40,000 besides. John B. Reynolds and Thomas Reynolds came to their senses. It was their time to cry out now. Amidst great sobs they said, "We treated you wrongly, Brother Will. We ought to have helped you many years ago. We are so sorry we didn't, and it was such a small matter, too." But Will said, "Don't talk about the past. I'm your brother still. Go and do as I did. Start over and make men of yourselves. You'll have enough time. That's all I ask." End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Holy Bible. I heard a minister say the other day that a mother had not necessarily done much for her boy because she had bought him a nice Bible and put it in his trunk when he was about to leave home to seek his fortune in the world. I think it's wrong for anybody, minister or whatnot, to indulge in such loose and flippant talk. The effect is bad, always bad, and no hair-splitting and no higher criticism and no curiously ingenious explanations can mend the matter. As for me, give me the old-fashioned mother who sends her son out into the world with a Bible in his trunk, and give me the old-fashioned boy who reads that Bible every night with tears in his eyes as he thinks of the old folks at home and of their simple lives devoted to Jesus Christ. Give me the man, woman, or child whose hands touch the Bible reverently instead of slinging it about as a dictionary or some common dime novel. Give me the plain old fellow who quickly takes leave of that circle in which critics are proceeding to ably explain away certain chapters of the Bible. As for me, I want no new theories about the Bible, no new versions, no new criticisms. No man has a right to weaken the faith of others. No man has a right to knock away the staff that supports the crippled wayfarer. And no man has a right to tell an aged mother that it does no good to give her boy a Bible unless he can suggest a better substitute. Destroy the old-fashioned idea concerning the Bible, and we shall have a nation of infidels defying God, defying the law, and repeating the licentiousness and horrors of the French Revolution. We should make the Bible first in all things. Make the Bible first in the family, in the Sunday school and church. Make it first in state and society, and we shall have a republic that will grow brighter and brighter as the years come and go. And then we shall go out with joy and be led forth with peace. And the mountains and the hills shall break forth before us unto singing, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Andrew Carnegie's advice to young men. One of the bravest and truest friends of humanity that I know of is Andrew Carnegie, the Iron King. He has retired from business now and is spending his time in giving away his money for the good of his fellow men. In addition to smaller gifts, he has given to the city of New York $5,200,000 for libraries for all the people. He has given $10 million to universities in Scotland, his native country, and he has also founded the Carnegie Institution of Washington, D.C., with the liberal sum of $10 million. Every colored boy and girl in America has a special reason for thanking Mr. Carnegie for his splendid gifts to Tuskegee and Wilberforce and other colored schools. In addition to the $600,000 given toward Tuskegee's endowment fund, he has given Tuskegee and Wilberforce library buildings costing about $20,000 each. The words of such a humanitarian and philanthropist should carry weight everywhere and should be studied by all. Among other things, Mr. Carnegie says in speaking to young men, "Do not make riches, but usefulness your first aim, and let your chief pride be in that your daily occupation is in the line of progress and development, that your work, in whatever capacity it may be, is useful work, honestly conducted, and as such ennobles your life. Whatever your salary be, save a little, live within your means. The man who saves a little from his income has given the surest indication of the very qualities that every employer is seeking for. The great successes of life are made by concentration. Do not think you have done your full duty when you have performed the work assigned you. You will never rise if you only do this." You hear a good deal about poverty nowadays, and the cry goes up to abolish poverty. But it will be the saddest day of civilization when poverty is no longer with us. It is from the soil of poverty that all the virtues spring. Without poverty, where will your inventor, your artist, your philanthropist come from? There are three classes of young men in the world. One starts out to be a millionaire. Another seeks reputation, perhaps at the cannon's mouth. A third young man who will be successful is he who starts out life with self-respect and who is true to himself and his fellow men. He cannot fail to win. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lola, Janie of Alexandria, Virginia, September 2019. Directions for Little Gentlemen. 1. The essential part of good breeding is the practical desire to afford pleasure and to avoid giving pain. Any boy possessing this desire requires only opportunity and observation to become a little gentleman. 2. Never be guilty of what are called practical jokes. This is to say, never place a pin in a chair so that somebody may come along and sit on the pin's point. Never pull back a chair when a person is about to sit down, and in that way cause such a person to fall on the floor. No little gentleman will play such tricks. 3. Whenever a lady enters a room, it is proper for boys to rise if they are seated, but you must never offer a lady a chair from which you have just risen, if there is another chair in the room. 4. Never engage in conversation while a person is singing. It is an insult not only to the singer, but to the company. 5. Always take off your hat when assisting a lady to or from a carriage. 6. If in a public place you pass and repass persons of your acquaintance, it is only necessary to salute them on the first occasion. 7. Do not wear anything that is so conspicuous as to attract attention, and particularly avoid the ruffian style. 8. Do not lose your temper, particularly if you are playing innocent games for amusement and happen to lose. Avoid the exhibition of anxiety or vexation at the lack of success. 9. In all your associations, keep constantly in view of the old adage, too much familiarity breeds contempt. End of chapter 54. Chapter number 55 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Letter of the Law. It was a bright and balmy afternoon in spring. Mrs. Anderson, in keeping with the practice of neighborly kindness which was in vogue in the Berkshire village, had sent a large plate of ice cream across the street to Mrs. Van Ingen. The cream was quite toothsome, and little Annie Van Ingen, 6 years old going on 7, felt when the plate had been emptied that she would like to have some more. With tears in her eyes, she confided her wish to her mother. The maternal explanation, "My darling, Mama didn't make any cream today," failed to satisfy Annie. "Well, where did you get that we had?" she asked. "Mrs. Anderson was kind enough to send it to us," answered the patient mother. "I'm going over there and ask her for some more," abruptly interposed little Annie. "No, no, no, my precious," said Mrs. Van Ingen. "You mustn't think of doing such things. Mama doesn't want the neighbors to know that her little Annie is a beggar." For reply, Annie's tears flowed fast and faster. Finally, seeing that nothing else would avail to pacify Annie, Miss Van Ingen said, "I'll tell you what to do, dearie. You go over to Mrs. Anderson's and tell her that you've come to play a while with her little girl. Now, be careful. Don't ask her for any cream, but I'm sure she'll offer you some before you come back." The crying stopped immediately, and pretty soon Annie went tripping across the street to play with Mrs. Anderson's little girl. Mrs. Anderson met her at the door and kissed her affectionately. "I want some more cream," volunteered little Annie. "The cream you sent Mama was very nice, and I wanted some more. Mama told me not to ask you for any more, but she said that I would come over here and play with Bessie. You would give me some more before I went back home. So I've come over to play with Bessie." And having relieved her mind of its burden, little Annie, with perfect delight and joyous innocence, ran hastily up the stairs to the nursery in search of Bessie. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The best books for children. According to some of the most thoughtful people who have lived in this world, a good way to deal with children in regard to the books that they are to read is to give them the freedom of a library which contains a few thousand of the best books in the world, and let them browse at will. This was originally, I think, Charles Lamb's idea. Charles Lamb was a lovable man who wrote readable books for children. But this statement of Lamb implies, of course, the possession of a good library. Unfortunately, many of my readers will not be found among those who live in homes which are well stocked with books. That is one reason why it seems wise to make one or two suggestions as to the best books for children to read. If you cannot have all the best books in the world, you should have at least a few of the best books in the world, and I shall name a few which I believe every boy and girl in America ought to know something about. For children between the ages of 6 and 12, I should put at the head of my list Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, a good edition of the Arabian Nights, and Hans Andersen's fairy tales. In addition to these, I would get Hawthorne's Wonder Book, Andrew Lang's Fairy Book, and some book full of absurd fun like Lear's Nonsense Book or Alice in Wonderland. We must not forget Joel Chandler Harris's Uncle Remus, for it ought to have a place in every collection of children's best books. Kipling's Jungle Book is good, and so is Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. Tom Brown at Rugby, Lamb's Shakespeare Tales, and Ruskin's King of the Golden River must not be overlooked. John Burroughs' Birds and Beasts might as well end the list, since I haven't room to give all the best books for children. But whatever else you do, boys and girls, if you wish to widen your spiritual horizons, do not close the windows on the emotional and imaginative side by neglecting poetry. Somebody has said that there is in every one of us a poet whom the man has outlived. Verse and Prose for Beginners by Horace E. Scudder is a delightful book to have, and another book of poems called The Children's Garland. The best books for a child are the books that widen his world. A man or woman in middle of life or old age who loves poetry and great pictures and statues, who is familiar with Shakespeare, who has a sense of humor and a love of nature, knows a deal about the joys of living, and is full of resources. No one can ever have these resources and that joy who has not had them from early childhood. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The right to play. The right to play is one of the divine rights of men and women, of boys and girls, and is just as essential to the peace, happiness, and prosperity of the world as is the right to pray. Never be afraid or ashamed, my young friends, of honest, vigorous, healthy play. Dominoes, lawn tennis, baseball, football, ping pong, golf, foot racing, leaping and jumping, boxing and wrestling, pole vaulting, punching the bag, swinging dumbbells or Indian clubs, and 100 other things are perfectly sane and wholesome amusements for old or young. To refrain from all forms of amusement is just as destructive of happiness and injurious to character as is the other extreme of indulging too freely in pleasures and pastimes. Puritan austerity and unrestrained excess are alike to be condemned, but a certain amount of play of the right kind and within proper limits, is a divine right of young people. Young people must have fun and relaxation, and if they do not find it in their own homes, it will be sought in other and perhaps dangerous places. For myself, I believe that anybody is an enemy to young people who desire to repress and crush out the naturally buoyant spirits of childhood and youth. And he is a benefactor of humanity who makes it a part of his business to see that proper places of amusement are provided for the young people. Aside from the physical advantages of play, there are moral advantages also. A man who helps to keep his body in good condition by regular exercise is in that way beyond a doubt adding to the number of his days. That is to say, he will live longer than the man who doesn't play. But beyond and above that, he is a happier man while he lives. He gets more joy and satisfaction out of life than the other fellow. Sane and healthy play tends to blot out remembrances of cares and hardship. It gives our minds something else to think about. But young people must be careful not to become absorbed in all these things. I believe in play. I believe in pleasure and fun. But when I see young people, or old people for that matter, devoting all their time to wheeling, footballing, card parties, the giddy whirl of the dance, the bacchanalian hilarity of the dram shop, and so on, I am forced to say that things which may be right when taken in moderation, and as a relief from the overtaxing burdens of life, are wrong when they become the chief object for which one lives. End of chapter 57. Chapter number 58 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Lola Janie of Northern Virginia, September 2019. A Christmas Present. A forsaken little kitten wandered up and down the street on the day before Christmas. It had no home, it had no name, it had no ribbon around its neck, and it had no saucer of nice milk in one corner. It began to grow dark and colder too, and the stars came peeping out, and the first flakes of a real Christmas snowstorm began floating down through the air. The kitten meowed a trembling little meow, which told as plainly as it could that it was very hungry, and it fluffed out its fur to keep itself warm. Now, somewhere along that street, up on top of a house, hiding behind a chimney where he couldn't be seen, was Santa Claus, getting everything in shape before starting on his evening round. When old Santa saw that lonesome little kitten strolling around as he smiled, yes, old Santa Claus smiled. He smiled because he knew that 2 blocks up the street a little girl was standing with her nose pressed against the window, looking out into the deepening night. He had seen her as he went by, and he had also seen the poor little supper laid out for 2 on the table, and heard her say to her mother in a quavering voice, "Not even one present, Mama? Not the teeniest little one?" "No, Susie," her mother had answered. "I'm sorry I couldn't get anything for my little girl this year. But you know there wasn't any money, dear." And there was a tremble in her mother's voice too. Susie wiped away the tears and turned to look out of the window. "Perhaps," she said to herself, "perhaps Santa Claus has something for me after all." Now, the sad, really dreadful part about it was that Santa Claus didn't have one single thing for Susie in his pack. Perhaps it was because she had moved into that house since last Christmas, or perhaps for once old Santa had made a mistake. Anyway, he was just saying to himself, "Why, bless me, what shall I do?" when he caught sight of that shivering little kitten. The very thing, he thought, "I'll give them to each other." And he chuckled till his reindeer looked around to see what was the matter. And what happened next? Well, that kitten never knew, really. It only seemed as if there was a sudden rush and jingle of bells which frightened it so that it flew up the street as fast as its 4 little legs could carry it, until it saw a small friendly face at a window, and rushed up some steps nearby. Then a door opened, and 2 soft little arms picked it up gently from the cold snow, and a voice cried, "Oh, Mama, see the poor little kitten? It's so cold. Oh, we'll keep it, won't we, Mama? The poor little thing. Do you think it would drink milk?" Would it drink milk? What a question to ask about a little kitten. While the little kitten was nearly choking itself trying to drink a saucerful of milk and purr at the same time, there was a jingle of bells outside, and Susie said, "Mama, I hear old Santa's bells, and of course, this is the present he brought." End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Drinking and Smoking. There is food for reflection in a saying of somebody who lived a great many years, way back in 1878. Here it is. Our government land costs $1.25 an acre, and good whiskey $2 a bottle. How many men die landless who during their lives have swallowed a whole township, trees and all? Alongside of this statement might go this other one, which is equally true. The young man who smokes 3 5-cent cigars a day, and many young men use double the quantity at double the price, puffs away enough money in the course of 10 years to give anyone a handsome start in business, or to provide anyone a comfortable home. From a purely business standpoint, not to say anything about religion or morals, from a purely business standpoint, young people drink too much and smoke too much. Every 5 cents spent for beer is 5 cents thrown away. Every 10 cents spent for whiskey is a total loss. It would bring far better returns if it were put into a savings bank and laid away for a rainy day. As for smoking, it is a silly, senseless, expensive habit. It literally burns up money. The following figures show the expense of smoking 2 cigars a day at 5 cents each from the age of 20 to the end of each period of 5 years up to the age of 70. 6% compound interest semi-annually being reckoned upon the money. 2 cigars a day at 5 cents each from the age of 20 to 25 years, 5 years. The principal, $182.50. Principal and interest, $209.21. 20 to 30 years of age, number of years, 10, $365. Principal and interest, $490.39. 20 to 35 years. In 15 years, principal is $574.50. Principal and interest is $868.25. Ages 20 to 40. In 20 years, the principal is $730, and principal and interest is $1,376.07. 20 to 45 years old. In 25 years, principal is $912.50. Principal and interest, $2,058.44. 20 to 50 years. In 30 years, $1,095. Principal and interest, $3,094.99. Ages 20 to 55. In 35 years, $1,277.50 of principal. Principal and interest, $4,367.46. 20 to 60. In 40 years, principal is $1,460. Principal and interest, $6,078.73. 20 to 65 years. In 45 years, principal will be $1,642.50. Principal and interest, $8,378.52. Ages 20 to 70. In 50 years, principal will be $1,825. Principal and interest, $11,469.25. Boys, I am glad to be able to put these figures down where you can see them and study them for yourselves. I want you to reflect upon them. It is not what you make, but it's what you save that makes you rich. If you ever expect to be even well-to-do men, not to speak of being rich men, you must begin early to learn and practice the habit of saving your money. If you will learn to leave out of your expenses the bills for whiskey and tobacco, it will not be hard for you to see then how you can also save by cutting down your expenses for trifles, such as knickknacks, candy, red lemonade, peanuts, etc. First in importance among public institutions, next to the church and the schoolhouse, I place the savings bank. No matter what your occupation, no matter what your salary, it is possible for every young person to save something out of his earnings, however small they may be. But if this habit of saving is not acquired in early life, it will be very hard to learn it later. Saving is not the miser's habit necessarily, nor is it the spirit of avarice and parsimony. It is prudence and forethought. Money is a good thing. It is the love of money, not money, that is the root of all evil. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The nickel that burned in Frank's pocket. Deacon Hepworth kept a little fish market. "Do you want a boy to help you?" asked Frank Shaw one day. "Can you give good weight to my customers and take good care of my pennies?" "Yes, sir," answered Frank. Forthwith he took his place in the little store, weighed the fish, and kept the room in order. "A whole day for fun, fireworks, and noise tomorrow," exclaimed Frank, as he buttoned his white apron about him the day before the 4th of July. A great trout was thrown down in the counter by Ned Tant, one of Frank's playmates. "Here's a royal trout, Frank. I caught it myself. You may have it for 10 cents. Just hand over the money, for I'm in a hurry to buy my firecrackers," said Ned hurriedly. The deacon was out, but Frank had made purchases for him before, so the dime spun across to Ned, who was off like a shot. Just then Mrs. Sinclair appeared. "I want a nice trout for my dinner tomorrow." "This one will do. How much is it?" she asked, as she carefully examined it. "A quarter, ma'am." And the fish was transferred to the lady's basket and the silver piece to the money drawer. But here Frank paused. He thought to himself, 10 cents was very cheap for that fish. If I tell the deacon it costs 15 cents, he'll be satisfied, and I shall have 5 cents to invest in firecrackers. The deacon was pleased with Frank's bargain, and when the market was closed, each went his way for the night. But the nickel burned in Frank's pocket, burned like coal. He could eat no supper and was cross and unhappy. At last he could stand it no longer, but, walking rapidly, tapped at the door of Deacon Hepworth's cottage. The old man was seated at a table, reading the Bible. Frank's heart almost failed him, but he told the story and with tears of sorrow laid the coin in the deacon's hand. Turning over the leaves of the Bible, the old man read, "He that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy." "You have forgiveness, Frank," he said. "Now go home and confess to the Lord, and remember you must forsake as well as confess. Here, you may keep this coin as long as you live to remind you of your first temptation." End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in a public domain. A monument to a black man. In the city of Columbus, Georgia, there was erected in the year 1904 a monument to the memory of a colored man named Bragg Smith. Mr. Smith lost his life in the autumn of 1903 in an effort to save the life of the city engineer of Columbus, who had been buried under an excavation in the street. A large crowd of colored men was at work digging deep trenches in which were to be placed pipes for running water about the city. In some way the sides of the narrow trench had not been properly supported by planks or otherwise, and by a great stretch of dirt caved in. Unfortunately, the city engineer, a white man, was caught underneath the falling dirt. Bragg Smith did not stop to say, "Oh, it's a white man, let him die," but at once jumped down into the ditch and tried to pull the white man from under the heavy dirt. It was while he was engaged in his work that the dirt fell from both sides a second time, and Bragg Smith, in his effort to save the life of the white man, lost his own life. The Bible says, "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man will lay down his life for a friend." The city council at its first regular meeting after the accident voted to erect a suitable monument to the memory of Mr. Smith. The monument was dedicated in April 1904. The monument is of Vermont and Georgia marbles and bears on one side this inscription: "Erected by the city of Columbus to mark the last resting place of Bragg Smith, who died on September 30th, 1903, in the heroic but fruitless effort to save the life of the city engineer." On the other side appears this quotation from Alexander Pope: "Honor and fame from no conditions rise. Act well your part, there all the honor lies." End of chapter 61. Chapter number 62 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bad Boy, Who He Is. My dear children, I'm happy to say that all boys who are called bad boys are not bad boys. There is quite a difference between a bad boy and a merely mischievous boy. A boy is not necessarily bad because he makes unearthly noises about the house, or now and then twists the cat's tail just to hear her mew, or muddies his clothes in an effort to catch crawfish. He is not bad just because he likes to play fantastic on the 4th of July. So many people complain of their boys being bad when they're only mischievous, that is to say, when they're only full of life. Some people think that a good boy is one that has a pale face and looks sickly, one that wears a sanctimonious look and moves along through the world as though he were afraid to put one foot in front of the other. That isn't my kind of a boy. I do not think that kind of a fellow is a boy at all. He's almost a girl. A boy who never enjoys a romp in the woods, who never climbs the apple tree before or after the apples are ripe, who never plays ball, who will not shoot marbles, and etc. This sort of a boy usually dies young, or he grows up to be a male woman. I mean by that he grows up to be a man who acts like a woman, and that kind of a man is hardly fit for anything. But there are some bad boys, I'm sorry to say, really bad boys, bad in heart and in deed. I have seen some on the chain gangs. I have seen some hanging around the street corners, especially on Sundays, with no clean clothes on. I have seen them smoking cigarettes, and a cigarette is something which no manly boy will use. I have seen them in saloons, drinking, playing pool, and playing cards. I have sometimes seen them shooting dice in the streets for money. There are probably 1,000 boys in the jails, reformatories, in the penitentiaries in the single state of Georgia. To form anything like an adequate estimate of the total number of bad boys in the South, we must add to that above number the boys imprisoned in the other states, and also that much larger number who have never been in prison because they happen never to have been arrested, or who have been arrested and have had their fines paid in money. And finally, we must add those who have already served their time and are again at large. So, you see, there are many thousands and thousands of bad boys in the world, and they are very easily found. Are you a bad boy or a good boy? Isn't it better to be a good boy than to be a bad boy? End of chapter 62. Chapter number 63 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bad Boy, How to Help Him. Almost anybody can make something out of a boy who is naturally good, but it takes one of very Christian-like power and patience to make anything out of a really bad boy. Yet all boys may be reclaimed, reformed, saved, at least so I believe. And the first step in making a good man out of a bad boy has to do with the boy's body. The Holy Bible tells us that our bodies are the temples, the dwelling places of the Holy Ghost, and every boy and every teacher of every boy in the home or day school or Sunday school should give more time and attention to the body in order to make it a fit place for such a holy being. It is as true now as of old that plenty of soap and water will exert a wholesome influence in making bad boys good. Someone has said that cleanliness is next to godliness, and somebody has added to that soap is a means of grace. A boy who is taught to bathe regularly and who is taught to keep his clothing neat and clean at all times will in that way learn the greatest lesson of self-respect quicker than in any other way. And in my judgment, the shortest way to the purification of a boy's habits, a boy's morals, a boy's character, is to teach him first to keep his body pure. Keep it pure not only by baths and clean clothes, but keep it pure and sweet by keeping it free from whiskey and tobacco in every form. Exercise, regular and systematic exercise, whether as work or play, will go a great way towards keeping the body clean and healthy. Every boy is mistaken, every parent is mistaken who thinks that labor is unworthy, or that any kind of honest work is degrading. The body needs to be kept alive and vigorous by the frequent use of all its parts, and there is no better way to keep the body vigorous than by doing some kind of work that requires the use of the hands and legs and muscles, work that stimulates the blood and makes it flow freely through the body. Another step in the process of making a good man out of a bad boy has to do with the mind. The body grows not alone by exercise, but the body grows by what we put into it, the food we eat and the water we drink, etc. We might say, I think, that the boy grows on what it feeds on. It is the same way with the mind. The mind grows on what it feeds on. If we feed our minds on obscene pictures, on bad books, on vulgar stories told by ourselves or our associates, we cannot expect to have minds that are keenly alive and active for good. Our thoughts control us, boys and girls, whether we understand the process by which they control or not. Our thoughts control us. If our thoughts are pure and sweet and noble, we will be pure and sweet and noble. If our thoughts are impure, vile, and ignoble, we will be impure, vile, and ignoble. Our thoughts rule us. So every boy should guard well his thoughts. Every boy should guard well what he puts into his mind. Every boy's mind feeds on what he puts into it, and every boy's mind grows on what it feeds. It goes without saying then that a boy should not read blood and thunder detective stories about the James brothers and other outlaws and bandits. Nor should a boy read filthy so-called love stories. All such literature should be shunned as a boy would shun deadly poison. A boy who desires to become a good man should read only those things which will give him confidence in himself that he can and may become a good man, good for the service of God and the service of his fellow men. Bad company must also be left behind if a bad boy wants to become a good boy. Those boys who tell smutty jokes and stories should not be allowed to associate with that boy whose eyes have been opened and who want to feed his mind on good and wholesome food. Character boys in this last analysis depends chiefly on three things: heredity, environment, and will. Now, you cannot do much to change your inherited tendencies, the tendencies you receive from mother and father at birth, but you can do much in offsetting or overcoming these tendencies. You can also do much with the aid of a generous and enlightened public to change your surroundings if they happen to be bad. I confess that your mothers and fathers, your teachers and pastors, ought to do much more in this regard than you. But if they will not exert themselves to get you out of evil surroundings, then you, as value of your own life and time and possibilities, by the help of God, try to get out yourselves. The will is very largely influenced by your surroundings. Hence, you can see the importance of having good books and good associates. But whatever you do, boys, do not forget Jesus Christ, the Lamb of God, who takes away the sins of the world. The highest part of your nature is your spiritual nature, and while you are building up the body and building up the mind, do not forget to build up your soul. If others will not assist you in this greater matter, you can help yourself. The Master said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not." End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thomas Green Bethune, Blind Tom. I suppose there's not a little colored girl or boy in America who has not heard of the wonderful Blind Tom, one of the greatest musicians of the world. I wish that every boy and girl might have seen him and heard him give one of his remarkable performances with the piano. I had that high favor and privilege myself. During his life on the stage, or for more than 40 years, Blind Tom was seen probably by more people in the world than any one living being. His stage career was closed somewhere in 1900. I do not know whether he is living at present or not. If he is still alive, and he probably is, he's very nearly 60 years old. Everywhere in this country and Europe, those who observed him most closely and attempted to understand him pronounced him a living miracle, unparalleled, incomprehensible, such as had not been seen before in the world, and probably never would be seen again. Thomas Green Bethune, better known to the public as Blind Tom, was born within a few miles of the city of Columbus, Georgia, on the 25th day of May, 1849. He was of pure Negro blood and was born blind. He was little less than 4 years old when a piano was brought to the house of his master, for he was born a slave. As long as anyone was playing, he was contented to stay in the yard and dance and caper to the music. Sometimes he was permitted to indulge his curiosity by being allowed to run his fingers over the keys. One night the parlor and the piano had been left open. Before day, the young ladies of the family awoke and were astounded to hear Blind Tom playing one of their pieces. The family gathered around him to witness and wonder at his performance, which they said was marvelously strange. Notwithstanding that this was his first known effort at a tune, he played with both hands and used the black as well as the white keys. Pretty soon he was allowed free access to the piano and began to play offhand everything he heard. As young as he was, he soon mastered all of that and began composing for himself. The record of his public life is too long for me to give, but that Blind Tom was known and honored around the world is known to everybody. But feeling that every colored boy and girl should be justly proud of Blind Tom's record, I will give some words from the book of Honorable James M. Trotter, himself a colored man. His book is called Music and Some Highly Musical People. He says, Blind Tom is unquestionably the most wonderful musician the world has ever known. He is an absolute master in the comprehension and retention of all sound. You may sit down to the pianoforte and strike any note or chord or discord, or a great number of them, and he will at once give their proper names and, taking your place, reproduce them. Complete master of the pianoforte keyboard, he calls to his melodious uses with most consummate ease all of his resources that are known to skillful performers, as well as constantly discovers and applies those that are new. Under his magnetic touch, this instrument may become at his will a music box, a hand organ, a harp or a bagpipe, a Scottish fiddle, a church organ, a guitar, or a banjo. It may imitate the stump speaker as he delivers his glowing harangue, or, being brought back to its legitimate tones, it may be made to sing two melodies at once, while the performer, with his voice, delivers a third, all three in different time and keys, all in perfect tune and time, and each one easily distinguishable from the other. He remembers and plays fully 7,000 pieces. Some persons, it is true, have had the temerity to say that Blind Tom is an idiot. Out with the idea. Who ever heard of an idiot possessing such power of memory, such fineness of musical sensibility, such order, such method as he displays? Let us call him the embodiment of music, the soul of music, and there let our investigations rest, for all else is vain speculation. No one lives, or so far as we know has ever lived, that can at all be compared with him. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not fit to know. Susan and Mamie and Lillian and Marjorie were all close friends. They usually went together and played together, and it was very unusual to see one of them without the others. At school, they always made it a rule to lunch together and play together. One day at recess, they were standing in a little group all by themselves when Frances joined them. "What are you talking about, girls?" asked Frances in cheerful tones. "I'm telling them a secret," said Susie. "And we'll let you know too, Frances, if you'll promise not to tell anyone." "I'll promise you not to tell anybody but my mother," said Frances, "for I have made it a rule to tell my mother everything." "No, you can't even tell your mother," answered Susie. "You must not tell anyone in the world." "Well, then I refuse to hear it," said Frances, as she walked away. "For what I can't tell my mother is not fit for me to know." Don't you think Frances was right, girls? I think so. As soon as little boys and girls begin to listen to words and stories which they would be ashamed to repeat to their mothers, they are on the road to temptation, and nobody can tell how soon they'll reach the end, which is always disgrace and death. I wish all the boys and girls who read this book would make the reply of Francis their motto: what I cannot tell my mother is not fit to know. Stick to this rule through thick and thin, and you will avoid many of the snares and pitfalls by which many of your companions and playmates sink into shame and sin. Don't read a note that you would be afraid to have your own mother read. Don't look at a picture that you would be ashamed to have your mother see. Don't speak any word, and don't allow any to be spoken to you that you would not like to have your mother hear. A girl's best friend is her mother. A boy's best friend is his mother. And boys and girls, be very sure that if a thing isn't fit for your mothers to know, it isn't fit for you to know. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Right Way. Henry Oliphant always considered himself lucky whenever he was able to get a ride on the streetcars without paying for it, or get a glass of soda water, or be admitted to some public place where an admission fee was charged without paying the price. He was bragging one day to some of his boyfriends that he had not paid anything to witness the school exhibition the night before. Frank Sewell was brave enough to chide him for having done so. Frank was a plain-spoken boy, and Henry did not like what Frank had to say. He thought that what he had done was right, while Frank had said that it was all wrong. Anyhow, Henry decided to get his father's opinion on the matter. "Father," he said, when night had come, "I got in the hall last night for nothing." "How was that?" "I just walked by the doorkeeper, and he didn't ask me for any money." "Did the doorkeeper see you?" "Well, Father, that was his business. He was put there for that purpose. He ought to have seen me." "But I asked you, Henry, whether the doorkeeper saw you. I want you to answer that question." "I don't know, sir." "Do you think he saw you?" "I don't know, sir." "Well, Henry, if he had seen you, don't you think he would have asked you for your money or a ticket?" "I guess so, Father, but he didn't ask me for anything." "Well, now, Henry, you know that a charge of 10 cents was made at the door, and that no one had a right to enter who had not paid the 10 cents. You did go in without paying. Now, whether the doorkeeper saw you or not, do you think that that was quite honest on your part? Was that the right way for you to act?" "Well, I would have paid him if he asked me. I wasn't the doorkeeper." "I guess the man who stole our wood last week would have paid me if I'd seen him and asked him. But we call that stealing." "But, Father, I didn't take anything from the doorkeeper." "Who gave you the money with which to pay your admission?" "Mother." "Where's that money now?" "I have it, but I didn't take it from the doorkeeper." "But you kept it from him, Henry. It belongs to the doorkeeper. He gave you its value, my son. The right way is, whenever you buy anything, whether it be a ride or a glass of soda water or permission to see a concert, whenever you buy anything, you ought to pay for it. If you don't, you are no better than a common robber. You must go today and give Mr. Hall that 10 cents. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Keeping friendship in repair. I sometimes think that boys and girls, and even old people, are often careless in the matter of their friendships. Not careless in the matter of selecting friends, though I'm sure there is room for improvement along that line, but careless in trying to keep the good friendships we have already formed. We ought to keep our friendships in repair. Perhaps you think that our friendships are not things which need to be kept in repair. How foolish it is to think so. Does a garden need to be weeded? Does an old fence need to be kept in repair? Do we paint our houses only once a century? What about the musician? Does he not need to keep in practice? Supposing that you never kept your muscles in repair by constant use or exercise, how long would you be strong or healthy? And do you think that your friendships, because they are in a way intangible, you cannot see them, handle them, or taste them, do you think that they grow and thrive of their own accord and therefore do not need to be kept in repair? Slights, snubs, angry words, unpleasant conduct, long continued lack of association, long continued lack of familiar intercourse and coldness, even where the meetings are periodic. These things, boys and girls, will kill the warmest friendship and choke the tenderest love. So, we ought to be careful to keep our friendships in repair. If we had no friends in this world, no playmates and companions, no kindred spirits, into whose keenest sorrows and highest joys we entered with deep and full sympathy, and who did not enter our sorrows and joys in the same way, if we had no friends in this world with all of its wealth and splendor, we should not desire to live very much longer. But to have friends and to be friendly goes a long way towards making the world a beautiful and blessed place to live in. How then may we keep our friends? Easy enough, by cultivating them. And we cannot keep them in any other way. We should take time to be friendly. Little notes, little presents, little visits, little social entertainments, little kindnesses. These things and things like them go a great way in cementing our friendships, in tying people to us, as it were, with hooks of steel. We should not neglect these means of keeping our friendships in repair. Always give your friends a cordial welcome in your homes and at your little children's parties. Make them feel that their coming adds to your pleasure without increasing your burdens. Don't be selfish and narrow. Be broad-minded and liberal. Keep your friendships in repair, and then see if you do not find your horizons broadened, your life sweetened, and the weary weight of this sad old world lightened. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Little Annie's Christmas. Christmas morning came. Daylight was just peeping into the room. Poor little Annie, the cripple, awoke and turned her eyes towards the corner where she had hung her stocking the night before. Surely, she thought as she watched it, there could not be very much in it, because it didn't seem to be any larger than it was when she had hung it up. After a while, she crept slowly to where it was. She did not take her crutches for fear she would disturb her mother, who slept in the same bed with her. It was hard for her to move around without her crutches, but she persevered, and finally she reached her stocking. She put out her little thin hand and felt it. Yes, there was something in it. Then she put her hand inside and took out something which seemed round and soft. She took it out and looked at it. It was a little cake. Poor little Annie smiled and put her hand back into the stocking. This time she found something which was done up in paper. She opened the paper and found a whole dozen of gumdrops. How brightly her little eyes flashed. She was only 6 years old, and she had never had so much candy at one time in all her life. By and by her mother awoke. She raised her head and saw Annie's happy face. Poor girl, she thought, how happy I would have been to have bought something else for her, but I wasn't able. I hope she'll be happy with what she has. See, Mother, cried Annie, I have 12 gumdrops and a cake. We will eat half of the gumdrops today and save the other half for tomorrow. You'll eat 3, and I will eat 3. No, Annie, said her mother, you must eat every one by yourself. Annie smiled, but did not say anything. Little Annie's mother was a widow, and she was very, very poor. There were many times when they had only a little dry bread and water for the day's food. For this bright Christmas season, there were many things besides food which she would have liked to bought for her poor little crippled child, but she did not have any money to pay for playthings or toys. After breakfast, on this Christmas day, Johnny Ray came to see them. He brought with him a good thick shawl for Annie's mother and 4 pair of warm stockings which his mother had sent for Annie and also a large package of nice candy. Little Annie's mother cried for joy. Little Annie was too happy to speak. She had never dreamed of having so much candy at one time. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Velocipede Race. One bright day, Archibald mounted his velocipede and rode out into the long green lane where he could ride for long distance without interruption. He had left his coat in the house because he knew that riding would make him very warm. When he reached the lane, the velocipede moved along so smoothly that Archibald was very happy. By the time he had gone nearly half a mile, he was tired and stopped for a rest. Pretty soon he heard a noise coming from behind, and he wondered what rider it might be on the same track that beautiful spring morning. He looked up and saw John Smith coming, riding a very large velocipede and going as fast as he could. Archibald quickly mounted his wheel and started on a swift run, trying to overtake the flying John. Before they reached the end of the road, they saw Clara Hampton standing by the fence with her little velocipede. Clara watched the boys as they flitted past. She thought that she could keep up with John, but she was not sure that she could ride as fast as Archibald. While she was meditating, Archibald cried out, "Clara, you wait until we finish this race, and then we three will go back together." Archibald reached the end first, but John was not very far behind. When Clara reached them, Archibald said, "Now we will all have a fair start and see who will reach the other end first." So they all started on a line. Archibald knew that he was the largest and could go the fastest, but as he had won the other race, he did not ride this time as fast as he could. He thought this was the right way to give the others a fair chance. Clara and John reached the other end of the lane at exactly the same time, with Archibald a short distance behind them. John and Clara were greatly delighted because they won the race from the big boy, Archibald. Archibald was pleased because they were pleased. This was not the only time that Archibald had proved that he was a good and kind boy, and that he was thoughtful of little children younger than himself. From this little story of the Velocipede Race, many other little boys and girls may learn a good lesson, I hope, that will do them good all through life. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fault finding. Faults are the easiest things to find in all this world. A fault is something that can be found without looking for it. And I guess no little boy or girl in all the world knows anything that's easier to find than something that he or she doesn't have to look for. Well, faults are the things that we can find without looking for them. So faults are the easiest things to find in all the world. Yet, boys and girls, the habit of fault finding, or the habit of finding fault, is one of the worst habits that anybody could form. It does nobody good, generally speaking. Besides, it stamps the person who's so easy to find fault with everything and everybody as being a mean, low, envious, evil-hearted person. It is a good deal better to look for something to praise than it is to look for something to blame. Yet there are some people, some little boys and girls, who are so constituted that they do not see any good in anything. When it is cold, it is too cold. When it is hot, it is too hot. They don't like Vicky Kid shoes. They want patent leathers. The singing at church or Sunday school last Sunday was just horrid. Old Mary Jones ought to be taken out of the choir. The preacher preaches too long, or the deacon prays too loud. The school teacher isn't any good. I can beat him drawing myself. So they go on from day to day, finding fault with everything and everybody. Nothing pleases them. Nothing delights them. If by any chance or mischance they should get to heaven, they would, I believe, find fault with the way the Lord has arranged things up there. They are miserable people to have around, these good-for-nothing, lazy, and trifling fault-finders. If you try real hard, boys and girls, you can find something good in everything and everybody. That's one reason why we do not always see the good in people or things. We don't look for it. We can find out what is bad, can find out the bad things without looking for them. But if we want to see the good things, we must be on the lookout for them. If we are on the lookout, if we make up in our minds that we're going to see the good and only the good, we are always sure to find it. There was an old woman once who was noted for being able to say something good about everything and everybody. She was never heard to speak evil of anything or anybody. Once upon a time, a gambler died in the city where she lived. He was a miserable sinner, and nobody liked him, and nobody had a good word to say for him, even after he was dead. Aunt Maria, the good old lady, went to see him after he had been put in his coffin. The people who were present wondered what good thing Aunt Maria could possibly say about the dead sinner. Aunt Maria entered the room and walked around on tiptoe. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Friends, I tell you, he makes a mighty nice looking corpse." End of chapter 70. Chapter number 71 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Puritans Sabbath. If all the little boys and girls in America today knew how the people of the New England states were compelled by law to keep the Sabbath day, I think they would realize how much better it is to be living in these days and times than to have lived in those. The laws concerning the keeping of a New England Sabbath were very severe. That is, before the Revolutionary War, when what was called colonial rule was in force. No manner of work was allowed to be done. No visiting, no playing, no gaiety of any kind was permitted. Just think, boys and girls. It is said that one man was brought to trial and fined for kissing his wife on a Sabbath morning. Slowly and solemnly, just as if they were going to a funeral, the families all walked to the meeting house on Sundays, some of them having to walk many and many miles. On reaching the church, the men took their places on one side of the house and the women on the other. They didn't allow men and women to sit together. The children also had to sit by themselves, and there was a man appointed to keep them quiet. This man carried a long stick with a hard knob at one end and a little feather brush at the other. The feather end of this stick he would use to tickle the faces of the men and women who might chance to get sleepy and to go nodding during the preaching. The other end he used on the children. I guess this poor man must have kept busy all the time, for the sermons were very long, lasting for whole hours. Sometimes a man would begin a sermon in the morning and preach up to dinner time. The congregation would then go out for dinner and come back and sit for hours during afternoon to hear the sermon concluded. The men carried their muskets to church with them so that they might have them ready in case of an attack from the wild Indians. The meeting houses were not warmed even in the very cold weather. The people thought that in some way it would make them better Christians if they bore such discomforts without a murmur. Of course, we know better now and wouldn't think of doing such a foolish thing. After a time, the people began to carry hot bricks and stones to keep their hands and feet from freezing, and by they carried foot stoves. These stoves were little tin boxes with holes on the side, a cover, a door, and handles with which to carry them. In these boxes were put live coals, and in that way the fire would last throughout the sermon. I fear many a little boy and girl dreaded to see Sunday come, for as a rule it was a long, dreary day, and I'm sure that they must have been glad when it was over. I know you must be glad that people no longer have the idea that Sunday should be such a dismal, sober day, and I believe that our Heavenly Father is much more pleased to see the children spending the Lord's Day happily in their homes with their mothers and fathers, their little brothers and sisters. Of course, no Christian boy or girl even now believes in making Sunday a day of riot and fun, and no Christian man or woman believes in having the saloons open on Sundays anywhere. But most of us are way beyond the old Puritan idea of sadness and gloom for the Sabbath. Next Sunday, boys and girls, when you enter your pleasant Sunday school rooms and find your schoolmates and teachers so glad to see you, and where everything is bright and pleasant, think of those poor little children who had no books and cards and no pretty songs, and who were made to pass the whole day without even be allowed to laugh. End of chapter 71. Chapter number 72 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Devil on an Excursion. I wonder how many boys and girls have ever witnessed a cyclone, a great big hurricane of wind and rain, of lightning and thunder, that just knocks down all the trees and takes the roofs off all the houses. It is a terrible thing, the cyclone is. The other day, one came to our town. We could look up into the sky and see coming from afar a great big black cloud that looked for all the world like a balloon, a great big balloon ever so large. The wind was blowing at a rapid rate, the dust flying, and everybody was frightened. The roof was lifted off the schoolhouse, a church was blown down, many houses were unroofed, and men and beasts were alike hurled right and left. I do not think anybody was killed, but a great many were frightened nearly to death. The cyclone took one poor little boy and landed him in the midst of a mud puddle. The little fellow stretched out stiff and stark as if he had been killed. An old man ran up to the edge of the ditch and said, "Isaac, is you dead?" Isaac said nothing, but his eyes were rolling in their sockets. The old man asked again, "Isaac, is you dead? 'Cause if you is dead, there ain't no use of my coming in there to try to get you out." This time Isaac grunted, rolled his eyes, and asked, "Where is he, Uncle Reuben?" "Why's who?" asked Uncle Reuben. "The devil," said Isaac. "He done gone," said Uncle Reuben. "He done clean gone. But you better get up from there." "I can't," said Isaac. "I can't, I'm most dead." Uncle Reuben studied a short while. He was planning what to do next. He didn't want to go into the mud and water and get his clothes soiled in trying to rescue the little boy. By and by, Uncle Reuben threw up his hands, looked up the big road, and said, "The goodness gracious, I see that old cyclone a-corning back again. He looked blacker and worser than he done before. Run, Isaac, run!" You ought to have seen Isaac jump out of that hole. He got out hallooing, and he ran and hallooed for nearly a quarter of a mile. Uncle Reuben hallooed after him to stop, but it did no good. The poor little fellow was well nigh scared to death. A few days after the cyclone, Uncle Reuben was telling some of his friends about the occurrence. Among other things, he said, "Little Isaac wasn't ready for judgment, that's all. He wasn't ready. When a man's ready to go to judgment, he ain't afraid of nothing. No, sir, he ain't afraid of nothing." Isaac wasn't ready, and he hallooed and squealed just like death done struck him. Mens, I tell you, that old cyclone just stuck the roof off in everybody's house. Looking like everybody's house, he come to dip down and say, "Take your hats off to me. Don't you see me coming? Ain't you got no manners?" Then he strike 'em and take the hats off himself. He took the roof off it in colored schoolhouse, and he took the roof off it in white schoolhouse. The cyclone ain't no respect of persons. He sure ain't. When little Isaac done come to his senses and done got clean over his fright, I asked him what a cyclone was. He told me that a cyclone wasn't nothing tall in this world but the dabbling on a flying excursion. The more I think about it, the more I believe that boy was right. The cyclone show is the dabbling on an excursion, and when the dabblings are riding, you better lay low. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Random Remarks. In the olden times, parents used to rule their children, but in these days and times, there are many people who believe that the children rule their parents. So many misguided parents in these days and times believe in sparing the rod and spoiling the child. Boys don't get many whippings at home nowadays, and if a boy happens to get a good flogging at school, it will cause a big row, and sometimes cause the teacher to be threatened with arrest. Whenever my teacher used to whip me, I was always afraid to mention it at home for fear of getting another. I heard a man say the other day, "Never whip a child. Raise your boy on love and kindness and reason." Yes, and when that boy is 12 or 13 years old, somebody will have to go to him and talk to him and try to persuade him not to whip his father or mother. I was at church the other day and I saw two boys about 10 or 11 years old. After service, they lit their cigarettes and went marching off as big as Trip. A man of the old school looked at them for a while and then, turning away, he said, "I just wish I could have my way with those boys for about 2 minutes." I didn't say anything, but deep down in my heart I sympathized with the old man and felt that both the youngsters ought to have had a good whipping. Some girls are almost as bad as some boys. Girls are most too fast in these days. As soon as they get their dresses to their shoe top, they're gone. They go crazy over their clothes, for they think that they must keep in the fashion. They read too much trash, for they think that is the way refined and cultured people do. Old-fashioned modesty is at a discount. The girls don't wait for the boys to come now. That is, many of them don't. They go after them. I have seen some girls running around in these new-fashioned nightgowns, and they call it a Mother Hubbard party. If their mothers don't allow them to go with the boys, they will slip around and meet them somewhere anyhow. And where they are allowed to go with the boys, they generally go to extremes. What business has a little girl 10 or 12 or 14 years old to be locked arms with a little stripling of a boy, going home at night from church or some social entertainment? It always disgusts me whenever I see it. Worse than a mannish boy is a womanish girl. What business has a little girl or larger one to allow a man to throw his arms around her waist in the round dance? It is immodest, to say the least, and there's not a good mother in the land who approves it. A girl who goes to a promiscuous ball and waltzes around with promiscuous fellows puts herself in a promiscuous fix to be talked about by the dudes and rakes and fast young fellows who have encircled her waist. Slander is very common, I know, especially slander of young ladies. There are not many young ladies who escape it, but the trouble about it is that it is not all slander. Some of it is the truth. In the olden times when folks got married, they stayed married, but nowadays the courts are full of divorce cases. The land is spotted with what are called grass widows, and in many a household there is hidden grief over a daughter's shame. Why is it? What causes it? Lack of proper training and care of the young. Habits are great things, good habits or bad habits. If girls are reared to clean their teeth and keep their fingernails clean, they will keep them clean all their lives. If boys are reared to chew tobacco and smoke, they will never quit. The same about loving and courting and getting married. Much depends upon training, upon habits. Young flirts make old flirts. Young devils make old devils. End of chapter 73. Chapter number 74 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Benjamin Banneker, the Negro Astronomer. The little colored boys and girls of America should be proud to know, as I suppose the little white boys and girls will be surprised to learn, that the first clock of which every portion was made in America was made by a colored man. The colored children will also be glad to know, I think, that among the earliest almanacs prepared for general use in this country were those which were published for several years by the same colored man. His name is Benjamin Banneker. I have found a good and true account of this wonderful man in the Atlantic Monthly for January 1863. I'm going to give a good portion of that account in this book, because I believe every colored person in America should be acquainted with that man's history. The account says, Benjamin Banneker was born in Baltimore County, Maryland, near the village of Ellicott's Mills in the year 1732. There was not a drop of white man's blood in his veins. His father was born in Africa, and his mother's parents were born natives of Africa. What genius he had then must be credited to that race. When he was approaching manhood, he went in the intervals of toil to an obscure and remote country school. At the school, Benjamin acquired a knowledge of reading and writing, and advanced in arithmetic as far as the double position. Beyond these rudiments, he was his own teacher. Young Banneker had no books at all, but in the midst of labor for a living, he so improved upon what he had gained in arithmetic that his intelligence became a matter of general observation. He was such an acute observer of the natural world, and had so diligently observed the signs of the times in society, that it is very doubtful whether at 40 years of age this African had his superior in Maryland. Perhaps the first wonder amongst his comparatively illiterate neighbors was excited when, about the 13th year of his age, Benjamin made a clock. It is probable that this was the first clock of which every portion was made in America. It is certain that it was purely his own invention, as if none had ever been made before. He had seen a watch, but never a clock, such an article not being within 50 miles of him. He used the watch as a model for his clock. He was a long time at work on the clock, his chief difficulty, as he used often to relate, being to make the hour, minute, and second hands correspond in their motion. But at last the work was completed, and raised the admiration for Banneker to quite a high pitch among his few neighbors. The making of the clock proved to be of great importance in assisting the young man to fulfill his destiny. It attracted the attention of the Ellicott family, who had just begun a settlement at Ellicott's Mills. They were well-educated men with much mechanical knowledge, and some of them Quakers. They sought out the ingenious Negro, and he could not have fallen into better hands. In 1787, Mr. George Ellicott gave him Mayer's tables, Ferguson's astronomy, and Leadbetter's lunar tables. From this time, astronomy became the great object of Banneker's life, and in its study he almost disappeared from the sight of his neighbors. He slept much during the day, that he might the more devotedly observe at night the heavenly bodies whose laws he was slowly but surely mastering. Very soon after the possession of the books already mentioned, Banneker determined to compile an almanac, that being the most familiar use that occurred to him of the information he had acquired. To make an almanac then was a very different thing from what it would be now, when there's an abundance of accurate tables and rules. Banneker had no aid whatever from men or rules, and Mr. George Ellicott, who procured some tables and took them to him, states that he had already advanced very far in the preparation of the logarithms necessary for the purpose. The first almanac prepared by Banneker for publication was for the year 1792. By this time his acquirements had become generally known, and among those who were attracted to them was Mr. James McHenry. Mr. McHenry wrote to Goddard and Angle, then the Almanac publishers of Baltimore, and procured the publication of this work, which contained from the pen of Mr. McHenry a brief notice of Banneker. When his first almanac was published, Banneker was 59 years old and had received tokens of respect from all the scientific men of the country. Among others, Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State under George Washington, wrote him a most flattering and complimentary letter. In his letter, Jefferson said, "Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit, that nature has given to our black brethren talents equal to those of other colors of men, and that the appearance of a want of them is owing only to the degraded condition of their existence both in Africa and America." Banneker continued to calculate and publish almanacs until 1802. Mr. Benjamin H. Ellicott, who was a true friend of Banneker and collected from various sources all the facts concerning him, wrote in a letter as follows: During the whole of his long life, he lived respectably and much esteemed by all who became acquainted with him, but more especially by those who could fully appreciate his genius and the extent of his acquirements. Banneker's head was covered with a thick mass of white hair, which gave him a very dignified and venerable appearance. His dress was invariably of superfine drab broadcloth, made in the old style of a plain coat, with straight collar and long waistcoat, and a broad-brimmed hat. His color was not jet black, but decidedly Negro. In size and personal appearance, the statue of Franklin at the Library of Philadelphia, as seen from the street, is a perfect likeness of him. Banneker died in the year 1804, beloved and respected by all who knew him. Though no monument marks the spot where he was born and lived a true and high life and was buried, yet history must record that the most original scientific intellect which the South has yet produced was that of the pure African Benjamin Banneker. The above is the story of that wonderful black man told in splendid terms of high and well-deserved praise by a white man. Every little black boy in America may well be fired with inspiration to do something beyond the ordinary by reading the story of Benjamin Banneker's life. End of chapter 74. Chapter number 75 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A little child shall lead them. It is truly astonishing what a boy can do when once he has made up his mind to do his best. Dr. Len G. Broughton, the famous pastor of the Tabernacle Baptist Church, Atlanta, Georgia, in a little book which he calls The Modern Prodigal, has told a very pathetic story about a little boy. It is so true to life and so typical of what a black or white boy may do under similar circumstances, if he only decides for the true and the right, that I have decided to reproduce the little story in this book. It is well worth reading. Dr. Broughton says, not long after I entered the ministry, I went to a certain town to hold a series of meetings. It was one of these good old southern towns, the inhabitants of which banked on aristocracy and fed their souls upon the glory of departed days. They had never known what it was to be spiritually worn. The first night I was there, I preached to a great audience. It was in my early ministry when I made many propositions. The first one I made that night was for anyone to stand who wanted prayers offered for their friends. As soon as I made it, a little boy got up and walked out in the aisle, where he stood looking me square in the face. I said, "God bless you, little man," and he sat down. Then I asked anyone who wanted the prayers of God's people to rise. That boy got out in the aisle again and looked me in the face, and again I said, "God bless you." I asked if there was anybody present who was willing to accept Jesus. That boy stood up again and looked me in the face, and again I said, "God bless you." Nobody else stood up that night, and I began to think I had struck about the hardest and coldest crowd I had ever run up against. The next night I preached as hard as I knew how to sinners, and when I finished, I asked anybody who wanted to be prayed for to stand up. The same little rascal popped out into the aisle as he had done the night before, and stood looking at me until I saw him and said, "God bless you." I thought I'd vary the thing a little, so I asked if anybody present was willing to come forward and give me his hand as an indication that he would accept Jesus. That same boy came shuffling out of his seat, straight down the aisle, and gave me his hand. I saw smiles on the faces of some in the congregation. Nobody but the boy showed an interest, and I went off somewhat disheartened. The third night I preached, and when I asked all who wanted prayer to rise, that boy popped out into the aisle. The people had begun to regard this as a joke, and they nudged each other with their elbows, while a broad smile flared from one side of the house to the other. When I asked anybody who was willing to accept Jesus to come and give me his hand, that boy came, and the congregation smiled broader than before. After the meeting, the deacons came to me and told me that the boy must be stopped. He was a half idiot and was throwing a damper on the meeting. I said, "Stop nothing. How are you going to throw a damper on an ice house?" For the whole of that week, that boy was the only person in the house who showed any interest in the meeting. Then he wanted to join the church. The pastor was absent, and I was to open the doors of the church. The deacons came to me and said I must not receive that boy, as he didn't have sense enough to join the church. I said, "Look here, brethren, I won't take this responsibility on my hands. I'm going to put that boy on you, and if you choose to reject him, his blood be on your hands." At the conclusion of the morning service, I invited all who wanted to unite with the church to come forward. That boy came. I asked him if he had accepted Christ for his personal Savior. That's all I ever asked. He said he had. "Brethren," I said, "you hear what this boy has to say. What will you do with him?" An ominous silence fell on the congregation. After a time, from way back by the door, I heard a muffled and rather surly, "I move he be received." Another painful silence followed, and then, from the middle of the church, I heard a muffled, "I second the motion." When I put the motion, about a half dozen members voted aye, in a tone so low that it seemed as if they were scared. I gave the boy the right hand of Christian welcome, awaiting baptism, and then dismissed the congregation. The next day, the boy went out to see his old grandfather, a man whose whitened head was blossoming for the grave, and whose feet were taking hold upon the shifting sands of eternity. "Grandfather," he said, "won't you go to church with me tonight and hear that preacher? We always feel kindly towards those who are afflicted, you know, and are willing to please them." So the old man agreed to go. That night I saw the boy and the old man sitting away back by the door. When the sermon was finished, one of the members of the church arose and said, "I have a request to make. We have with us tonight Mr. Blank, one of our oldest and most respected citizens, but he is out of Christ. I want special prayer offered for this, my special friend." With that, he laid his hand upon the head of the old man, down whose furrowed cheeks the tears were streaming. The next night, I saw the old man sitting about halfway down the aisle. When all who wanted to accept Jesus were invited to come forward and give me their hands, I saw the half-idiot boy coming down the aisle, leading the old man by the hand. That little boy's father kept a saloon. The following day, the child went there, and climbing up over the high counter, he peeped down upon his father and said, "Papa, won't you go to church with me tonight to hear that preacher?" "You get out of here, child," said the father. "Go out of here. Don't you know you mustn't come in here?" Strange, strange how fathers will keep places where their children cannot go. "But Papa," continued the boy, "won't you go to church with me tonight?" "Yes, I'll go, but you get out of here." That night the man came with the half-idiot boy and sat about where the old man had sat the night before. When I asked all who would accept Jesus to come forward, he walked down the aisle and gave me his hand. He asked if he could make a statement, and when I said yes, he faced the congregation and said, "My friends, you all know me, and I want to say that so long as I live, I will never sell another drop of whiskey, for I have given my heart to God tonight, and from this day forward I propose to serve him." The meeting warmed up at last. The town was set on fire for God. Every saloon keeper was converted, and every saloon was closed. The feeling spread, and a saloon 7 miles in the country were closed, and the keeper was converted to God. At the close of the meeting, I sat on the front seat and saw the pastor lead 3 generations into the baptismal waters. The old man in the front, his son behind him, and at last in line the little half-idiot boy. The only mistake that was made, to my mind, was that the boy who had led the others to Christ should not have been first in line. Where is the little half-idiot boy now? He has grown much brighter within the last few years and is now going to school. He says he wants to be and will be a missionary. What a lesson for the young today. Persistent self-surrenderer, ever doing the best we can, is a never-failing way that leads to victory. End of chapter 75. Chapter number 76 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Directions for little ladies. 1. A little lady always says, "I thank you," whenever anybody assists her in any way, and always says, "if you please," whenever she makes any kind of request. 2. A little lady is never loud and boisterous on the streets, in public places, or at home. Sometimes girls are so rough that they are called tomboys. No tomboy ever was a true little lady. 3. A true little lady will always see that her linen is clean and spotless. Collars and cuffs, aprons and dresses, handkerchiefs, and all articles of clothing. Every true little lady hates dirt. 4. A little lady will not be guilty of idle gossip. She will not tattle, will not go around hunting all the evil things that are said or known about other little ladies. She closes her ears tight against the slanderers of the town. 5. A little lady will love the Sunday school and the church. She will love the society of good people and the society of good books. She will have higher notions of life than that life is something to be spent in a merry round of pleasure. 6. A true little lady loves her mother, and she will show that she loves her mother in various ways. She will help her about the housework. She will be fond of going out in company with her mother often. She will not think that anybody else's mother is or can be better than her own mother. 7. Every true little lady will be a Christian. She will early give herself to Jesus. She will delight to help the poor, to visit the sick, carrying the cheer and comfort and something good to eat and flowers and many other things. She will love everybody. Do you? End of chapter 76. Chapter number 77 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3 words to young people. The first word is be true. The second word is be trustworthy. The third word is dare to do right. First, be true. Be what you seem to be or what you pretend to be. Do not be a hypocrite. Be firm and steady in adhering to friends, promises, or principles. Be a true boy. Be a true girl. Secondly, be trustworthy. Be worthy of trust. Be reliable. Make your word your bond. Conduct yourself in such a way that people can depend on you. Thirdly, dare to do right. Whatever comes or doesn't come, stand by what you believe is to be right, even if you have to stand alone. Be honest, upright, faithful, sincere. Abhor that which is evil. Cleave to that which is good. True boys and girls are scarce. They are not easily found. They do not grow on trees. But to tell you the truth, we need good boys and girls, true boys and girls, much more than we do educated boys and girls. All education without character is a dead weight. Let me give you 1 or 2 reasons why you should be true, trustworthy, and brave for the right. In the first place, for the sake of your influence. Every boy and girl in this world has some influence. Every boy in this world, white or black, rich or poor, high or low, is helping his friends and playmates to grow better or worse, higher or lower in the scale of being. Every girl in this world is likewise helping or hindering others. If we are harsh and unkind, cruel and unjust, in every wrong, every baseness, meanness, selfishness, we are harming not ourselves alone, but the whole great family of man. On the other hand, when we speak fearlessly a brave, true word, when we perform cheerfully a hard and trying task, whenever we are faithful, honest, earnest, patient, pure, trustworthy, whether we know it or not, we are strengthening the unseen impulses which make for nobility and higher manhood and womanhood throughout the world. In the economy of God, by his infinite wisdom, the humblest life reaches forward to the highest, and the highest life reaches backward to the lowest. Perhaps you are saying that I'm taking too much for granted. Perhaps you think that it is not true that there is not one of the very least of the great human family who is not every day exercising some personal influence for good or evil upon the world. If you think so, boys and girls, or older people, you are mistaken. No human being can escape from the world's atmosphere. Though you fly to the uttermost parts of the sea, or hide in the depths of the dense city, some life is affected by your life. Not only some life is affected by your life, but many lives are affected by your life. It is a thought of this kind that Charles Dickens beautifully expresses in his story called David Copperfield. He says, "There is nothing, no nothing, beautiful and good that dies and is forgotten. An infant, a prattling child, dying in his cradle, will live again in the better thoughts of those who loved it, and plays its part, though its body be buried to ashes or drowned in the deepest sea. There is not an angel added to the host of heaven, but does its blessed work on earth in those who love it here. Dead? Oh, if the good deeds of human creatures could be traced to their source, how beautiful would even death appear! For how much charity, mercy, and purified affection would be seen to have their growth in dusty graves." No, children, it is no idle dream, no fancy story that I tell you when I say that the humblest member of the family, as well as the highest, is exercising daily, whether he is conscious of it or not, some influence for good or evil upon the world. Viewed in this light, who can measure the possibilities, the divine possibilities that are wrapped up in little boys and girls? Viewed in this light, how the slightest action, the smallest of our little duties, takes on new importance. It was with this thought in mind that James A. Garfield said, "I feel a profounder reverence for a boy than a man. I never meet a ragged boy in the street without feeling that I owe him a salute, for I know not what possibilities may be buttoned up under his shabby coat." Yes, boys and girls, by every brave and cheerful effort that we put forth, we are reforming, uplifting, renewing, inspiring hearts and souls we never heard of, never knew. The whole world becoming stronger for every bit of moral courage we create, sweeter for every kindly look we give, and holier for every good deed we do. And of course, the contrary is true. When we fail, when we come short, when we sin, the consequences are not ours alone. They extend to all humanity. We are all, white and black, rich and poor, old and young, male and female, children of one family. Just as the quivering circles from a pebble thrown into a lake stretch on and on from shore to shore, so the silent impulse of a single life thrills from heart to heart until the very edges of humanity are touched. There's another reason still why we should be true, trustworthy, brave. That reason is that somebody else takes us as his ideal, his standard. Poor as we are, weak as we are, as unworthy as we are, somebody else is looking up to us, especially those of us who have been favored with educational advantages and opportunities. And you know that the failure of one who is invested in another's mind with ideal qualities is a failure beyond the actual. That is one reason why people say that, as a rule, a preacher's children are the worst children in the world. As a matter of fact, they are not the worst children in the world, but being the children of preachers, everybody expects more of them than others. They are taken as ideals, as standards. That's all. And what might be excused in others will not be excused in one whom is taken as an ideal. Nathaniel Hawthorne, one of America's greatest writers, in speaking of this truth, says in his story called The Marble Fawn, "The character of an individual beloved one having invested itself with all the attributes of right, that one friend being to us the symbol and representative of whatever is good and true. When he falls, the effect is almost as if the sky fell with him, bringing down in chaotic ruin the columns that upheld our faith. We struggle forth again, no doubt bruised and bewildered. We stare wildly about us and discover, or it may be we never make the discovery, that it was not actually the sky that has tumbled down, but merely the frail structure of our own rearing, which never rose higher than the housetops, and has fallen because we founded it on nothing. But the crash and the affright and trouble are as overwhelming for the time as if the catastrophe involved the whole moral world. Remembering these things, let them suggest one generous motive for walking heatedly among the defilement of earthly ways. Let us reflect that the highest path is pointed out by the pure ideal of those who look up to us, and who, if we tread less loftily, may never look so high again. Now, I have said my 3 words. You see they have stretched themselves out to a great length, but I hope that the boys and girls who read this book may profit from them. Strive to be true, strive to be trustworthy, strive to be brave. In the long run, the prize of the world and of that which is to come are won by boys and girls of strong moral character, not by those who are merely learned or rich. But, of course, I believe in education, and I believe in money. I think you ought to strive to obtain both. Both are useful, and both are necessary. But with all you're getting, boys and girls, be sure to get those things which will reach beyond this world and which will count for the more than money or good looks or education or any such thing when the world is on fire, when the moon shall be turned into blood, when the trumpet sounds and all must go to stand before the great King to give an account of the deeds done in the body. End of chapter 77. Chapter number 78 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A lamp unto my feet. Once upon a time, so it is said, a little ragged boy was carefully printing these words with a stick upon the ground. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet. On looking up from his work, the little fellow was surprised to find a kind-looking old man watching him. Where did you learn that, my boy? Asked the man. At Sunday school, sir. What's your name? Crawford. So, Crawford, you learned that text at Sunday school. Do you know what it means? No, sir. What is a lamp? A lamp? Why, sir, a lamp is a thing that gives light. That's correct. Well, what is the word that the text speaks of? The Bible, sir. That's right. Now, how can the Bible be a lamp and give light? I don't know, said the boy, unless you light it and set it on fire. There's a better way than that, my lad. Suppose you were going down some lonely lane in a dark night with an unlighted lantern in your hand and a box of matches in your pocket. What would you do? Why, I'd light the lantern. Why would you light it? To show me the road, sir. Very well. Now, suppose you were walking behind me some day and saw me drop a quarter. What would you do? Pick it up and give it to you, sir. Wouldn't you want to keep it yourself? Crawford hesitated, but he saw a smile on the old gentleman's face, and, smiling himself, he finally said, I should want to, sir, but I shouldn't do it. Why not? Because it would be stealing. How do you know? It would be taking what wasn't my own, and the Bible says we are not to steal. Ah, said the old man, so it's the Bible that makes you honest, is it? Yes, sir. If you had not heard of the Bible, you would steal, I suppose. Lots of boys do, said Crawford, hanging his head. The Bible, then, continued the old man, shows you the right and safe path, the path of honesty, does it? "Light the lamp!" exclaimed Crawford, seeing now what all the old man's questions meant. "Is that what the text means?" "Yes, my boy," the man answered. "There is always light in the Bible to show us where to go and what to do. Don't you think it would be a good thing to take the Bible, the good old lamp, and let it light you right through life?" "Yes, sir." "Do you think you'll be safer with it?" "Yes, sir." "Why?" "Because if I'm honest, I will never go to prison." "And what else?" asked the man. Crawford thought a while. By and by he said, "If I mind the Bible, I shall go to heaven when I die." "Yes, and that's the best reason for taking the lamp. It will light you right into heaven." End of chapter 78. Chapter number 79 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3 brigades. There are 3 brigades, or 3 little companies, which I think ought to be organized among the boys and girls in every Sunday school in America. Can't you form them in your Sunday school? It is a very simple matter. It will not cost any money, only a little time and forethought, and a will to do. One brigade is called the Rainy Weather Brigade, and all the little boys and girls who join this company pledge themselves to go to Sunday school every Sunday when they are not sick, even if it's raining. The second brigade is called the Front Seat Brigade, and all the members of this company pledge themselves to occupy front seats in the Sunday school during the opening exercises before they pass to their classes. The third brigade is called the On-Timers Brigade, and the children in this brigade pledge themselves to be present on time at the opening hour. You can see at once how helpful these little brigades are in every Sunday school where they exist, to the officers and teachers. Some children will not go to Sunday school when it's raining or when it threatens to rain. Some will not go forward and occupy front seats when they do go, and there are others who are always tardy. What a blessing it would be if all the little children would organize these brigades at once in their schools and try to get every scholar to join each one of them. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Home, Sweet Home. Go with me, boys and girls, to the gay streets and gilded saloons of the great city of Paris, far across the sea. Here is said to be the center of all the world's follies and pleasures. It is at night. An American who has left his home and native land to view the splendor of the wicked city is passing along the streets. He has beheld with delight its paintings, its sculpture, and the grand and graceful proportions of its buildings. In the midst of his keenest happiness, when he was rejoicing most over the privileges which he possessed, temptation assailed him. Sin was presented to him in one of its most bewitching garbs, and he yielded to the voice of the siren. He drank wildly and deeply of the intoxicating cup, and his draught brought madness. Reason was overthrown, and he rushed out, all his scruples overcome, careless of what he did or how deeply he became immersed in the hitherto unknown sea of guilt. The cool night air settled damp and heavy upon his heated brow. Walking on and on, not knowing or caring where he went, by and by strains of music from a distance met his ear. Pretty soon, following in the direction from which the sound came, he was able to distinguish the words and air of the piece. The song was well remembered. It was Home, Sweet Home. Clear and sweet the voice of some singer using his native tongue rose and fell on the air, and the poor wild man stopped and listened to the soft cadences of that beloved melody. Motionless he stood until the last note floated away, and he could hear nothing but the ceaseless murmur of the great city. Then he turned away slowly, with no feeling that his manhood was shamed by the tear which fell as a bright evidence of the power of song, and also as an evidence that he, the guilty sinner, was not yet absolutely lost beyond recall. The demon of the wine cup had fled, and reason once more asserted her right to control. As the soft strains of Home Sweet Home had floated to his ear, memory brought up before him the picture of his own sweet home. He saw his gentle mother and heard her speak, while honest pride beamed from her eye. She seemed to speak again to her son, in whose nobleness and honor she could always trust. His heart smote him as he thought how little he deserved such confidence. He remembered her last words of love and counsel, and the tearful farewell of all those dear ones who gladdened that far-away home with their presence. The tide of remorse swept over his soul as he thought of what the sorrow of those at home would have been could they have seen him but an hour before. Subdued and penitent, he retraced his steps, and with his vow never to taste of the terrible stuff that could so excite him to madness, there was mingled a deep sense of thankfulness for his escape from further degradation. The influence of home had protected and shielded him, although the sea rolled between. How strong such memories are to prevent the commission of crime! How powerful is the spell of home! How important, then, is it to make home pleasant and lovable! Many a time a cheerful home and smiling face will do more to make good men and good women than all the learning and eloquence that can be used. It has been said that the sweetest words in our language are mother, home, and heaven, and one might almost say that the word home included the others. Who can remember home without remembering the gentle mother who sanctified it by her presence? And is not home the dearest name for heaven? Oh, then, may our homes on earth be as green spots in the desert, to which we can retire when weary of the cares of life, and drink the clear waters of a love which we know to be sincere and always unfailing. End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Edmund Asa Ware. In another chapter of this book, I have told you, boys and girls, something of the story of General C Armstrong, the founder of Hampton Institute. I am now going to tell you something about another white man who was the founder of another great school for colored people. His name is Edmund Asa Ware, and he was the founder of Atlanta University. Of course, you know that I must love Atlanta University because I was graduated there myself a long time ago. But I think that Atlanta University should have a warm place in the heart of every black boy and girl in America. It has done and is doing a great work for the higher training of our men and women. Mr. Ware was born in North Wrentham, now Norfolk, Massachusetts, December 22nd, 1837. When 15 years old, he was removed with his father's family to Norwich, Connecticut, where he entered the Norwich Free Academy. In 1859, he entered Yale University, from which institution he was graduated 4 years later. In 1865, he went to Nashville, Tennessee, where he served for a year as principal of one of the newly organized public schools of that city. In 1866, he came to Atlanta, Georgia, and under the auspices of American Missionary Association, began the educational work to which he devoted the rest of his life. In 1867, he was appointed superintendent of schools for the state of Georgia under the Freedmen's Bureau and traveled widely in the prosecution of that work. The same year, a charter was obtained for Atlanta University, which institution was not opened, however, until 1869, and Mr. Ware became its first president and continued as president until his death. He died suddenly of heart disease September 25th, 1885 in Atlanta, and was buried September 29th in Westview Cemetery in the suburbs of the same city. A few years later, his body was removed to the campus of Atlanta University, where it now sleeps. A huge granite boulder was brought from Massachusetts, his native state, by funds contributed by the graduates of Atlanta University, and this boulder, suitably inscribed, marks his last resting place on earth. At the memorial services held in honor of President Ware in Stone Hall, Atlanta University, December 22, 1885, on the 48th anniversary of the birth of the dead president, Professor Bumstead, who is now president of Atlanta University, spoke the following words about Mr. Ware's boyhood and early life. It was a pleasant boyhood, and its joys were innocent and wholesome ones. A white rabbit, a goat, and 2 hounds were the pets with which he played at home. He threw the line for speckled trout in the meadow brooks, and he rowed his boat upon the pond to gather the fragrant water lilies. It was an industrious boyhood. In the summer he gathered blueberries, huckleberries, and blackberries for market. When 12 or 13 years old, he spent his school vacations in service as a clerk in a village store. When 14, he cultivated and harvested $30 worth of vegetables. It was a conscientious boyhood. His mother has no recollection of his ever being untruthful. His village teachers all commended him for his unvarying conformity to the right in school. It is said that when he was 15 years old, he had never been absent a day, nor had a mark for tardiness. When serving as clerk in the village store, his employer showed him a certain article which had some defect about it, not very readily noticed, and bade him say nothing about it. He promptly told his employer that he could obey no such instructions. It was an ambitious boyhood, ambitious, of course, in the best sense of the word. He eagerly seized upon and improved every opportunity for self-improvement. He read the best books and periodicals. He heard lectures from such men as Beecher, Phillips, Curtis, Everett, and Gull. In the autumn of 1859, he found himself a member of the largest freshman class which at that time had ever entered Yale College. Here, for the first time, I grasped the hand and looked into the earnest eyes of my friend. I remember him in those early college days for the unaffected modesty of his bearing, the simplicity of his dress, and his manifested hatred of all pretense and shams, his keen sense of humor, and his dry wit. His professedly religious life had been begun at the Norwich Academy but a few months before he entered college. Both in the academy and college he was active in religious work, and his face was set like a flint against all forms of iniquity. Mr. Ware was married in 1869 to Miss Sarah Jane Twitchell of Plantsville, Connecticut. His wife served with him long and faithfully at Atlanta University, and continued to serve long after he had passed to his rest. She was left a widow with 3 daughters and 1 son. She herself died subsequently. The son has since been graduated from Yale University and from Union Theological Seminary, New York City, and is now chaplain of Atlanta University. Mr. Ware was a good man who believed that God had made of one blood all nations of men for to dwell on the face of earth, and that Christ had redeemed us to God out of every kindred, tongue, and people and nation. He believed in the common origin and common destiny of the whole human family, in the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, and therefore recognized no distinctions among men except those founded on character or merit. Along with a host of pioneer New England missionaries who came south to help us shortly after the war, Mr. Ware's name deserves to be honored and revered by a grateful people to the end of time. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An antebellum Negro preacher. Once upon a time, I heard Bishop Fitzgerald of the M.E. Church South tell the following story. I give it in his own words. The antebellum Negro preachers were the product of the times, and differed from the mass of their race only in the fact that they were shrewder and more eloquent. Among them were many men of piety and good sense and burning zeal. In others, there was a combination of cunning, superstition, excitability, and volubility almost indescribable. To the former class belonged a noted Negro preacher of Culpeper County, Virginia, an old man of blameless life and venerable appearance, who so entirely commanded the confidence of the white people, and whose influence with the people of his own race was so wholesome that no one thought of enforcing against him a statute then existing which required that in any gathering where 6 or more Negroes were assembled, a white man should be present. Despite this statute, Uncle Jack came and went as he pleased, trusted by the whites and venerated by the blacks. At one of his meetings, a party of mischievous young white men planned to have a little fun at the old man's expense. Waiting near the door of the rustic chapel until the services were concluded, the company approached the old preacher, and his spokesman said, "Old man, we're officers of the law and are patrolling this beat. You have violated the law, and we are going to whip you for it. Come along with us." They led the way to the thicket near at hand. Uncle Jack followed in silence. "Have you nothing to say, old man?" asked the spokesman. "Nothing, master," said Uncle Jack. "Perhaps you don't think that we really intend to whip you," said the old man. "But we will. Have you nothing to say to that?" "No, sir," said Uncle Jack. "I has nothing to say. The fact is, master, I's often wondered that I'd never been whooped before. St. Paul was a much better man than I is, and they whooped him most everywhere he went. I has preached much longer than he did, and I's never got a whooping in my life. It seems to me that I ought to have at least a few licks." The young scapegraces looked at each other in confusion, and it was needless to say that Uncle Jack was not whipped. End of chapter 82. Chapter number 83 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Purity of character. Boys and girls, if you will take a plum or an apricot, you will find that over the outer coat of either one of them, there glows a bloom more beautiful than the fruit itself, a soft, delicate powder that overspreads its rich colors. Now, if you strike your hand over that, you will find that the bloom will at once depart, and when it goes, it's gone forever. It only appears once. You go out in the flower garden early in the morning. The flower that hangs there impearled with dew, like so many jewels, you shake it once so that the drops or beads will roll off. You take that same flower after the dew has been shaken off, and you may sprinkle water over it as you please, yet it can never be made again what it was when the dew fell on it so gently from heaven. Again, on a frosty morning, you may see the panes of glass covered with landscapes, mountains, lakes, and trees blended into a fantastic picture. Now, lay your hand upon the glass, and by the scratch of your fingers, or by the warmth of the palm, all of the delicate tracery will be obliterated. All the beautiful picture will vanish, and you could not reproduce it, although you tried for 100 years. Once wiped out, the picture on the glass is wiped out forever. So there is in youth a purity of character which, when once touched and defiled, can never be restored. A fringe more delicate than frostwork or the dew on the flowers or the bloom on the plum or apricot. Character is a thing which, when once stained, can never be again what it was. When a young boy or girl leaves the home of his or her parents, with the blessing of a mother's tears upon the cheek or the blessing of a father's hand upon the head, if earthly purity of character be once lost, it is a loss that can never be made up again. Though by God's mercy the sin may be forgiven, yet its effects cannot but be in some way felt, and the boy or girl will never be what he or she was before. End of chapter 83. Chapter number 84 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Each one of us of importance. Never think yourself, whoever you are, of small importance. Never think that it is of little account whether you're good or bad, or what your example is to others. Each mere particle of dust, every tiny grain of sand, the minutest atom is an active agent in the whole universe. So each one of us is of importance in our sphere, however isolated and insignificant that sphere may appear to be. A few particles of dust in a watch will stop its motion. Small barnacles on a ship's bottom will hinder its journey, and a little shifting sand in the great river will change its current. So, little boys and girls exercise their influence for weal or woe upon the world. Don't you believe for once that the world is moved only by great forces, the great men and the great enterprises. Little folks and little things likewise help to move the world along. Great generals are necessary, but what would they be without the soldiers behind them? Every boy has his part to do in the great work of the world, and every girl has her part to do. Every boy and girl is of importance. How important, nobody knows, and perhaps never shall know until eternity reveals it. There ought to be in this truth great encouragement and great comfort to all who think that they are insignificant and have no work to do in this busy world. Perhaps in the distant future, many a man who estimated himself great shall be found to have been insignificant because of unfaithfulness to his trust. And many another man who perhaps thought himself of little worth will find himself glorified because he did what he could. End of chapter 84. Chapter number 85 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Poetry of Life. Poetry is more than verse making, more than the jingle of words, more than the sing-song of meter. Sunshine and flowers, brightness and joyousness, the harmonies of the passions and the inspiration of love, these are the poetry of life. Without poetry, life is a treadmill, a vale of tears, a dreary waste. Even religion is only a crucifixion, a death to sin, if we have not the resurrection into the new life of joy. Many of us make hard work of life by bending our backs too much. We get dirt in our eyes by keeping them too near the dust, and we get narrow-minded and selfish by a narrow radius of vision. To become truly rich, we must stand in the dignity of our manhood, walk in the integrity of our calling, and run in the rhythm of a poetic nature. Out of harmony is out of sphere. The dignity, integrity, and poetry of life are all lost by inharmony. Only the ashes of disappointment are left. But with these, we can dance at our work and turn irksome duties into joyous privileges. Instead of moping in the valley of the shadow of death, we may live in the sunshine where beautiful flowers and luscious fruits and delicious sweets grow. Yes, we might as well live in light as in darkness. Make a joyful song as a funeral dirge. Live amid glory as shame. With a radiant countenance, a beaming eye, and a loving hand, we can do more work and have more to do. We can get more out of life and have more life to enjoy. We can scatter more sunshine and have more left for ourselves. Christ came to bring to every toiler heaven. Let us get into it quickly. It is here and here only that we find the poetry of life. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On being earnest. Of 10 men who fail in life, 9 men fail for want of zeal, earnestness, courage, where 1 man fails for want of ability. This half-heartedness, this lack of zeal, this timidity, this shrinking from duty and hard tasks is seen on all sides and among all classes. But I tell you, boys and girls, that the least enviable people in all the world are those who think that nothing is particularly worthwhile, that it does not matter how much a thing is done if it's only done with, who dawdle along in a shabby sort of way, considering only their own ease, with little sense of responsibility and with no shame in being shirks. Every boy should make up his mind to live a round, full, earnest, intense life. Every girl should do the same. Don't be satisfied, boys and girls, to be jellyfishes, with only a capacity for drawing in nourishment and lingering on until your time comes to die. Be vertebrates, people of backbone, purpose, aim, enthusiasm, earnestness. At a public dinner, President Roosevelt asked Governor Odell of New York if he knew anything worth doing that was not hard in the doing, and the governor could think of nothing. As a rule, perhaps there is nothing, and yet things once hard in the doing becomes easy as skill is gained by repetition. Be in earnest, be faithful and resolute, and it will act like a tonic, giving light to the eyes, springiness to the step, and buoyancy to the heart. Don't be overcome by your circumstances, no matter how distracting a man's surroundings may be. He may yet be able to focus his powers completely and to marshal them with certainty if he makes up his mind to do it. If things go hard with the self-mastered man or boy, he will be able to trample upon difficulties and to use his stumbling blocks as stepping stones. If a great misfortune overtakes him, he will simply use it as a starting point for a new departure, a turning point for more determined effort. He may be weighed down with sorrow and suffering, but he always starts anew with redoubled determination to do the thing he has set his heart upon doing. He will not be discouraged. He will not give up. He will fight it out to the end. Put him in prison, and he will write the Pilgrim's Progress. Deprive him of his eyesight, and he will write the Paradise Lost. It was the spirit of earnestness which fired the soul of Martin Luther at the Diet of Worms, who, after being urged to recant, said, "Here I stand, I can do no other. God help me." It was the spirit which characterized William Lloyd Garrison, the champion of the abolition of slavery, who, when he was urged to stop fighting slavery, exclaimed, "I will not equivocate, I will not retract, I will not be moved 1 inch, and I will be heard." So be in earnest, boys and girls, at home, at school, at work, and at play. It will help you 1,000-fold. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Young people and life insurance. Every little boy and girl, and of course every man and woman, of the colored race in America should carry a life insurance policy of some kind in some reliable company. In this matter, the old people, as in some other things, ought to set the example for the young. But there are some reasons, growing chiefly out of their previous condition of slavery, why our mothers and fathers have not, as a rule, taken very largely to the business of having their lives insured. But because our parents have been negligent in this matter, there is no reason why the younger generation should be. Life insurance is a good thing, boys and girls. One of the best things in the world. American life insurance companies alone pay to policyholders or estates of policyholders over $100 million annually. Only a very small and almost insignificant portion of this vast sum goes into the hands of colored people, and for the reason that very few colored people carry life insurance policies. Now, use a little common sense about this matter. Whatever is good in life insurance for other races is good for our race. Whatever in life insurance benefits other races will benefit our race. In business, as in education, whatever is good for a white man is good for a black man. I would therefore urge every boy and girl to join a life insurance company, and where your mothers and fathers are not insured, I would urge you to do your utmost to persuade them to join at once. For one reason, a life insurance policy is not expensive. You might as well talk of the expense of buying bank stock or the expense of putting your money into a savings bank or any other safe place as to speak of the expense of keeping up a life insurance policy. It is accumulation and not expense. Every dollar put into life insurance is a dollar saved to yourself or your estate. For another reason, life insurance is a good business investment. Carefully collected statistics on file in Washington City prove that investments in life insurance are much safer and yield much larger returns than money placed in a savings bank. When you are older, you will perhaps be able to make these comparisons for yourself. For the present, you can take my word for it. A third reason life insurance is cheap. You can in an instant create a capital of $1,000, though you may be ever so poor, by laying aside only a few cents a week. Young people chew up and drink up and smoke up and frolic up more money every week than would be sufficient to protect them against the rainy days that must come to everybody. And then life insurance has a character value. It makes a young man a better man. It makes a young woman a better woman. That is to say, it makes them more economical, more businesslike, happier, and I believe it will make them live longer. It's high time that black boys and girls were learning these things and acting upon them. When God commanded us not to serve money as a false god, he did not say that money would not serve us. And I beseech the boys and girls, and the old people too, to exercise some foresight and the same good sense about life insurance that other races exercise. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Sailor Cat. In September 1893, grouped on the Fall River Line pier at the foot of Warren Street, New York, there stood a party of 23 sailors waiting for the Puritan to take them on to Boston. The central figure in the group, a short, thick-set man with bronzed and grizzled mustache, stood erect with arms folded over his chest. Upon the solid foundation thus made nestled a little white kitten. The man and the kitten were the Boston contingent of the crew of the steamship City of Savannah, which had been wrecked the week before on Hunting Island off the South Carolina coast. The story of the beaching of the steamship and of the taking off of her crew by the city of Birmingham had been told in all the newspapers, but nothing had been said about the cat, so the Boston Herald said. Before the shipwreck, the cat was nothing more than an ordinary ship's cat, and the captain had named him Mascot, but that was the end of his distinction. After the disaster, nevertheless, all the sailors swore that the kitten was as good a sailor as any of them. "He's a wonder," said the short, thick-set man, surveying the cat proudly. "Nobody thought of him in the rush, but he got there just the same. He climbed the rigging in that gale like an old tar and held on for hours. He He wasn't a bit frightened either. Only he would caterwaul when he got hungry. We were on board off the boat 50 hours after she struck before the sea was such that we could be taken off in boats. At night, the captain ordered all the crew into the rigging and made us stay there. We each took a piece of rope and lashed ourselves on so as to keep from falling off when asleep. That's what the captain said the string was for, but I never slept at all. I don't think many others did. The cat got along without any rope, and she was there in the morning all right. When we got away at last, nearly crazed with thirst and so faint that we could hardly climb down the Jacob's ladder into Birmingham's boat, that little fellow climbed out of his nest in the rigging and wanted to go too. We were glad to take him. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Advice to little Christians. 1. Be punctual and regular at all the services of your church. 2. Give close attention to the pastor in the public service. Good hearers make good preachers. 3. Whenever you are aided by a sermon, tell the pastor about it. In this way, you will help him more than you think possible. 4. Do not neglect morning and evening prayer at home. Prayer daily for God's blessings upon the preaching and other labors of the pastor. 5. In the world, let your light so shine before others that they may be led to glorify your Father which is in heaven. Let your light shine. 6. Invite your friends to attend divine services. A drawing congregation is as good as a drawing preacher. Call for your friends often. 7. Remember day by day that you are not your own, but have been bought with a price, and that you are Christ's servant. Watch and pray. 8. If any service is required of you in the church or in the Sunday school, do not shirk it. Always say, I will try for Jesus' sake. 9. In the prayer meeting, speak briefly and to the point. If you pray, ask only for what you want. Be short and direct. Ask and ye shall receive. 10. Never subscribe more than you are able to pay, and be sure to pay whatever you promise. Whether much or little, give it cheerfully. God loveth a cheerful giver. 11. Having found eternal life, use all appropriate means to develop Christian character. Prayer, reading the Bible, attending church and Sunday school, reading good books and Christian newspapers, keeping the best company. All these will help you. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A word to parents. Children are a gift from God. Children are a heritage from the Lord. It depends largely on parents whether they become a heritage of honor and delight or of sorrow and shame. It is not simply incumbent upon parents that their children be well cared for, fed and clothed, properly educated and so forth, but more than this, they are to be brought up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. This being true then, the highest aim of rearing children is not simply that they may win success and command respect in the world. Respect and success are greatly to be desired and sought, but beyond them and beyond everything else is the highest and chiefest aim of parental love and care, that their children may honor and command the righteousness of God in the life that now is, and magnify the glory of God in the life that is to be. This is the mark and prize of their high calling. Admitting this, then, the early conversion of children is all important. But if they are to be early converted, is it not wise, nay, absolutely essential, that mothers and fathers prepare the way by restricting their natural impulses, by which they are led to desire indulgences in the gay vanities of life? Is it not positively wrong for parents to indulge that pernicious and destructive delusion which some allow of permitting their children to have their own evil way in the hope that in due time they will in some way see their error and turn to the right path of their own accord? Father, you are a Christian. Mother, you are a Christian. Now, in your home, in the management of your children, are you doing the best you can to show what a Christian family should be? How is it, my friends? I'll leave that question with you. End of chapter 90. Chapter 91 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A helpful message. Life is too short to spend any time on a book that is not worth reading. But when you read a good book, you will be richly repaid if you stick a sort of mental pin in sentences that especially impress you and return to them again and again. If the book is your own, it is sometimes helpful to mark it neatly here and there and to copy some of the nuggets of thoughts. In that way, you help to fasten them in your brain and perhaps to engraft their meaning upon your lives. From a book of the writings and speeches of a New York preacher, Dr. Maltby D. Babcock, who went a year or two ago to the Better Land, I have culled the following sentences that hold, I think, a helpful message for boys and girls as well as for old people. Look out for your choices. They run into conduct, character, destiny. To make the best of things is the right way to let things make the best of you. Pay as little attention to discouragement as possible. This is the only world in which a Christian can suffer. Whenever you feel blue, remember that God loves you and think upon some kindness, if no more than sending a flower to someone or writing a note. If you can help anybody, even a little, be glad. Do not let the good things of life rob you of the best things. What have you done today that none but a Christian would do? End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Unseen Charmer. Carl Brickerman, a collection clerk in an uptown bank, in his accustomed daily routine, found it necessary, among other things, to call by telephone the downtown brokerage firm of Hopgood & Co. One day he missed the familiar feminine voice which had usually responded to his calls, but the new voice seemed sweeter and much more passionately penetrating. For 2 or 3 days, Brickerman was puzzled, not only because of the change at the other end of the phone, but also because of the strange and unaccountable fascination which the new voice possessed for him. At length one day, almost in desperation, he turned aside from his regular business inquiries to ask, "Where's the other girl?" "Which other girl?" asked the mellifluous voice over the articulate wire. "The one who's used to answer the phone for the Hopegoods," explained Brickerman. "Promoted," came the response, with a merry little laugh. "And you have her old place?" asked Mr. Brickerman, somewhat encouraged. "Yes, for a while," said the same still, small voice at the other end, and it sounded more and more sweetly to the would-be masher. "Well," said Brickerman, laughing the while, "I used to call her quite well, and I should like to meet you face to face if you don't mind. I'm so charmed with the music of your voice. I'm sure I should be perfectly entranced with the magic of your face." A merry peal of laughter from the other end greeted this sally. The young man continued, "I used to come down some days about 4 o'clock to see Margie. Will you, my unseen charmer, grant me the same high favor?" "Why, certainly. Come any day," answered the sweet voice, which had so strangely bewitched the young man. In ecstasy, Brickerman shouted back, "I'll be down this afternoon." Brickerman hung up the receiver and, chuckling with delight, he turned to his other duties with the alacrity that a young spring chicken displays when it suddenly discovers a big fat worm. By 3 o'clock, he had arranged his toilet and stood before the mirror, giving the finishing twirl to his budding mustache. He brushed his clothing the second time, brushed his hat, and, figuratively speaking, arrayed in purple and fine linen, he sailed forth. He boarded an elevated train bound for the downtown district. On his way down, he tried to picture to himself the kind of a girl he should meet at the Hope Goods. Would she be tall or short of stature, blonde or brunette, above 21 years of age, or only sweet 16? The quick arrival of the train at Park Place put a period to Brickerman's reverie. He went tripping across a few blocks to the place where all of his hopes had been centered during the past few hours, in fact, days. Arrived there, he stepped into the front office where Margie had formerly presided. It was the same snug and cozy room, but he failed to behold there the eager, expected young lady. Instead, he ran amok a chubby little boy with a ruddy face and curly hair, and perhaps not more than 14 or 15 years old, sitting in Margie's place. Brickerman was visibly embarrassed. He did not know where to begin or what to say. He twitched nervously at the glove which he carried in his hand, and he finally stammered, "Is Mr. Hopegood in?" "No, sir," said the boy. "Can I be of any service to you?" Brickerman's face turned blood red, and great drops of perspiration stood out upon his forehead. The accents of the little boy startled him, for they were the same that had been wafted to him almost daily along the wire with which he thought he had been enamored. In the midst of his confusion, he managed to say, hoping almost against hope that his identity had not been discovered, "Well, I'll call again." And without waiting to hear the unseen charmer speak again, he hastily retired with as good graces as was possible under the circumstances. End of chapter 92. Chapter number 93 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our country. Boys and girls, we are all American citizens, the last one of us. This is our country as much as it is the country of any other race, and we should love it and fight for it as our fathers have loved, fought, and died for it on many a battlefield. We may be the descendants of Africans, but we are citizens of the United States. This is our home, our country. Let us believe it, in spite of what some foolish people say. Therefore, I'm going to give you 1 or 2 sentiments which you should learn early in life in order to stimulate your patriotism. 1. May the honor of our country be without stain. 2. May the glory of America never cease to shine. 3. May every American manfully withstand corruption. 4. May reverence for the laws ever predominate in the hearts of the American people. 5. The sons and daughters of America, may their union be cemented by love and affection, and their offspring adorn the stations they are destined to fill. 6. May the growth of the American Union never be prevented by party spirit. 7. The boys of America, may they be strong and virtuous, manly and brave. 8. The girls of America, may they prove to be such in heart and life as will make them worthy mothers of a strong and noble race. 9. Health to our President, prosperity to our people, and may Congress direct its endeavors to the public good. 10. May peace o'er America spread her wings, and commerce fill her ports with gold. May arts and science comfort bring, and liberty her sons enfold. End of chapter 93. Chapter 94 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Don't Care Girl. About the worst girl in all this world is the girl who doesn't care what people think or say about her conduct. The girl who goes to every hop, to every party, who stays out late at night with the boys, who hangs over the gate and talks to them, and who cuts a number of foolish capers, and then, when anyone speaks to her, shoots her head way up in the air and turns up her nose, if she can, and say boldly, "Oh, I don't care. Nobody has anything to do with me." She is the worst girl in the world, and she will never come to any good end. Every girl who is a law unto herself in regard to all that she says or does is certain not only to bring upon herself the condemnation of those whose good opinion it is worthwhile to have, but she will most certainly incur the punishment of a just God. And sometimes, I'm sorry to say, I think that when a girl proudly declares that she doesn't care for the good opinion of others, she does so because she knows that she has already lost all right to that good opinion. It is wrong, boys and girls, to undertake to run roughshod over the so-called prejudices of the public. It is a foolish thing to take delight in trying to shock people by your boisterous and unladylike and unbecoming conduct. Every really wise and nice girl does care a good deal for the good opinion of others, and particularly for the good opinion of persons older than she is. She recognizes the fact that the law of conventionality and of good society are based upon what is right and what is proper, and that no girl can with propriety set them at naught. Some girls go so far as to say that they don't care what their own fathers and mothers think. The wild girl who says this is setting at defiance not only the human parental law, but also the law of God, which plainly commands children to obey their parents. Haven't you ever seen a don't care girl? She's nearly always reckless in manner and speech. She is bold and defiant. She is impudent beyond mention, and she is very fond of ridiculing girls who do care a great deal what others think about them. No matter whose children they are, no matter what school they have attended, these don't care girls are no good, and good girls ought not to associate with them. Every day such flippant girls are treading on dangerous ground, and some day, unless a merciful God prevents it, she will come to open disgrace and die and go to torment. I'm hoping to see the day when the don't care girls will have passed out of existence, and then all of our girls will be of the refined and womanly kind who do care a great deal about their conduct, their manners, and their morals. I don't want my daughter to associate with any other kind. End of chapter 94. Chapter 95 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Negro Heroes. No true history of the American continent can be written without giving due credit to the part which brave Negro men have played on the field of battle in the defense of liberty. At the head of the list of great Negro soldiers stands unquestionably Toussaint Louverture, the emancipator of Haiti, the little republic to the south of the island of Cuba. This black hero, who never saw a soldier until he was 50 years old, crossed swords with the great Napoleon, who is said to be the greatest general the world has ever known, and he outwitted that great warrior. Wendell Phillips, a great oration, places the name of Toussaint at the head of the list of all of the world's great leaders and statesmen, above the name of even our own George Washington. Next comes Crispus Attucks, who was killed in the Boston Massacre on the night of March 5, 1770. His blood was the first blood shed in the cause of the American independence. John Adams and Daniel Webster both date the beginning of the American independence from that terrible massacre. Later on, when the Revolutionary War came, the Negro played a valiant part in many individuals won just fame. For instance, Peter Salem and Salem Poor both distinguished themselves at the Battle of Bunker Hill and at other points. Today, a monument stands on Boston Common erected in honor of Crispus Attucks, Peter Salem, Salem Poor, Samuel Maverick, and James Caldwell. All the boys and girls now living know about the heroism of Antonio Maceo in behalf of the freedom of Cuba, and how that brave general laid down his life for his own people shortly before the United States in 1898 took up arms in defense of Cuban liberty and drove the Spanish tyrants out. Of course, there were many colored soldiers who took notable parts in the work done by our country during that short and decisive war. It is even claimed on good authority that the black soldiers saved the regiment of Rough Riders, which was commanded by the intrepid Colonel Roosevelt, who afterwards became governor of New York and president of the United States. But before the Spanish-American War, the Negroes had given good account of themselves on many a well-fought field, in the War of 1812 and again in the Great Civil War. In the Civil War, which resulted in the restoration of the Union and the freedom of the slaves, there were 186,000 colored soldiers. Today, a monument stands on Boston Common, also in memory of the 54 Massachusetts Regiment of the United States Soldiers. This was a colored regiment, which was commanded by a gallant white man named Robert Gould Shaw. He and a large proportion of his command were killed at Fort Wagner, South Carolina, in July 1863. In the Civil War, we were not allowed to have our own officers, all the officers being white. In the Spanish-American War, this was changed, and we had over 200 officers, including some as high as colonels and 2 paymasters with the rank of majors. When another war comes, we are going to have some generals, as well as colonels and captains and majors. Some of the little boys who are reading these words may be called on to render this higher service for the country and the race. I hope, boys, if it should be so, that you will be prepared to give as good an account of your stewardship as those who have gone before. I hope you will learn a good deal about the lives of the great heroes above named, and about others whom I cannot stop to mention now. In this way, you will gain inspiration for the future. End of chapter 95. Chapter 96 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Frederick Douglass to young people. Shortly before he died, Frederick Douglass made a tour through the South. Among other places, he visited Atlanta University. At that place, he made an address to the young people. It is so full of hope and help that I wanted to place it where every ambitious black boy and girl in America can see it. It has never been published before except in the Bulletin of Atlanta University. Mr. Douglass said, "My young friends, I see before me an assemblage of young people, full of the blood of youth, just entering upon the voyage of life. It is an interesting spectacle to me, as to us all, to meet such an assembly as I see before me this morning in an institution of learning, of knowledge, and of ethics, and of Christian graces. I experience great pleasure in what I see today. There is no language to describe my feelings. It was no mere image that John saw and described in the Apocalypse. It was a new heaven and a new earth indeed. When I look back upon the time when I was a fugitive slave, I recollect the evils and cruelty of slave hunting. No mountain was so high, no valley was so deep, no glen so secluded, no place so sacred to liberty that I could put my foot upon it and say I was free. But now I am free. Contrasting my condition then and now, the change exceeds what John saw upon the Isle of Patmos. The change, vast and wonderful, that came by the fulfilling of laws. We got freed by laws, marvelous in our eyes. Men, brave men, good men, who had the courage of their convictions, were arrested and subjected to persecutions, mobs, lawlessness, violence. They had the conviction of truth. Simple truth lasts forever. Be not discouraged. There is a future for you and a future for me. The resistance encountered now predicates hope. The Negro, degraded, indolent, lazy, indifferent to progress, is not objectionable to the average public mind. Only as we rise in the scale of proficiency do we encounter opposition. When we see a ship that lies rotting in the harbor, its seams yawning, its sides broken in, taking water and sinking, it meets with no opposition. But when its sails are spread to the breeze, its topsails and its royals flying, then there is resistance. The resistance is in proportion to its speed. In Memphis, 3 Negro men were lynched, not because they were low and degraded, but because they knew their business and other men wanted their business. I'm delighted to see you all. Don't be despondent. Don't measure yourselves from the white man's standpoint, but measure yourselves by the depths from which you have come. I measure from these depths, and I see what Providence has done. Daniel Webster said in his speech at the dedication of Bunker Hill Monument, "Bunker Hill Monument is completed. There it stands, a memorial of the past, a monitor of the present, a hope of the future. It looks, speaks, acts." So this assembly is a monitor of the present, a memorial of the past, a hope of the future. I see boys and girls around me. Boys, you will be men someday. Girls, you will be women someday. May you become good men and women, intelligent men and women, a credit to yourselves and your country. I thank you for what I have experienced today, and I leave you reluctantly, and shall always carry with me the pleasantest impressions of this occasion. End of chapter 96. Chapter 97 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in a public domain. Too high a dam. Once upon a time, a criminal sentenced to a 20-year term of punishment declared that his ruin was due to the fact that too high a dam had been built around his early life. He was a boy on a farm, the son of strict parents who never unbent into friends and comrades, but had iron ideas of parental duty along the lines of restraints and gave large doses of the Catechism and the 10 Commandments, interspersed with much fault-finding and complaints of the waywardness of boys in general and their own boy in particular. As a consequence, the boy chafed against the high dam, burst its bounds early, and came to the city with a zest for freedom in proportion to the restraint he had undergone and an admiration for the fast life. This was by way of reaction from his disgust for the farm and its slow ways. "Don't build your dams too high," was the brief sermon preached by this condemned criminal and directed to parents, especially those who were rearing children in the country or in small towns. Human nature will continue to be human nature, and boys will continue to be boys. Youth will long, and naturally so, for variety and amusement. The house in which parents never unbend in sympathy with their children's longing for a little brightness and jollity, where work goes on in unretrieved monotony, and home means only a place to sleep and eat in. Such a home sends its boys and girls to the city before they are panoplied to meet its temptations. Either this, or else it hardens and saddens them into mere machines or beasts of burden. Books, music, flowers, games, social clubs, cheerful pictures, love and sympathy. These will bind the young heart to home and right living, and will obviate the necessity of the high dams of restraint. End of chapter 97. Chapter number 98 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lola, Janie. A good fellow. He was a good fellow. He spent his money like a prince. There was nothing too good for him to do for those with whom he kept company. He lived rapidly and had no thought of tomorrow. He burned the candle of life at both ends. Today he is dead, and those vampires who sucked his life's blood and helped him to spend his money have no time to give him one thought. Ah, how insincere and empty is the title of good fellow when it is applied to the man whose money is always on tap for those who are desirous of having a good time. And how corrupt and undesirable are the so-called friendships which spring from a lavish expenditure of money. Boys, the roof over your heads covers the best friends you could possibly have on earth. Those who slap you on the shoulder and say hilariously, "Good boy," are seldom ever worth their salt. They like you for what they can get out of you, that's all. Real happiness in this world comes, if at all, from living right and doing right. If you are a good fellow in the sense of giving everybody a good time with your hard-earned means, I warn you that when your money gives out, all your friends will desert you, and when you die, they will be the last ones to come near you, and may even laugh at what a fool you made of yourself. End of chapter 98. Chapter 99 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Future of the Negro. My dear boys and girls, I have written nearly 100 stories for this book, and I have not said one word about the so-called race problem. I have done this on purpose. I believe that the less you think about the troubles of the race and the less you talk about them, and the more time you spend in hard and honest work, believing in God and trusting in Him for the future, the better it will be for all concerned. I know, of course, that the sufferings which are inflicted upon the colored people in this country are many and grievous. I know that we are discriminated against in many ways, on common carriers, in public resorts, and even in private life. The right to vote has been taken away from us in nearly all of the southern states. Lynchings are on the increase. Not only our men, but our women also are being burned at the stake. What shall we do? There are those who say that we must strike back, use fire and torch and sword and shotgun ourselves. But I tell you plainly that we cannot afford to do that. The white people have all the courts, all the railroads, and all the newspapers, all the telegraph wires, all the arms and ammunition, and double the men that we have. In every race riot, the Negro would get the worst of it finally. But there's a higher reason than that. We cannot afford to do wrong. We cannot afford to lose our decency, our self-respect, our character. No man will ever be the superior of the man he robs. No man will ever be the superior of the man he steals from. I would rather be a victim than a victimizer. I would rather be wronged than to do wrong. And no race is superior to the race it tramples upon, robs, maltreats, and murders. In spite of prejudice, in spite of proscription, in spite of nameless insults and injuries, we cannot, as a race, afford to do wrong. But we can afford to be patient. God is not dead. His chariots are not unwielded. It is ordained of God that races as well as individuals shall rise through tribulations. And during this period of stress and strain through which we are passing in this country, I believe that there are unseen forces marshaled in the defense of our long-suffering and much oppressed people. They that be with us are more than they that be with them. What should we care then, though all the lowlands be filled with threats, if the mountains of our hope and courage and patience are filled with horses and chariots of divine rescue? End of chapter 99. Chapter 100 of Floyd's Flowers by Silas X. Floyd. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Lola, Janie of Northern Virginia, September 2019. The Training of Children. My last words shall be to parents. Many parents neglect the training of their children until the boys and girls have grown to be almost men and women, and then they expect all at once to develop them into well-rounded characters, as if by magic. Others fix upon a definite time in life, say 10 or 12 years old, before which time they say it is unnecessary to seek to make lasting impressions upon the minds of children, all unconscious of the fact that the character may have been long before that period biased for good or evil. I say it deliberately. It is a deep and abiding conviction with me that the time to begin to shape the character of children is as soon as they begin to know their own mothers from other mothers, or as soon as they become awake to the events which are taking place around them. The farmer who has the notion that his child can wait does not dare to let his corn and cotton wait. He has observed that there are noxious weeds which spring up side by side with the seed he has planted, and, marvelous to say, the weeds outgrow the plants. They must therefore be cut down and kept down, or else they will ruin the crop. Side by side with their tender babe in arms, there are growing now, dear mothers, the poisonous tares. They are rooted already in the child's heart, and unless they are stricken down pretty soon, they will dominate the child's life. And of course, there's only one way to destroy evil. That is to plant good in its stead. If there is one untenanted chamber in your child's heart, inhabit it, I pray you, with nobler and purer thoughts, which before long shall bring forth fruit unto God. Satan does not wait, I assure you. He never allows a vacancy to remain unoccupied in anybody's heart, old or young. He rushes into empty hearts and idle lives and sows tares thicker than the strewn leaves of autumn. It is an old and senseless and barbarian custom which has taught us that the child can wait or must wait. If anybody must wait at table to be served, it is usually the little child, who may be the hungriest of all. If someone must remain away from church or Sunday school, it's often the youngest child, who perhaps needs most to go. If someone must be kept out of day school, it is the smallest child, of course, and during the year that he remains idle, he may receive impressions and learn lessons that will mar his whole future life. Let us have done with this barbaric practice. Make room for the children. Give them not only the first place, but the best place. In almost any city in the South, any Sunday in the year, you will find more children, more boys and girls outside of the Sunday schools than you will find inside. There's a loud and crying call sounding from the past and from the future, and bidding mothers and fathers to be more diligent in the matter of having their children embrace opportunities of growth and spiritual culture, which are almost within a stone's throw. If mothers and fathers will not hear and obey this clarion call, I believe that they will be brought to account for it in the day of judgment. Not only so, but in the years to come, they will be compelled to wail out their sorrow over prodigal sons and daughters who might have proven to be ornaments to society and to the church if their parents had devoted half the care upon them that they expended upon colts and calves, kittens and puppies that grew up with them. In all earnestness, I implore those to whom God has given winsome little children to begin early as I find it possible, to train their young lives for God and heaven. Let their little voices learn early to lisp the precious name of Jesus and be attuned to sing his praise. If you leave them this legacy, than which there is none greater, there will come peace and joy to your old age, and the light of heaven, like the golden glow of a radiant sunset, will rest on your dying bed. And now, as I close these stories, there comes to me across the intervening space of silence and of tears fond memories of a sweet and patient mother. I cannot remember when she began to talk to me of Jesus, nor read to me the word of God. I remember well when she taught me how to read, and the old-fashioned blue-back spelling book is as plainly before me now as in those long past days. But long before that, I had heard her read the Bible and raise her voice in prayer for all whom she loved. And today those memories live when 1,000 busy scenes of afterlife lie dead, and when old age comes on, if God should spare me to be old, the memory of my mother's words and her reverential prayer will be the brightest of all the joys that shall light up the evening of my life. End of chapter 100. End of Floyd's Flowers, or Duty and Beauty for Colored Children, being 100 short stories gleaned from the storehouse of human knowledge and experience. Simple, amusing, elevating, by Silas X. Floyd.